So without further delay and without me taking up some more time, I'll hand over to Gregor to give us some opening remarks. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed expert. On behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, South Africa, I would like to express a warm welcome. And first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Johan and his team from ActionSA and also Nancy from our CAS Joburg office for organizing and planning this event. Well done. And before I share some thoughts on the complex topic of climate and energy, please allow me a few words about the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. As a think tank closely allied to the CDU party of former Chancellor Angela Merkel, we promote democracy, human rights, rule of law through more than 100 offices worldwide. And in South Africa, CAS South Africa, we set a focus on party cooperation in the sense of strengthening a multi-party system, but also we work together with the civil society, and we do promote our role model of social market economy. Today, we will also tackle the question if climate policy is really important for South African voters. And as a matter of fact, climate and energy is more than just saving the planet for future generations. It's also closely connected in terms of creating new and innovative jobs, especially when it comes to the green economy. And it is also crucial to consider this topic in the context of rapid urbanization and the challenges it brings. And I guess that we will also touch today the topic of just energy transition, due to the fact that this program holds immense potential if implemented properly by the South African government. Climate and environment policy is a many-sided topic everywhere, also in Germany. This is illustrated by the current credibility problem faced by my home country. While promoting CO2 reduction worldwide, Germany simultaneously demands coal from South Africa and other countries due to its former dependence on Russian gas. Such contradictions need to be resolved for meaningful progress. Casting my eye back to South Africa, this country possesses abundant opportunities in wind and solar energy. It is blessed with ideal conditions along its coast, particularly the west coast, for harnessing wind power. Moreover, the costs of wind power are decreasing, and there have been significant technological breakthroughs in this field. The abundant hours of sunshine in the Karoo are self-evident for use in solar power generation. Mining and Energy Minister Gwede Mantashe, rightly stated in October 2021 that the transition away from coal-fired power generation must be managed systematically, rather than quickly shifting to renewable energy sources. However, without a doubt, South Africa must fulfill its climate change commitments by aligning its development policy to pragmatically reducing its carbon intensity. This is in South Africa's own interest in terms of the quality of life of its current citizens and those yet unborn. These lives will be fundamentally affected by climate disruption in aspects like health, the economy, and international trade. The most important conditions for aligning development policy is a real willingness to enact change within the space of politics. Both the power and the will are required, and I will leave it to you to contemplate the answer. As our discussion progresses, numerous other questions will undoubtedly arise. And it is encouraging when political parties listen to experts and collaborate to develop new ideas and a vision for a better tomorrow. I look forward to a fruitful and enriching discussion on this very important and vital policy field. Thank you very much. Anja?
Yes. I have a presentation. Are you going to?
Yes,
I will just prompt you whenever I need to. Sure. So I use the micro, I suppose.
We can stand up here if you
Sure. I mean, whatever is under. And I still need my computer.
Yeah, you can put it up.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Sorry.
Good being here. My name is Anja Beretta. I'm head of the regional program Energy Security and Climate Change of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, based in Nairobi, Kenya. And just a disclaimer, I actually, because we always have to be aware of the carbon footprint, I didn't fly in from Nairobi. I was on mission in Germany, and then I flew directly to Joburg, and now I'm going back to Nairobi. Probably we can start with the first slide. Okay, so what I would like to, can you go back one slide? Okay, so what I really would like to talk about today is the issue of climate change, energy as a bread and butter topic. Next slide please. These are actually some quotes from a study, I think it's dated to 2016, with field studies from Malawi and South Africa. And actually the study gave evidence that sub-Saharan African politicians who commit to climate change policies may lose electoral support. So, but you as a politician, or politicians in general, have the ultimate goal to be elected. So that would create a dilemma, right? And there are basically two possibilities to react to that. Either you say, well, if climate policy is really not relevant to the electorate, I would just drop it and look at issues that are more important and that might actually, help me to be elected or re-elected. So I just get rid of climate change and any notion in my manifesto. Or I believe that climate change is something that I want to address. Because, as Gregor rightly said, it's going to be, our ability to tackle climate change and to find effective adaptation and mitigation measures to react to a changing climate already will determine ultimately our future, but also the future of our children. So I have to face this dilemma. And really understand, first of all, why climate change is not relevant to my voters, and see if this could be changed. And in the moment in which it would become relevant, you as a party, you stand there and do actually have the right policy recommendations at hand. Next slide, please. So, if we want to look into answers why climate change is not relevant, first and very simple answer, about half of the population of South Africa has never heard of climate change. And that's a fact, yeah, that's from an Afrobarometer study from 2023. It's actually average in Sub-Saharan Africa. I think the highest awareness of climate change is somewhere in the Seychelles, 80–90%. The lowest is in Tunisia with 30%. So South Africa has, is kind of in the middle. I think the average is 58% or something. But I was actually a bit surprised because I always thought that South Africa is, you know, amongst the countries that should be, you know, where the level of education might be higher than other countries such as Malawi or DRC. So I was a bit surprised to find out that actually roughly half of the population had never heard about climate change. And that explains also a lot why when we talk about climate change, it's really, people don't think it, you know, it's relevant to them. Yeah, climate change, whatever, is a concept, but what does it actually mean for me? And that is obviously a big dilemma that we're facing. And, you know, climate change is only one of these topics that we're discussing. Then you have the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, you have the Paris Agreement, but people really don't know what it means. And so if you come with a concept and say, you know, we are the party that will address climate change, we are the party that stands for sustainability, you know, it's not relevant for the people because they don't really know what you mean. Next slide. Yeah, and in fact, still from Afrobarometer, yeah, this is from 2021, when people in South Africa, this is always South Africa, not Sub-Saharan Africa data aggregated, are asked about the most important problems they're facing. You can see that unemployment is on the first rank. You have climate security, housing, and so on and so on. And climate change, less than 1% thinks it's the most important problem that they are facing. Yeah. So this idea that there is a global consensus on climate change as the existential issue of our time, that might be true for the countries in the global north or the industrialized countries or Germany, but for sure not Sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, so the problem or the challenge really is to understand that climate change is not, you know, a separate aspect, but it actually touches a lot of the other fields or a lot of the other issues that people have named as very important for them. So, for example, if you take the coal sector, I think that is a very relevant topic for South Africa. Yeah, the phasing out of coal needs to be gradually. It will not happen from one day to the other, but sooner or later it will happen. You know, because coal as a mean of energy will sooner or later become an economical solution that is not viable anymore because it will be expensive. And then people are faced with a dilemma. Yeah? They're unemployed. And that is also due to climate change because coal is not sustainable. And so obviously climate change does have a very strong effect on the issue of unemployment. And, you know, there are international climate agreements that Sub-Saharan Africa has also subscribed to. And so sooner or later, coal needs to go. Yeah, it's a question how you structure that transitioning process, but it will at one day not be a viable option anymore. Even if, you know, if Minister Mantashe wants to have coal for a very long time, you know, we're really talking about a long-term perspective here. And then, you know, if you have kind of a pragmatic approach to how a just energy transition can look like, you know, that might be an advantage as a political party because you can really demonstrate how phasing out of coal can be socially viable by offering alternative job to the coal workers. Next slide. And here I've highlighted, you know. No, sorry. One slide back. One slide ahead. No. No.
There's one missing, I think.
Okay.
That's number 3.
Yeah. Never mind. I mean, it's basically I just highlighted all the sectors where climate change plays a role. I mean, as I already said, unemployment. Water supply, infrastructure, electricity, health, transportation, these are all issues, food insecurity, that in one way or the other are affected by climate change. So if climate change is not perceived as an important problem, it does have a negative impact on other issues, as I already said. So in order to make really climate change a bread and butter topic, I think it's super important to make it meaningful to the electorate. And the solution would obviously not be to stand there and speak about climate change, but really, for example, the opportunities, the job opportunities in green technology, or increased water supply by using climate-smart agriculture, rainwater processing. Infrastructure can be improved if it's climate resilient and would not be affected so much by extreme weather events. Decentralized and off-grid energy solutions can provide reliable and affordable energy. Health is improved if there's less smoke and other harmful side effects from the coal plants, and so on and so forth. So to come back to the first slide, where I had the statements from the politicians that say climate change is really not relevant, and saying climate change is affecting everyone on a daily basis. So it's really the opposite of what politicians are perceiving. And just as a fact, the GDP of African countries is affected by climate change losses up to 15% on a country basis. So African countries are losing already today between 5 and 15% of their GDP annually because of of extreme weather events. So you can't really say, we are developed or, transitioning countries, so we need to deal with our local issues first and then take climate change second, because it really needs to be mainstreamed. If you now start to build infrastructure that is not climate resilient, there will be the first extreme weather event, and you can start from the scratch. And so I think, when I talk to politicians, and we did some of these trainings, the art is really to stand there and talk about climate change without actually using the terminology of climate change, and really say, if we have a decentralized energy plant here, we can create jobs to up to, 100, 150 people. Or if we have resilient infrastructure, we will use it even when there are heavy rains and flooding, because there are some, preventions that the water will actually not overflow. And then people say, oh, wow, that's smart. Yeah, this is something that I personally can benefit from. But the climate change literacy is very complex. And as we saw, 50% of the population have actually never heard about it. So I think that would really be my message, to really find that angle, how you can address it and make it relevant to people. And that obviously means, you have to find out more about the specific circumstances, what are the pressing issues in your constituency, and then really frame it from that angle, and don't talk about climate change. So that's really I think important. Let me just see if there are any other things what I wanted to say. And this idea of mainstreaming, and I know that this is also something that is very is not really happening often in African countries on policies. So you have the Ministry of Environment that sits on the budget, but the other, infrastructure, education, health, they don't work together. So the issues are not mainstreamed, and especially when it comes to infrastructure. So this is also something that, I think an opposition can demand, like asking every ministry, and how far do you consider climate change in your policies? Is it really an issue? And otherwise you won't be able to really address it. And just to give you an example, we had a workshop with political parties from East Africa, and we really tried to sit down and say, how can you create ideas, perspectives for your electorate, how to address climate change? And they said, in our manifestos, we are referring to sustainable development. And then I asked them, what do you mean precisely with that? And they didn't really have an answer. They said, yeah, well, but we are the party that stands for sustainable development. But what does that mean? Yeah, I mean, if you go a bit outside of the urban areas and you go to the rural areas and you say, we want sustainable development, people will just not follow because it's a terminology that really does not have any meaning for people. But if you say, I don't know Sub-Saharan Africa, but agriculture does play an important role in a lot of African countries. If you say, we can create an agriculture, that resists to climate shocks, that will use less of your resources, less water, and will create more harvesting outcomes. That's when people are listening. But don't tell them about climate change, because it's not really relevant then. Last slide. I just wanted to come to the issue of just energy transition, because I know that that is an issue for for South Africa. These are just some quotes I found on the internet on the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And I think when we come, and Gregor, pointed out, I don't want to go too much into international climate policy, but just some observations. I know the Just Energy Transition Partnership is one of the flagships when it comes to international cooperation in energy and climate. But there has also been a lot of criticism on it. And one of them is that less than 3% of the money will be grants. So the rest is loans, either concessional or commercial. And that obviously is not very beneficial for South Africa, because the money needs to be paid back. And if the rand is losing value, it needs to be paid back probably in other currencies, such as dollars or euros. You're losing out. So from my point of view, that was a very bad deal from the government. Not the Just Energy Transition Partnership per se, but negotiating that only 3% of the entire money is grants. So I'm asking myself, this is a contract that both sides are aware of and have seen. So now coming back and saying, this is not just, from international perspective, only 3% are grants. Well, you had the contract on your table. Why didn't you negotiate better outcomes? And that is something I think the civil society should direct towards the governing party, but also as an opposition party, you can say you just got a bad deal. And actually, when it comes to international climate finance, we have seen some examples recently. For example, DRC, President Tshisekedi went to China to renegotiate some of the mining deals DRC concluded because they got really, really bad deals. Yeah, they sold mining concessions to China for really nothing, and now China gets revenues that are 10 times, 20 times as high. But it was the government sitting on the table negotiating those deals. So don't complain to the international community that you're treated unfairly if your government was sitting there and actually negotiating this deal. And on the second quote, this is from Barbara Creasy, we're sincerely hoping that this would create appetite. If you want to achieve something as the government, you need to make it intentionally. You cannot hope that something will fall into place. You probably heard about the hydrogen plant that is currently built or that is going to be built in Namibia. And what Namibia did, and I think that is something like a best case study that other countries can learn from, the government really intentionally set a lot of conditions to the bidders, to the preferred bidders, and one of them was, you need to really highlight and outline how you want to create local jobs, how many Namibians are going to get a workforce here, how much private capital will be mobilized, and especially when it comes to the last aspect, to this idea of creating local value chains, creating local opportunities for workers. you need to be intentionally. You cannot just say, we hope that by, South Africans will create or will get job opportunities. You can actually write it in a contract, especially, governments between development banks. And that's actually exactly what Namibia said. To the bidders, they wrote, please tell us how many Namibians will get a job. And then they decided for a bidder also based on that, because the preferred bidder said, in the construction, we will employ 15,000 Namibians, and then in the running of the plant, there will be jobs for 5,000 Namibians. And they have to deliver that. It's not that, it will eventually happen. It's a contract, it's binding contractually. And I think that is very, very important, especially when we talk about these issues of energy transitions, just energy transitions. Of course, it's absolutely consensus that there is an international, agreement, and the global north, the industrialized countries, are the ones that are responsible for climate change. I don't want to even, argue that. And we need to pay our fair burden. But a lot also needs to come from the national governments in Africa. Yeah, a lot of discussions on just energy are actually locally. Yeah? Who has access to energy? How transparent are processes? Is there local participation? And all these things. This is also a very, very important aspect of just energy transitions, because we really need to avoid that people perceive a just energy transition as deteriorating justice issues on a local level. And to my understanding, and that's just what I read, very often, you have, for example, some issues in South Africa that poorer populations or townships very often have less access to energy than other areas. And now, if we have this just energy transition partnership, and this is perceived as accelerating because this, communities are not involved in participation process. You will never have a legitimate just energy transition partnership, because these people feel excluded and they say, well, you have this just energy transition partnership now, but we are actually not included, so it's even, it's even worsening our situation. I think this is super important. So that would really be my my message, and then just on a concluding remark, coming back to the international scene. The national determined contributions, as outlined in the Paris Agreement. How many of you have heard about the NDCs? Okay, so the national determined contribution is basically a plan that every country that signed to the Paris Agreement has to deliver. And this is a plan how it outlines how that country will specifically achieve the 1.5 degree goal. But even though that is an international commitment, the NDCs will be implemented on a national level. So it becomes national energy and climate and environment policies. And that ultimately needs to be addressed at the parliaments. So, Parliament needs to be aware of what the government intends to do, and then questions the government, holds it accountable, is it doing enough or not? So I think this is really something where national parties need to play a bigger role and really be on top of the government, because it's not right from a democracy perspective that those kind of agreements are negotiated only in the ministries and then implemented on national level without, the parliament being involved. So that is also something I think that opposition parties should really, be a bit more, responsive to, and really ask the government how they intend to achieve the 1.5 degree goal. So I will probably stop here, and then I hope that we're going to discuss some of the points I made. How to incentivize citizens in order to achieve the change that's needed, and then at a later stage, obviously also this phenomenon that there's a long-term consent by probably the 50% that are aware of climate change that something needs to happen versus, the short-term politics. So how are we going to do something meaningful now because, you all know the not in my backyard phenomenon. So even if people generally say, okay, we need to address these topics, but, when it starts to affect me, I really don't want to, to have any disadvantages. And just, to give an example on Germany, so in order to reduce the CO2 emissions, the German government has introduced a legislation on heat pumps, meaning that at a certain point, you should, they incentivize heat pumps for heating and not gas or oil heating anymore. So the communication on this law was really bad, I think, because it basically said, we will not be allowed to use our ways of heating. Everyone needs a heat pump now. It's going to be very expensive, and who can afford it? And people that have maybe a small house, they will be faced with and challenged with expenses. And so there is a very, there is a very low acceptance in the population, even though, on the other hand, people generally agree that climate change needs to be addressed in one way or the other. If the government would have laid out financial data saying, with the cost of fossil fuels over the next 5, 10, 15 years, at a certain point, your traditional way of heating will be very expensive or will become more expensive and more expensive, so the heat pump will be cheaper. I think that would have been, the buy-in of the population would have been much higher. But, by really facing on this idea that you are not allowed to do anything anymore, and then this perception that it will actually create an additional cost, that was a very big mistake. And people, as I said, the acceptance is very low. So this would really be my message, especially in a country, where the fiscal, margin is very, very narrow. Always put, the economic benefits of climate change first in the medium to long term, in order to get more buy-in from the population. That's it from my side, and happy to discuss those points further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to ActionSA and KAS for having us here today. I am Ditebuho Machele. I am Program Manager, Sustainable and Resilient Cities at the South African Cities Network. Thank you so much for having us and having us contribute to this roundtable. So I'm going to start off with a little story. I still have the very distinct pleasure at this stage in my life, you can move to the next slide, of being the designated bedtime story reader in our household. So please allow me, if you will, to take a moment and take you into this realm of bedtime stories for a little while. One of our children's favorite stories is that of the 3 little wolves. Yes, you heard right. The 3 little wolves and the big bad pig. It is indeed a twist of the original, of the classic version of the 3 little pigs. So this time around in this story, the 3 little wolves leave the comfort of their family and venture into the world. They end up building 4 houses made of brick, concrete, steel, and flowers. The big bad pig tries to destroy the houses made of bricks, concrete, and steel by huffing and puffing and trying to blow the houses down, but fails. So he finds a way to destroy those houses by using a sledgehammer for the bricks, a pneumatic drill for the concrete, and dynamite for the steel. He wasn't called big and bad for nothing. However, when the pig tries to blow down the flower house, he smells the fragrant flowers and has a change of heart. And of course, the pig then becomes a good pig, and he and the wolves live happily ever after. Of course, it's a children's story, so the ending has to be like that. As a country, there is no doubt that we are facing a magnitude of issues that can oftentimes make us feel hopeless, despondent, and at a loss of what to do or where to even start. Like Anya showed in her slide, the list of issues that people are concerned about. And much like the three little wolves with their houses of brick and concrete and steel, we sometimes feel helpless when things fall apart. However, as in the story, not all is lost, as there are solutions, there are flowers. It might sometimes mean that we need to go and look a bit deeper than the obvious solutions and find ways to work together to ensure that such solutions become viable, become cost-effective, and are inclusive, and that we bring communities along. And as we, the collective we here, I mean we as policymakers, as politicians, as academics, city officials, academia, we bring communities together along as we drive such innovations in meeting South Africa's challenges and ensure that everyone is part of that change. You can move to the next slide, please. So waste. It is a big, massive problem globally, but also in the country. We're facing a waste management crisis. It is responsible for high CO2 emissions, air and water pollution, environmental degradation, and it affects our health and well-being. But today, we'd like to focus on the solutions. We're focusing on things that will move us forward, beyond the problems, beyond the challenges. How are we going to make flowers out of this crisis called waste in our cities? Our presentation today, we're going to look at the use of waste as a valuable resource in our cities, the use of it as a valuable resource in creating a circular economy, as a valuable resource in creating jobs and stimulating entrepreneurship, as a valuable and impactful resource for integrating waste pickers in the waste management value chain. And like Anya was mentioning earlier, that we don't need necessarily to mention climate change because, as she has said, a lot of people just disengage or don't really understand or think that it's something that matters to them. But if you talk about the things that affect them on a daily basis and use an issue such as waste to address climate mitigation, to address climate adaptation, to address the socio-economic challenges that people face, like jobs and employment and equity, and then address environmental protection, you are addressing climate change. But it's how you coach it and how you speak about it. You can move to the next slide. So we're now going to look at numbers. Waste in numbers. According to the Waste Information Baseline Report, 2012, it's quite an old report, it said that we've got 59 million tons of general waste. This is now excluding medical waste, industrial waste, just general waste from our households. We've got 59 million tons, and I'm sure that figure has gone up in the past 10 years that South Africa generates. And only 10% of that waste is being recycled. Now, that's really a minuscule amount that is being recycled, and there's huge potential of that to be increased. We have seen over the past maybe 20, 15 years the phenomenon of informal waste pickers in our neighborhoods, in our suburbs. Everywhere you go, there's a trolley being pushed by a guy or woman, heavily laden, but with a destination to recycle this waste. It's said that there are about 67,000 estimated number of waste pickers in the country, and they play a significant role in diverting waste that's supposed to go to landfill. And our cities are running out of landfill space, by the way. In the next 5 years, all the major metropolitan cities are going to be completely out of landfill space, with a few exceptions, as some are building currently. But that's a major problem, because where is this waste going to go? We're going to be sitting in it, literally, in our streets. Everywhere you go, there'll be waste. But we need to see how we can harness this resource to, like I said earlier, create a circular economy, look at it as a valuable resource for creating jobs and stimulating entrepreneurship, and as a valuable way of integrating waste pickers in the waste management value chain. If we're only recycling 10%, and there are 67,000 waste pickers in the country, and they annually apparently save around 30 to 700 million in landfill space costs for cities, surely there are ways that opportunities in this space can be harnessed. You can move to the next slide. And without a doubt, the waste sector plays a fundamental role in meeting the country's sustainable development goals, or the country's nationally determined contributions, like Anya mentioned earlier, that these then translate to policies at the national and local level. Effective waste management tackles not one, but at least 6 SDGs out of all the 17 goals in total. So taking the circular economy thinking and looking at all these goals, how does waste affect clean water and sanitation? We know how much waste goes into our river systems. We know how much waste goes into wastewater treatment plants. And I don't have to mention the recent cholera outbreak that has shown us how important it is to have good quality water. So if we address the issue of waste, we address SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. How does waste affect energy provision? Anya mentioned the just energy transition. How can we make sure that waste contributes to that just energy transition? Waste to energy plants are slowly taking effect in some of our cities, but not enough. And we need private sector investment and developers to come to the party around this. Then the other one is around promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. This is SDG 8. How does integrating informal waste pickers into the circular waste economy, into the waste management value chain, provide them with decent work? How does making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, and resilient contribute, or how does waste rather contribute to SDG 11? So we need to look at effective waste management as not just cleaning up and making the environment healthier and making people healthier, but addressing these different socioeconomic and environmental imperatives of the country. You can move to the next slide, please. Now, turning waste into wealth. Before it goes to landfill, there are examples of companies that have been set up to identify waste beneficiation opportunities, to divert waste from landfill sites and to use it as a valuable resource, like I was saying earlier, in creating jobs, in stimulating entrepreneurship. There's a great example in eThekwini called the Use It. It says use it or lose it. Use it, it's wealth, which is the Waste Beneficiation Center in eThekwini. It's funded by the municipality together with funding from the Green Fund, which is housed in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and the Trade and Investment KZN, and Ashoka, which is an international organization that invests in change makers. So this example brings to the fore the importance of partnerships, the importance of collaboration across different stakeholders in achieving effective waste management and in making waste a resource. And the waste is not only recycled and repurposed, but then it creates these other additional benefits. You can move to this next slide. And then coming to my favorite part of this conversation is really about how do we integrate informal waste pickers. They are already part of the urban fabric, whether we like it or not. They are here to stay, and they work tirelessly, doing a thankless job, and there's stigma and discrimination and sheer annoyance attached to informal waste pickers in our cities, and this needs to change. And how we change that is by changing the narrative to a positive one and showcasing the benefits that informal waste pickers provide by diverting waste that's supposed to go to landfill, by ensuring that people who are able to recycle. They sell off that and make a bit of money. You saw in the previous slides, they make only about 2,500 to 3,500 rand a month. But they then provide this circular economy with the material and the resources to do that. They also help protect our ecosystems. Imagine how much waste has been diverted that would have gone into our rivers, how much waste that would have gone into ecosystems, into wetlands, if these informal waste pickers were not there. And so I believe that we need to fully recognize the important role that waste pickers are playing and how they benefit society, how they benefit municipalities, and how they benefit the environment. You can move to the next slide. There's a guideline that has been developed by the Department of Environment, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Their name keeps changing every now and again, hopefully not in the coming cycle. But they've developed this waste picker integration guideline, which really looks at how can the working conditions and livelihoods of informal waste pickers be improved. Because they already play such a big role without being paid in a fair and equitable way, looking at the benefits that they provide. The guide also provides guidance and support to municipalities and industries on measures that can then improve the working conditions of informal waste pickers. A lot of them live in informal settlements, or they live where their waste processing is. For example, if I throw away my container of Woolies food and don't wash it, they are going to have to go close to a river to wash that recyclable plastic so that they can go sell it off for a higher price. So those kinds of issues we need to consider and think about. How do we make waste pickers an integral and formal part of the waste management cycle, but also how does this address the imperatives of climate change, mitigation, and adaptation? As South Africa moves forward to achieving related goals to recycling, there are new regulations that have been put in place, the extended producer responsibility regulations, which oblige manufacturers of plastics, of bottles, of any recyclable product to ensure that its end-of-life journey doesn't end up in a landfill. And there are concerns that this is going to take out the role of informal waste pickers in this waste management value chain. How do we ensure that they are embraced as part of that extended producer responsibility, and they are given their due? I'm going to end off now, if you can go to the last slide, and go back to the story of the three little wolves, and say that we've seen that there are a magnitude of issues that seem insurmountable. There's unemployment, there's housing issues, there's crime and security issues, there are climate change issues, pollution, waste management crisis, there's water issues that have really been brought to the fore in the last couple of weeks. There's energy issues. Perhaps those of us in Gauteng, I don't know if it's like that in other provinces, load shedding has eased a bit in the past couple of days, but we're like almost holding our breath, like when will it come back and it will be more severe than the last time. So there are all these issues that seem insurmountable. However, like in the story of the three little wolves and the big bad pig, all is not lost. There are solutions. And sometimes we need to look beyond the obvious and find those solutions that are viable, that are cost-effective and inclusive, such as integrating informal waste pickers in the waste value chain. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Michelle Wasserman. I'm the Provincial Chairperson for ActionSA in the Western Cape, and I'm going to be talking about there we go. I'm going to be talking about ActionSA's blueprint and ideas around climate and environment. So the concept of the American dream was coined in a best-selling book in 1931 entitled Epic of America, that dream of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement. This is essentially the belief that anyone, regardless of where they were born or what race or class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. And this is ActionSA's South African dream, our vision for our nation. Imagine a South Africa in which our people live in a sustainable and harmonious relationship with our natural environment. This is South Africa. We draw inspiration and well-being from the vast resources on offer without exploiting these resources to ruin. In this version of our country, we are a responsible global citizen doing more than is required of us to reduce our carbon footprint and preserve the earth for future generations. The foundations of our climate and environment dream are carbon neutrality, social resilience, a clean and healthy environment, water security, and biosphere conservation. In our idea of carbon neutrality, we need to shift towards an economy and society that reduces our nation's collective carbon footprint, particularly important in energy generation, but also includes transport, construction, and heavy industry. We need to unlock economic opportunity with a new economic approach. With regards to social resilience, we can and must live in synchronicity with our natural environment. Indigent communities are most at risk from severe effects of climate change, and we need to act now to build protection and resilience. We need to support social systems, and economic empowerment needs restructuring to adapt to changing economy, high levels of climate migration, and we need to embed food security. For a clean and healthy environment, we need to address high levels of pollution, air, water, noise, that impacts quality of life and has knock-on effects on well-being. We need more responsible environmental regulation and enforcement. We need to expand access to natural environment, and my big passion, we need to improve waste management. With regards to water security, South Africa is severely water constrained. We need future-orientated action to protect our water resources. We need international cooperation to expand access to potable water sources, and we also need to address water use efficiency and municipal water resource management. With regards to, next slide, biosphere conservation, South Africa's rich biodiversity is part of our natural heritage and must be protected. We must capacitate our conservation efforts to preserve the natural environment, and we need to address the illicit trade in wildlife and animal products. And we really need to ensure responsible animal welfare mechanisms. Our environmental protection in action, ActionSA has been involved in the reversal of sewage discharge permit in the City of Cape Town, the continued action in Rooiwal, and the continued challenging of government failures. And then I just want to talk a little bit on the City of Cape Town sewage discharge permits. So in the City of Cape Town, there are 39 million litres of raw sewage that are being pumped into the ocean in Camps Bay, Greenpoint, and Hout Bay every day. ActionSA has appealed against the issuing of a permit which will allow this to continue for another 5 years. The pumping of sewage into the ocean isn't uncommon, but this in Cape Town is raw sewage being pumped into a marine protected area. And the fact that it's not common doesn't make it okay. The problems with this, the pumping of raw sewage into the ocean, are firstly that effluent and pathogens return to bays and beaches, which cause health problems for surfers, kayakers, swimmers. There's also, in the last decade or so, we've seen an increase in the chemicals and medicines that people are taking. We're taking way more antibiotics and hormones, and these medications move through the system and find their way into marine organisms. For example, research has shown that in the body tissue of penguins, you're starting to find the chemical traces that come from the raw sewage, chemicals in the raw sewage. We must do better in South Africa with regards to waste management. On my way here on the Gautrain, I passed so many rivers that are looking as if they're suffocated by rubbish. We also need to address the issue of providing sanitation in impoverished areas. If we don't provide sanitation to people, it not only affects their dignity, but it also affects river health. We can't continue to use the ocean as a giant magic rubbish bin for human waste. And it is only by ensuring that we protect our environment that we can have a land in which life will be better and richer and fuller for everyone, which is what ActionSA's dream is for South Africa. Thank you.
One for these really insightful presentations. Unfortunately, it does seem that our other panelists won't be able to make it today, so we can jump right into the open discussion, which I'm quite excited about. We're going to take a comfort break now and then come back a little bit later. So 15 minutes now, and then we can take another break later again. Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lerato Ngobeni. Welcome from me this morning. I serve as the national spokesperson of ActionSA. These sessions usually run in this fashion, and we want to get feedback from each other as panelists. Conversation. I heard you, Diteboho, referring a lot to what Anya had presented, which is important. I think we can zoom in on some of that content. And this process also helps us towards our policy conference. I think all of you are aware that we will be having our very first policy conference in September. We're very excited about that. And this process aims to inform the content that's going to be presented, also debated at that conference. So with that said, I heard Michelle had a question. We'll free flow this, right? So this is now a total open conversation. We also do have questions coming from those of the people who are joining us online via our social media platforms like YouTube. So I know that my colleagues are loading some of those up, and then we will pose them to any one of you who the viewers have requested from. So Michelle, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lerato. My question is around the issue that Anya raised earlier, around the conflict between what voters want and environmental issues like climate change. So that talking about climate change not being something that really interests voters and therefore politicians' prioritization of issues. And it made me think about the issue of fracking. And the conflict that exists between, for instance, a voter in the Karoo or the West Coast, so Western Cape, Eastern Cape specifically. So you would have a farming community, for example. I met someone actually very recently who spoke about how worried he is about fracking because the Karoo depends on groundwater and the huge concern around the poisoning of groundwater and the impact of fracking on the environment and therefore on people's livelihoods. And then I imagine that someone in Gauteng would be quite excited about the idea of fracking and the impact that it would have on energy and the environment. And I wanted to just ask Anya for her thoughts on the conflict between those issues and voters and the competing expectations and interests that voters have amongst themselves and how politicians deal with that.
Yeah, thank you. I think a very good question. It refers a bit to the not in my backyard phenomenon. And you can have that obviously on a local level, as you know, in the example, but also, on a global level, it's a phenomenon that we see. Germany is very much opposed to fracking. Germany is very much opposed to nuclear energy. We have now switched off all the nuclear plants. But then if the nuclear energy is coming from France, we don't care, right? So, and that is obviously, a paradox, right? And I think from my point of view, it's always important to find a balance, let's say, between, in that case, local interests and the interests of the country. So, if there is, and I'm not familiar with the, detailed energy policy plans of South Africa, but if there's really no alternative to fracking, or on a national level, is it seen as something that is needed and probably cleaner than coal, and you don't really have an alternative to it, to of course take the considerations of the local population where it's going to happen very serious. You have to have very strict ESG standards, environmental, social government standards, make an environmental impact assessment. But if it's not avoidable, it might be something that could help to resolve another crisis that you have in this moment. And again, I have not seen any reports on that, so I cannot really determine if fracking is needed or not. But you always have to find that kind of a consensus. And I think this is also something that we in Germany managed relatively well when we talk about the energy transition. And by that, I don't mean how much energy we are producing from renewable energy sources in this moment, because this is relatively low. But when we decide to switch off or to gradually phase out coal plants, there were roundtable discussions with the coal workers, the local population, NGOs that work in the environmental sphere, and really bringing them together and trying to find a consensus that works for everyone. I think that is really the most crucial idea behind this idea of transition. You need to have everyone on board. There needs to be a broad participation. And in that case, it might also be like, how can we compensate people for, potentially deteriorating their everyday life if they feel that fracking might, because of noise or whatever, might deteriorate their life, but, can serve the greater good of the country. And that was exactly the discussion we had when Germany decided to phase out of coal. A lot of people were losing their job perspectives. How can you address that in a meaningful way? And just because we discussed this also before, there always need to be an alternative, and I think that is also very crucial. I mean, you mentioned this. The example of sewage, going into the ocean, which is of course unacceptable. And we can find so many examples on that. We can, if you go to the rural areas, probably not in South Africa, but in other countries where people are cutting trees. Of course, that is something that from our perspective should not happen. But what is the alternative? Do you have, an alternative that is economically viable? And often that is not the case. And you have to also think that the perspective of a lot of people is very short-sighted. It's, how can I ensure an income in the next week? And not how can I, in a long-term perspective, save the planet? And it's really, it's the most important thing to provide that alternative. Because otherwise people will say, okay, I probably recognize, that it might be harmful to cut the trees, but I do not have an alternative. And this idea of, providing an economically viable alternative, because when we talk about sustainability, it has 3 dimensions: socially, ecologically, but also economically. And everything that does not make sense from an economic perspective will never get the buy-in of voters that, have very limited financial resources. And I think that is very crucial. And that's, of course, the job of the government to provide these alternatives. And because we're just speaking of the alternatives, I will just also mention, that I think renewable energies are, on paper, the most, the cheapest alternative, but in reality, they're not. Yeah, because otherwise there would be renewable energy everywhere, but you have a very high upfront cost. Yeah, the risk is very, the risking estimations are very high. Cost of capital is very expensive in Africa. Probably a bit better in Southern Africa, but still. So this idea that, renewable energy is the cheapest source of energy. It's true on paper, the technologies are there, but in practicality it's not. And that is, again, something that the government needs to address. Create the right framework to really make it the cheapest alternative, not only on paper, but also, in reality. Because we do need a lot of private investment in that sector. And private investment will not come because it's the moral right thing to do, but because the risk is perceived lower than in coal and other energies. And we're not there, probably. And that is something that the government needs to address. And we just one comment probably also on the waste picking issues. We as CAS, we are involved in the INC, that is the International Negotiation Committee on the Global Treaty. UNEA, the United Nations Environment Assembly, has decided last year, February, that they are going to find a global treaty to really resolve the plastic crisis. Not to abolish plastic entirely, but find a global binding treaty that will address plastics and have a certain framework in place, on polluter pays principle and so on and so forth. And the African Group on Negotiators is negotiating on that. It's a bit comparable probably to the Paris Agreement, only that it works on plastics. And we have been involved in this in the caucus of the African Group of Negotiators. And this issue of informal waste pickers has come up. But a lot of countries have said, our informal waste pickers, they don't have an interest to become formalized. Because for them, economically, it makes more sense to remain in the informal sector. So again, it's the task of the government to provide the incentives, to have the right framework in place, to make it more attractive for these waste pickers to take a formalized job. And I think this is really also the key, to always present an alternative that makes economically more sense from the perspective that a lot of people are having in Africa, which is really short-sighted.
Yeah, on renewables, I have one too.
Sure. So just specifically on the issue of natural gas. So with the transition with part of the energy transition is moving towards full utilization of renewable energies. But currently, the storage of electricity is a big problem. The battery technology is not advanced enough, and it's not economically and technologically feasible yet to be fully reliant on renewable energies. And a lot of expert consensus seem to be that natural gas has a big role to play. And I think for South Africa, the question is whether we try and get our own sources of gas either offshore or through fracking. And then that obviously comes with environmental challenges versus importing it, outsourcing the environmental challenges and paying a bit more for it. But it's a short-term interaction. So it's a lot of complexity within those questions. So I'm just wondering if there's any thoughts on the role of gas in the energy transition. And then secondly, renewable energies are great in the sense that the actual production of energy doesn't emit any pollution, but the production of the technology does. And solar panels have a productive lifespan of about 25 to 30 years, and then there's waste that needs to be dealt with. And the way that the world often works is that it's shipped off to poor countries. They paid a small sum to just deal with it. And it fills up and becomes a problem of poor countries. So I'm just wondering how we deal with that aspect of renewable energies. And then, I think that the broader question is just, I'm adding to the complexity of the answer here, but how do we measure or think about those trade-offs that are necessary when we think about climate change that is a current but also a future problem? Within the context of the 5-year political cycle, and how do we really make sure that our thinking is future-oriented, even though it might not be politically attractive, because a lot of the times the issues that we need to solve needs really long-term thinking and sacrifices in the short term, and individual sacrifices, community sacrifices, government sacrifices. So I'm just wondering what are our thoughts on that really, really complex issue.
Who are you posing your question to? Because maybe to make it easier.
I think Anya's expertise is the most suited, but I see heads are nodding, so I think everyone has some thoughts.
All right, so let's take a step at it, all three. Let's use that mic. There is a mic right there that's available. Go ahead, Anya.
Thanks. So I will start probably on the role of gas, and I mean, they're very contradictive opinions on the African continent. I mean, the Economic Commission for Africa has said gas is needed as a transition fuel. Mo Ibrahim Foundation has published some very interesting research on that. I'm biased, to be honest. I do not believe some of the statistics. For example, for Mozambique, it is estimated if Mozambique will use all its natural gas resources, the GDP will increase by 40%. It will probably create an additional income for some people, even higher than 40%. But will the local communities really benefit? And that I would highly put in doubt. So African countries are endorsed with already a lot of fossil fuel resources. Has it done them any good in the past? Nigeria, DRC, Mozambique, and the answer oftentimes is no. So from my point of view, and being conscious of the fact that development growth is absolutely needed, especially if you also address the economic, the demographic challenges a lot of countries are facing. If there would be a guarantee that the revenues from gas would one-to-one be transferred to the population, I think then it is legitimate to exploit these resources under certain circumstances. And I think this is something that we need to be more pragmatic. There are already very good clean technologies when it comes, for example, for the exploitation of gas, which can really reduce the emissions. But, you know, the developing partners, and Germany included, for a very long time have categorically ruled out to invest in natural gas production on the continent. Because they said, you know, we don't want that, we want to go clean 100%. And that has created a dilemma because, you know, then you have just led that to other development partners, and probably not the cleanest technologies available have been used. But, you know, it is true that African countries do need all resources that are available in this moment. So I think it needs to be, you know, a country-specific solution. You can't generally say the whole African continent. You know, if there's really, as I said, provisions that local communities will benefit, then and environmental standards are put into place, you know, then I think it can be an alternative. Also taking into consideration that if you look about renewable energies broadly, electricity taking a part on the African continent, most of it is biomass, which is used for cooking, which obviously also has very harmful consequences for the environment. So if you know, this can be replaced by gas cookers, which are much cleaner, I think we would already achieve something. So it has to be, you know, it cannot be a one size fits all solution. When it comes to the production of renewable energies and the waste that is created, and you can go further and further. I mean, you know, Tesla batteries, they are very harmful for the environment as well. So this is also something. There's not a silver bullet to fix that. So if you talk, for example, for the production waste of renewable energy of solar panels, this needs to be, communicated publicly. And if you already know that the solar panel will not, be used for more than 10 or 15 years, you have to find other solutions. And a lot of more, research and funding needs to go into the process of developing renewable energy technologies to make them less harmful for the environment, to reduce the carbon footprint. And I hope that, along the line, this will eventually happen, but it can only, be done by more research. And then the last point, which I think every government is faced with, how you create policies that are meaningful, but where you have a longer lifespan of 5 years. So, the short-term sacrifices versus the long-term benefits. And again, I think showing that, in the long term, there will be an economic benefit can probably create, the buy-in from the voters. As I said, so really having more studies where, for example, you say, if you invest now in a new, I think coal plants are completely out of, off the table. You wouldn't find any development partner anymore who would, invest in coal plants. Even China is not in anymore. But if you say, we are, we're spending a bit of budget now on a decentralized rural energy plant that runs on renewable, and there might be an upfront investment, but then you have the calculation ready that shows, within 5 or 10 years, the costs will be mortalized in a way, and then you can basically produce energy for free. I think really making the economic case every time, is the largest incentives for the voter population, and that of course is a challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge that every government in the world is facing. But it can only be done by making really calculations and providing evidence that it really does make sense, rather than saying the future generation will benefit, but really have the concrete numbers ready on the table.
Just a quick follow-up, Anya. you did mention the idea that solutions, should be localized. Michelle asked the question around fracking. Does that have a global impact, or, if it's the Karoo, for example, does it only affect that area, or does it have more sort of, implications that are far-reaching than just a localized space where it's happening?
I mean, that's difficult to answer also because I don't know really the concrete setting of fracking in that region. But of course, you can always say, it can have spillover effects. Fracking is considered acceptable in one region in South Africa, and then it will be considered acceptable in other regions. And that is why I'm saying, again, it's so important to look at the local circumstances and really say, these are the specific situation, and we have really looked into everything. We have looked into the entire energy mix, and we have found out that this is the most viable, way for us to address energy poverty. And it might not be. Yeah, again, I have not seen any studies. I don't know if any studies have been conducted. And if you say that it might be economically the most viable solution, but we don't want it because of the, environmental threat we are facing, then the government needs to provide an alternative. But again, I think it's very difficult to say, just because this has been approved or is, socially acceptable in one country or in one circumstances, it will then be, accepted everywhere else. Because as I said, I think fracking in US is not an issue. Society, it has the buy-in. It is done already. Nuclear power in France, no one is really questioning it. But Germany is actually. So you really have to look at, the society and see what options are available, what can be accepted from a social perspective and what cannot be accepted.
It's going to be a challenge of information and how it is that it filters down to local communities. I mean, because we're a political party, we're interested in the politics of how that can transpire. And if you mention the fact that if you want to win elections, don't mention climate change, that's concerning for us. I don't know if any one of you want to take a stab at the question that was asked by Johan. Otherwise, I do have a question for you, Riteboho, that's online. The gentleman, John Hofmeyer, says, please recap on how waste picking is associated with climate change. It may not be as obvious, but yeah, I think it's a very good question to segue from.
All right. Thank you very much for that question. I mentioned that waste is a big emitter of greenhouse gases, and it is a big polluter, air polluter, water polluter, and it affects the health and well-being of people. So that's the link to climate change. So in climate change mitigation, we need to reduce emissions. And if we pick waste, if we collect and recycle and take care of the waste problem, we take care of greenhouse gas emissions. If we clean up rivers, we take care of water pollution. We reduce the air pollution caused by the gases that are emitted by waste. If we go back to the environmental side, when we say ecosystems are protected from waste, we're dealing with climate change adaptation, because ecosystems help us attenuate floods, help us deal with floods better. So if our wetlands, for instance, are littered with waste, they won't be able to provide the ecosystem services of cleaning stormwater, of protecting and absorbing flood water. So if we don't deal with waste, for instance, waste goes into our stormwater drainage systems. If those are blocked, that means flooding becomes more exacerbated, and that's what we've been seeing in our cities. So that's the connection between waste and climate change. And perhaps it is not an obvious thing that waste has all these consequences and not dealing with it then becomes a climate change problem. Thanks.
No, thank you to John for that question. I think it does clarify because some of the things aren't as obvious as they seem. So if people, for example, my pet peeve is waste in rivers. I really get traumatized every time I see it. And so for communities in which they're happening, they may be engaging in behavior they don't fully understand the long-term ramifications of what they're doing. So that was an important question, and thank you for that that light. I'm going to park your question just for a second. We do have our expert also online, who was not able to join us here physically, Dr. Ferial Adam. It's a she, right? I'm assuming. Executive Manager at WaterCan. So she's going to give us her presentation. When she's done, we'll be back. I think we have time. We have more than enough time to come back to the Q&A. So park your question. Keep them coming. The other one is around gender equity in the energy space, particularly renewable energies. I'll park that for you, but I think it's one that we can talk on when we come back. Can we get Dr. Adam on? Welcome, Dr. Adam. Good to see you. You look well.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
We definitely can hear you. Do you have a presentation? Is there a presentation?
I do have a presentation. I just, in fact, I have a few. I had to kind of combine things quickly because there was a little bit, I didn't get the email. My emails were misbehaving. But I just want to talk about, so just show a few slides on the one. I need to just see if you can see me. Do I need to share, right?
Does she need permissions, or is she good to go?
Yeah, the host has. Okay, I think I can.
Okay, well, welcome. You will be happy to know that you are joining an esteemed panel of an all-female panel, including the facilitator, who's also female. So that's fantastic. Welcome. Welcome. Sorry,
Thank
Johan.
you.
I recognize you. Thank you, Dr. Adam. Please go ahead.
So thank you for the invite and for being part of this panel. I think that it's really important discussion for us to be having in terms of climate change and the links to both to food, water, energy, all of it. So I really appreciate being invited. What I want to do is I have a split presentation. The first part, I just want to talk about, I kind of heard the tail end of the question in terms of waste and climate change. I just want to talk about some of the statistics around climate change and how that's going to affect our water resources, if I may. So I'm just going to share this quickly, and please let me know if you can see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. So I think that, the climate shocks and the impacts of climate change is not a long-term one. There's short-term impacts and there's also long-term kind of impacts. And the short-term ones are the ones that we are quite concerned about because it's happening more frequently. And if we look at the fact that we're going into another El Nino just after recovering, someone asked me, it was a Mail and Guardian journalist asked me, so what's the issue if we're going into another El Nino? The reality is that our systems have not recovered from the previous El Nino, and then we go into another one. And if you consistently have these El Ninos one after the other, you basically can lead to desertification, which is what we're seeing in Kenya, in parts of Kenya. So in terms of water specifically, by 2050, 50 to 100 million people in Southern Africa may experience water shortages. So that's something that is a concern. And we know the reasons. It's climate change. It's pollution. You've mentioned the issues of stormwater drainage and the fact that people dump there, and things like construction companies. They build houses, they do whatever, and then I've seen them. They just dump the rubble into the stormwater drains as if that's going to take care of it. The poor infrastructure, we've seen that around the country. We see it. If you're in Johannesburg, you know very well how the poor infrastructure is impacting on our lives. And then, of course, the increased risk of droughts and floods, which in places we never had before. So if you look at, tropical cyclones used to hit Mozambique and stop there. It's now coming further inland, and it's affecting us as South Africa as well. And that is why that's something we need to look at. And you take all of that and you look at some of the issues we're dealing with regards to water injustice. And I'm just giving a global picture, but I will come back into South Africa. So at least 2 billion people use a drinking water source contaminated with feces. And at least 829,000 people are estimated to die each year from diarrhea and unsafe drinking water, sanitation, and hand hygiene. And this is becoming, before we look at this and say, oh, but that's happening there. But we need to know that this is happening in South Africa as well. These are pictures that I've taken on issues in South Africa that we need to be aware of in terms of water. On the one side is the open manhole, the sewer, and that was flowing, I promise you, it was flowing for about a year before anything happened. The middle one is when acid mine drainage comes to the fore, it crystallizes. And then the third one is because of all the pollution that's Hartbeespoort Dam, you're going to have algal blooms, and you're going to have hyacinth, and you're going to have depletion of oxygen in those waters. So that's the kind of thing that we can experience. We kind of know the issues around water. We know that we don't have enough water to meet supply by 2025. And it's not that we won't have water. If you look at it, it's that if we have a bucket of water, 90% of that water has been allocated to agriculture, to mining, to industry, to residential areas. And we have very little to play with. So if you have climate change, El Nino on top of that, you decrease that amount of water. So you don't have water for new developments, new small businesses, new housing developments that are coming up. So that's what we mean when we say by 2025. And you saw the reports that came out recently by the Department of Water and Sanitation. 40 to 50% of our clean water is being lost. In this day and age, we should not be flushing clean water down the toilet. Our river ecosystems are not in a healthy state. And I think this says 60% are threatened. I think in light of the sewage kind of pollution across the country, this might be more. And also 52% of our drinking water supply systems range from medium to critical risk. So that is the first part I actually just wanted to mention in terms of what's happening in South Africa, what's happening globally. I want to just introduce you quickly, if I may, to WaterCan. So can you still see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I think more and more we're finding people a bit concerned about the quality of the drinking water that's coming out of their taps, right? We're seeing that, we're hearing it. Some people don't even have water coming out of the taps. It's the challenge. And we know that for drinking water, there's 1,500 or so water supply systems. There's 16,000 monitoring sites. So theoretically, we should have 41.5 million almost results to tell us whether our water is clean or not. The reality is it's not happening. The testing is not being done as frequently as it should be. And the same with our sewage effluent. So where are these results? How do we get these results to at least don't wait for a Hammanskraal to happen before we all jump in? And I can point you to many places around the country which are facing the same challenges as Hammanskraal. Hammanskraal is literally a starting point of the kind of water issues we're going to be facing. So our vision as WaterCan, and thank you for allowing us 2 minutes, I may have taken more than that, is to look at ways to secure our water resources for the future, looking at climate change, corruption, government mismanagement, and inequality. All of those are very key to our vision of water. And how we're doing that is by building a network of citizen science activists to become water guardians and water warriors. We'd love for people like yourselves to join us, to have run your own campaigns, to test water. And we've worked, I've given you an idea of the state of water resources. You have had look at the blue drop 2022, the green drop 2022. I mean, if you think about the statistic from the Mail and Guardian, that 50,000 liters of sewage flows into our rivers every second. That's very scary. Talking about having our river ecosystems being affected, we cannot, how do we get back from that? So we have severe health issues and severe pollution in our systems, and we know what's causing it, but I want to go to how we're doing it. And we're building a network of citizen science activists to test water. So we've worked with the laboratory, and we've got this testing kit that allows you to test for drinking water quality. So you test your phosphates, nitrates, nitrites, pH, alkalinity, but we also have a test in there that looks at your total coliform. Now, your total coliform is total bacteria from animals, plants, and humans. And then we've got one that specifically looks at E. coli. And these are really effective. We've been using it. You can check us out on Map My Water on the number of people that have tested. And so we're trying to raise people's participation to ensure and monitor clean and safe water. It's hard because there's so much of it is polluted. So yeah, I mean, we're testing water. We're building a water quality map, and you can have a look at that. We're looking at citizens' water resource data, and then we're holding authorities to account. We're not playing around. We're basically asking for people to be arrested or fired if they're not doing their jobs. That's basically, if they were a private company and they polluted as much as we're seeing the pollution, they would be fired. So that's what we want to see as well. This is our testing kit. It's very simple. It comes in a little cooler bag. You have, things we have a video that can show you how to use it. We want to train people. We want people to test water. We're happy to run these trains for ActionSA if you do want to do that. If you have people around the country. We're still struggling to get people around the country to do these tests. And if you have in each of the municipalities someone that's going to be responsible for testing water at least once a month, can you imagine the data we will have on that? So that's something that we're looking to build, and is probably why I was asked to join in terms of WaterCan. I need to add that WaterCan, which is the Community Action Network, is an initiative of the organization Undoing Tax Abuse. So while we're doing something on the science side of things, we're also doing things that are quite hard-hitting. We've developed a 12 steps of activism that we use. So you can test your water, and it might be good, that's great. But if it's not good, how do we work with people to actually start challenging from the ground? Whether it's writing to local councillors, whether it's writing to municipalities, who are the kind of water guardians amongst our politicians that we can turn to say, can you assist in terms of what's happening? So that was my quick presentation. I'm sorry if I'm happy to answer questions. It was a little bit, rushed, and I'm sorry about, I know you all have a lot that you need to discuss. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Adam. Did you send me the other ones on my email? Yes. Oh, okay. Hasn't come through. Can you help me then with the other ones?
Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah.
If I can direct a question to Dr. Adam, because I know she's only she's got a bit of a time constraint. Can you just speak a little bit more broadly about the impact of corruption and issues like state capture on South Africa and I guess the world's fight against climate change and environmental protection? Because I'm sure those things are interrelated. I think we see with the Hammanskraal issue that irregular tenders and irregular procurement practices have led to the derogation of certain duties. So if you could please just touch on that and just give us some views on the extent that corruption has an impact, and whether that's something that we really need to be worrying about, and what we can do to address that. Thanks.
Completely. It's a big challenge. In fact, I did an interview yesterday and they were talking about the impacts of load shedding on water supply. And they were saying, is that the biggest challenge we have? And I said, no, actually, it's not the biggest challenge we have. The biggest challenge we have is the fact that there's mismanagement. So we're trying to unpack some of the City of Joburg budgets, because they would have budgeted for something last year or the year before, and we have not seen anything happening, but the money is gone. So definitely corruption, mismanagement are paralyzing our water system. And if we can deal with that from one municipality at a time, I actually think that we can fix the issues that we have, because sometimes it's overwhelming to look at the country as a whole and look at how much of our wastewater treatment works and our water treatment plants are falling apart. But I think we need to do it one municipality at a time, because the challenges are dire, and it is even now, where you think that state capture is gone, every time a municipality sends out a tender, there are issues with those tenders in terms of how they awarded. It's still happening. I heard of something happening around Hammanskraal quite recently, and I will be sharing that shortly with some people, but it's concerning. It's, the president went to Hammanskraal and said in 6 months you will have drinking water, but the systems that they're putting in place doesn't make sense. So you have to kind of understand, is this just a lack of skills or lack of planning, or is it mismanagement and corruption? Because corruption is so pervasive, we tend to go firstly to that it is corruption, and then from there work out whether it is a lack of skills. So it is creating a lot of challenges in how we fix issues as well.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Dr. Adam. I'm just so delighted by the work that delighted by the work that you're doing, and particularly around government mismanagement and inequality. While you speak, it makes me think of the communities that I've visited, particularly in the Western Cape, but I know that this is obviously around South Africa, where you have communities who don't have access to basic sanitation and are forced to use buckets or plastic bags. And then when one asks them, what do you do with what's in the buckets and the plastic bags, then they say, well, obviously we throw it into that drain over there, being the stormwater drain, or into that sluit over there, which is the little river. So when we look at the pollution of our water systems, it's not a surprise when you look at how little attention government is giving to poor communities and access to basic sanitation. But what I wanted to ask you is the current solution to lack of sanitation in areas is the provision of VIP toilets, chemical toilets. And what I'm seeing is that communities don't want them. In fact, we had a situation where we assisted communities to get access to VIP toilets, and the community threatened to burn them because they said that, that it's not a solution, that they're not clean, they're not safe. And absolutely, I agree with them. I mean, if you go into an informal settlement and you have to use a chemical toilet, it's really not something that you want to do. So if that's not the solution, then my question to you is, what are the solutions? And how can we deal with this issue of access to basic sanitation, which has such an impact on the dignity of people and also on our river and water systems? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a good one. It's a challenging one. But I think that I want to just relate the story of the solar water heater geysers that was being rolled out, 2008, 2010, around about there. The challenge is that some of the technology and the chemical toilets, I don't think that they're great, but you do have toilets that have less water use toilets, and they can be used. The challenge, though, is there isn't adequate maintenance of these toilets. There isn't adequate upkeep of these toilets. So, of course, after 6 months of 10,000 people using that toilet, it is going to be a problem. And that's what government needs to know, that you can't just put up these latrines and then think that now you've done your job. Who's cleaning it out? Who's monitoring it? All of that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there's a tendency for us to use certain technology on the poor. Now, while that technology might be great for the country as a whole, so having reducing water toilets, reducing toilets that use more water, dry toilets basically, and having a less water used flushing down the toilet. Why are we not doing that for middle class new developments? You can do it. You can have those kind of new technologies in new developments, but we won't do that. We don't do that to middle class communities. So of course, the people in informal settlements or formal settlements or the poor are going to say, why must we always get this technology that doesn't really work? The same thing happened with solar water heater geysers. What did they do? They rolled it out. They had this massive amount of money to roll it out. Some of it, of course, was ridiculously rolled out with the solar water geysers facing the wrong direction. So you can see that, someone obviously dodgy tenders there. But poor people were saying, why do we have to get this? I want a geyser that works. And even with solar energy, it's all technology that makes sense, that should work for everyone. But for as long as we have a government that's not dealing with service delivery at the poorest of the poor, you're going to have pushback. And for as long as we think that some of these technologies must only be for the poor, then yes, people will burn it. So that's the challenge, is how do we make it so that it does not become a stigma attached to the technology. That is something that we need to think about.
No, great. I'm gonna take you, Diteboho, and then I'm going to take your question thereafter. Please go ahead. Do you have another one, Michelle? No. Follow up? Okay, no, we've got a mic there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Adam. Perhaps the other thing linking to what Johan asked and how you responded, the other issue that we see is that because municipalities rely so much on the income or the revenue that they receive from selling water and selling electricity to residents, there are perverse incentives for that to then be the biggest source of revenue. Whereas we're promoting sustainability, we're promoting resource efficiency, municipalities rely on that income to then subsidize low-income or indigent communities. So perhaps we also need to look at the funding models and the funding mechanisms that are in place from national to local government. How do we then decouple resource use from the revenue that cities so heavily rely on? And we've seen in the last couple of years with COVID and the economic stagnation that revenue is also diminishing because households that normally are able to pay for those services are no longer doing so. And a lot of residents who are able to are moving off-grid. So the revenue that cities used to get from selling water and electricity are diminishing, but the funding model remains the same. And so I guess not to justify that technologies that would save water and electricity for communities that are unable to pay the rates are acceptable. It's maybe these trade-offs that municipalities have to make. And also bearing in mind that the allocation from the Division of Revenue Act comes down at a smaller percentage to local authorities because they're expected to generate their own revenue, while province is given a bigger share, but they don't necessarily do that much in terms of service delivery and all of that. So I think we need to look at these issues from different sides and understand the complexity sometimes of how decisions are made at municipal level and what then would need to be the negotiations that happen from between the different spheres of government. So should provinces perhaps get less funding, especially in terms of how the trajectory of the economy is going, and the challenges that municipalities are faced with increasingly, climate change impacts, service delivery issues, rapidly growing populations. They can hardly keep pace, and we see the increase with informal settlements. South Africa is one of the rapidly urbanizing countries on the continent, and the continent in general is rapidly urbanizing. So we're at around 62% urbanization in South Africa, and that's going to increase in the next 10 years, even more. So how do we then change how municipalities are run, how the framework of local government is established? Maybe there needs to be that negotiation as well. Thanks.
No, I thank you. I think, I mean, there wasn't a direct question, but I just want to add to what you're saying is that, yes, there's a funding issue, but how much of that, has anyone actually looked at how much of the funding is mismanaged or spent on the wrong things? And if we had better checks and balances in place, would then we be able to, the funding we have, be able to do things that we need to do? And yes, I agree with you that we need to, that there are poorer communities that need stuff, and we need to address those issues. But I think that what I was responding to was that the technology then that we use to do that, there has to be better communication. There has to be an understanding that these technologies are in place, you know, for a reason. We're trying to reduce, but then it must also be the same kind of things that's happening on the other side of the railway track, if I can use the term, because we need to charge people for what they use. People with mansions and swimming pools and 4 bathrooms, they're not paying the same kind of rate that a poor person, you know, well, they're paying the same kind of rate that a poorer person would pay for water, and that's unequal. So why not have a system where you have a stepped tariff, and the more you use, the more you pay? The reality is that industry and agriculture and mining, while they're important, they also need to pay for the amount of water that they're using, so that we can use that to then cross-subsidize. It shouldn't only be a part cross-subsidization, and then you give people technology that doesn't fit the system or the society within which they live. So I think those are really, really important. And yes, I agree with you. I think that there must be a shake-up on how municipalities work. We're looking at that as OUTA as well, in terms of how do we get civil society to be more involved. We know the IDP process is there. We know it's, they advertise, but people don't get involved. How do we change that? So those are kind of things we're all grappling with.
Thank you. Anya, did you have a question? You have a mic over there. Who's your question going to be directed to?
Anya.
To Anya. Okay, so perhaps ask the question so that when Anya begins to speak, she can make her remark and then perhaps dovetail to your question as well. Please tell us who you are and who you represent.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. I am Busisiwe Sibizo, a Master's in Politics candidate at the University of Johannesburg and a CAS scholar. So my question was going to be directed to Letebu, which was going to be, is it possible to formalize waste picking? But then Anna kind of like partly answered it. So my question is, as Anya said, waste pickers don't want to be formalized. So my question is, do waste pickers know their importance and do they understand it as they don't want to be formalized? Or do they fear that if they are formalized, their main source of income will be taken away due to the requirements that will be present to them to be a waste picker? Because if they're formalized, there'll be more accountability and waste picking will be more effective. And if they are not, if they do not know their importance and understand their importance, how do we then educate them on their importance and make them understand so that they can agree on being more formalized? Thank you.
Thank you. So basically, just to be very clear on that, my comment was not that in general waste pickers don't want to be formalized, but when we discussed this issue with the 54 states, some states actually raised the concern that in their country, waste pickers might prefer to be not formalized, because as the current situation is, there's no incentive to make that as a formalized job. And that is, and I don't know how the situation in South Africa is, but what I'm saying is, if you speak about the idea or the opportunities to formalize waste pickers, exactly addressing what you just said, are they aware of their value, how they contribute to the communities, their positive impacts and all, and the economic revenues, that is something that the government needs to take into consideration. You cannot automatically assume that everyone will be happy to be offered a formal job as a waste picker if at the end of the day they don't make profit from it. And that formalized job creates more profit is then something that the government needs to take care of. So on the issue of water and electricity, and that might not become as a surprise, because Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is of course very strongly advocating for social economy, for social market economy. I think one also has to really seriously ask the question of privatization of the water and energy sector. And by that I don't mean liberalize the market and have 100% competition. Of course, there needs to be a framework. It needs to be assured that no one has a disadvantage, if some basic needs are privatized. And I know that is a very critical topic in a lot of countries. But if you look into studies, and I'm not so familiar with the water sector, but I would assume it also holds true for the energy sector, in countries where you have 100% state-owned energy capacities, basically a lot of the revenues that is still coming is taking out, because it's one of the few remaining sources where actually government can take some money from. So any profit that you may make, and water, everyone needs water, everyone needs energy. So people will accept whatever lousy service they get. But then the money is not reinvested. It's just taken out. Other things are bought with it. There's the issue of mismanagement, corruption. But if you think where it is possible to have a competition, that would then urge the provider to create a better service. I live in Nairobi. I do have the option between the Nairobi Water and the private association, and I do pay more for the private association, and that is of course the social context is always vital, but it does provide a better service. So I do have an option, yeah. And again, if you say we need to address the issue of privatization, there needs to be a framework. It needs to be, of course, assured that all areas are served, that no one is left behind. But I do think at some level you can have also, or you could just think about, wouldn't it be probably incentivize to provide better service if people have more than one option? Because in that moment, I understand that in very many countries in Africa and probably also in Sub-Saharan Africa, there is only one option. And as much as we would like to, have a strong civil society that holds municipalities into account, at the end of the day, one can only say, well, whatever lousy service I provide, people will eventually pay for it because there's no alternative. So I think this is also something that one needs to consider and think. And then at the end of the day, if you come to the conclusion that it's just not feasible, then let it be. But I also have the impression sometimes when we talk about privatization is regarded as really the evil that will make everything just worse. And you need to have some evidence and some science, and at least look into it and think, could it be a viable option or not? But it might be, the solution to improve services when it comes to energy and water in some cases.
Great, thank you. There are follow-up questions. There are a lot of questions I just want to tell you online. So,
sorry, can I just jump in on that? Because I think she's raised really important issues around privatization. Mm-hmm. And I think that that seems to be, so when systems fail and when local governments are going in the directions as we're going right now, is that everyone thinks that privatization should be the solution. And quite frankly, if we look around the world, that actually there's a remunicipalization of water. So people are moving away from privatization of water because it hasn't worked. And if we look at the UK, which had privatized, well, still has privatized water, they're facing the same issues of pollution and not being able to drink the tap water. I think we have great policies, we have good systems, we just need to work with that, and actually it's proven great until we had corruption. And corruption will be there whether there's private or not. So we need to get rid of that and have a system that works. I think that privatization for us is actually the wrong way to go, because it's not going to take us out of the mess we're in right now.
You raise, Dr. Adam, you raise a thought that I've had as we've been proceeding with the discussion. Best practice. I mean, you've just shared now the UK experience, etc. Who's doing well in this space? Because every time you hear climate change, environmental management, there's just a hell hearing. Everybody gets freaked out. Who's winning? Who's winning this war in the world? Just checking. Anyone can answer. Who's winning? Who's winning? Who's winning the environmental war? Who's winning? Who's doing well? That you can always learn. We don't have to start from scratch. We don't have the luxury. We've got pressing issues, particularly on the continent, but South Africa more specifically. If you can just take us there, if there's anyone who's doing well with regards to climate and environmental management.
To climate and environmental management. Look, I think that in the last few years, to be honest, with Trump, when he was president, he affected the compass. And with the US pulling out of quite a bit of the climate negotiations and climate agreements, it did impact globally. But I think we're now back on track. And I think there are examples of countries doing well in terms of environment and monitoring of the environment and climate change. So there are many. I mean, there are places in South America that recognizes nature as important, and how it's entrenched in the systems that they're working in. So there are those. There's also France, which has done really well in terms of remunicipalization of water and access to water. They have water fountains all over the place, and it's a successful system. But I'm not saying that you look at France, obviously the geography of South Africa is different, the geography within Africa is different, but there are ways that it can work in terms of the systems that they put in place. And so that's something we need to look at, is that how do we change our systems to make sure that we move away as local government from pomp and ceremony to actually just getting things done. The fact, so we need to change that mindset. And for me, it is being done in many countries. There's many places where the environment and climate change are front and center of everything that they do. Urban planning, you look at climate change and climate impacts. We're not doing that. Why are we not doing that? It's a simple thing that we can do. So I think that that's something that we need to look at. And there are countries that, I think is it Indonesia? I forget right now, that also moved away from privatization of water and looking at better systems that can be in place where people can get water. And, privatization doesn't mean that your poorest of your poor, which is what we have in South Africa, will get proper access to water.
I'm going to allow my colleague Andre just to share some few insights. But I just wanted to check, Dr. Adam, how much time do we have with you still?
I should be in another meeting as we speak, so I don't have much more time.
All right, so that's great. Thank you very much.
5 minutes or so, but if you need me for 5 minutes, I can, or if you can wrap up, I'm happy to speak.
Great. Does anyone have anything to say to Dr. Adam, or can we release her? I think we're sufficiently capacitated here. What do you think? Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Adam. We really appreciate it. We thank technology for allowing us to be able to interface with you as remotely as where you are. So thank you very much. We appreciate your inputs, and I'm sure that the audience who are with us online also appreciate it the same. You've shared some great insights. I believe you're not a fan of local government, but I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're not a fan of the current...
Yes, I think local government can work really well if we have a democracy that works. And right now, we have to change that. We have to make it work. So I'm not against local government.
Well, I guess that's what all of this effort is about, right? A democracy that works and works for the majority of its citizens. So thank you very much for your inputs. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Andre Kutsia from ActionSA. It's unfortunate that Dr. Adams had to drop off, because I actually want to echo her sentiments. I worked in the city of Joburg in the office of the mayor from 2016 to 2019, specifically focused on the city's budget. And what was interesting at the time, the city's budget was about 60 billion rand odd per year. And that was the operational budget, and then 8 billion rand in capital expenditure per year. But the city's infrastructure backlog at that time was 170 billion in terms of estimated, well, including what needs to be fixed today, but also what needs to be done to ensure that there is long-term growth. And one of the challenges we had is, obviously, if you've got 8 billion rand and you've got 170 billion rand backlog, how do you prioritize that as a city? And the one example that has stood out today is from the water perspective. Because at the time, Joburg, what are they called? Joburg Water. Their non-revenue water was about 40%. And water was actually a loss-making entity for the city. Sewage it was making a small profit on, but in terms of water, it cost the city more to get water to people than what they were paying for it. And a large part of that was because of historic underinvestment into just maintenance of the water network. So at the time, the city of that 8 billion rand was spending roughly 900 million on just replacing water pipes, and included in that was upgrading sewage networks, which wasn't even necessarily new bulk infrastructure, but actually just maintaining what was left behind. And over the process of 3 years, we sort of managed to ramp that up to about 1.2 billion rand a year. And only after 3 years of, well, about 30 to 40% more expenditure, we started to see not even really an improvement, but just a sort of stabilization on the number of leaks and bursts per year. So to tie this all in, and the reason why I wanted to make this point, in the background, we've been running a poll on ActionSA's Twitter account about whether climate change matters. It's got 3 minutes left, but I think the results haven't really changed much. I mean, I'll be the first one to say that this is not a scientific sample. This is just social media. But we posed the question, does climate change matter? And we gave them 3 options. Yes, it's an existential threat. Maybe, but there are bigger problems that we have to deal with, and no, it's not important. Interesting, the results are very, very evenly split. So those who believe it's an existential threat came in at 34%. Bigger problems came in at 27%, and those that think it's not important is 38%. But I think this is the challenge that we face as ActionSA as a party and as a political party, and also in the context of government, is because the link between something like investment into infrastructure as a city and how that relates to service delivery is not always clear of how that is actually part of the environmental problem. So we talk about 40% non-revenue water, and we complain about service outages, but that is equally an environmental issue as it's a climate issue. So I think what is important from ActionSA and the policy perspective when we are in the midst of our policy process is to try and see these issues as part of a bigger picture. So climate and the environment must feature in the broader conversation about the professionalization of the public service and how we make the determination of resource allocation. Because I think a lot of people in South Africa and generally in countries that are less affluent, sort of see climate and environment as a trade-off with economic growth. So you have to do one or the other. But I think what we have learned is that actually it doesn't have to be a trade-off, but it's important that we make the right choices. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to give it to Michelle, but I do have a whole lot of questions I want to answer. And I think the question on the poll, Andre, perhaps sometimes people think of it too simplistically. I think it is important. I think they are thinking that it's important if it were to be tied into all other planning. And I think that's the caveat we should not miss. I didn't want that to just fall off the tracks. But that's what I read into that comment. Michelle?
Thanks, LaRoja. I think just to tie in with what Andreas said and what Dr. Adams said earlier is also the link when you're talking about environmental issues to also talk about the issue of corruption, because the two are completely related. And our earlier discussion around fracking and what needs to be done before you could do something like that, you have to ensure that you have a country where corruption and mismanagement are not the order of the day. Because if you got something like that wrong, it would have really dire consequences. So I think in the context of South Africa, you've got to talk about all these issues together with things like corruption, government mismanagement, so on. Thanks.
I mean, I would also echo that we should not forget about private sector corruption too, right? Because oftentimes we focus only on public sector corruption, and where there is corruption, there's a corruptor and a corruptee. And so it's important for us to remember that, because oftentimes in South Africa, we get very bogged down just with public sector corruption. And we understand why. It's public funds, it's our funds, it's taxes, etc. But I don't think we should not, we'll be remiss if we forget about private sector corruption. Deborah, I'm going to give it to you, but I do want to give our online questions a chance. I think they probably are sitting and stressing out. And as much as you think you have enough time, then you realize you actually don't in the end. So I'll give it to you, and then I'm going to come back to the room, but I do want to give our online viewers, a bit of their bite at the questions they've asked. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll just be brief. I think the challenge that our political parties have, especially now as we're going to election season, is voter education. I remember way back when there used to be Soul City and all these programs. I remember Joe Mafela as a key actor and role player excuse me, in voter education. And I think that has lagged over the number of years. And we have an electorate that's very apathetic to what's happening in the country, and people that have short-termism, like Anya was saying, and have sort of been numbed to the impacts of corruption on their lives. And so I think that needs to be resuscitated. And I think it's one of the key things that if I were to advise political parties, excuse me for that, I'm not in a position to do so, but I think voter education is quite important, and linking all of these issues that have been raised today to people's daily lives. How does this affect your lack of services? How does this affect your living conditions? And I think that's key. Thank you.
Look, I want to echo that, and it's a question we grapple with oftentimes, and also in political parties. But you have to ask the question: if we all know it is so important, why is it not happening, and who should be tasked with doing that? Because we're so polarized, also politically as a country, it's difficult. If you try to do it as ActionSA, then you are, drinking your own juice and trying to punt that. And I think it's important for South Africans to think about actually whose domain is voter education. Because if it's done by political parties, in my view, you're not always going to get access to the broader context of society, because it'll always be localized within the political parties. But I definitely do agree with you. Citizens activation and citizens education with regards to voter education, that's very critical. But let me go to online questions. And Andre, I will not ask this one because you kind of did it with the poll. But the question was, how do we address the perception that climate change is a future problem in the context of a 5-year political cycle? And I think that's a question that Johan was kind of trying to allude to. We didn't really answer it, but I think we need to come back to it in some way. I'm going to give that one to you, Michelle, seeing that you are potentially a premier of the Western Cape in the not so distant future. So I'm going to give it to you. If this was a town hall and this question was asked to you, I would send that through to you. And I'm going to give this one to Anya. This is a just energy transition question. What is the real cost of coal workers, and how do we best plan to adapt for it? Is the question asked here. Yeah, the cost of coal workers, the real cost for coal workers. And I'm not sure if this is an employment question tied in with loss of employment or opportunity for employment. And I'm also going to dovetail that with whether or not renewable energies, offers, or that renewable energy space offers better opportunities for women. And if that's the case, why is that the case? Because there is a study that alludes to that. And then... Let me see. Can I just elaborate on that coal question so Anya understands? Cost of transition. Yeah, just to elaborate, because I added that question from online, but obviously the South African government has frequently made the argument that we can't just abandon coal given the role that it plays in our economy. And the question is that really a concern? And maybe this is not something you have the economic figures on, but how do we balance that transition against job losses and whether that is offset in other job losses in the renewable space? Fantastic, that's what I understood. The last one for now in this round. In terms of South Africa's climate change approach, and I'm going to give this to you, Diteboho, if that's possible, can you please differentiate between emissions reduction versus carbon capture and removal, and how does that look practically? Shall I repeat it? Is that okay? Okay, fantastic. Michelle, take it away.
Thanks, Lerato. It's a difficult question to answer as a politician, because I think that the answer is that politicians should be more honest about what they stand for. I think the days of playing politics must be over, surely, where we worried about the election cycle and what we're selling rather than worrying about what our actual issues are and what our actual beliefs are. So I think if as a political party we are concerned about the environment, if we know that this is an issue, we know that it's a long-term problem, let's not look at it in terms of what will get us votes. Let us look at it in terms of what do we believe, what do we honestly believe, and to tell people that that is what our position is, to not be playing politics with people anymore. I think people are tired of that. And to also then, we've spoken about how it's not an issue that is in the distant future in people's lives. Climate change and the environmental issues are things that are affecting people now. And it's up to political parties like us to talk to people about how the things are related and to package it in such a way that people do understand the relationship. And I don't think that, we've got a poll where 30% of people are saying it's not an important issue, but 30% are saying yes, it really is. And other people are saying, so you've actually got 60% saying that this is an important issue. There are some issues that may be more important, is the 30% answer, but actually 60% are saying that this is an important issue. And I think as a political party, as ActionSA, that is something that we must take up. It's important to us, it's important to voters. I don't think it's an issue around a five-year problem. I think that it is something that people see as a very real concern for their lives right now. Thanks.
Fantastic. And voters as citizens in this case, right? Because it affects everybody, not just voters. And so that's an important point. Anya, Do you want to go next? There's a mic right there in front of you.
Yes, and just to add on that, and I mean the 34% that said it's not an important issue, ask what are the important issues, and then draw the connection line to climate change. Yeah, and that probably to the coal. I mean, I think on a global level, especially after what happened last year, the Russian war on Ukraine, we see that probably the shift to renewable energies away from coal is slower than anticipated. And there was probably also, I would say a wrong narrative that at some points from my perspective, coming from the industrialized countries, was also polemic. I mean, telling someone in DRC where you don't have electricity, then just wait for another 5 years when renewable electricity is available versus I can have coal-based fossil fuel electricity right now is wrong. So you have to find this pragmatic way in the middle and saying we recognize there is a huge need for access to energy and electricity, and in the best case, it should be reliable, it needs to be affordable, and it needs to be clean. But this is like the gold standard. And if in this point in time only 2 of the options are available, then let it be. Yeah, but the shift is unavoidable. If you look at the US, the Inflation Reduction Act, if you look at China, who is of course the global polluter, or the most polluting country in this moment, but it's also the country that invests most in renewable energy. I mean, the access or the plus of renewable energy that's coming from China is incredible. So you can like it or not, but that is the direction, and it will not change. It will not change. It might be slower. Every country needs to find a path, but saying, we just stick with what we are new, what we have known the past 20, 30 years is just not going to be enough. And it will create sooner or later a disadvantage for the economy. And that is exactly the discussion we're having in Germany right now, that, for a very long time, we thought, on the technologies, we are the global leaders and no one will take that position from us. Well, other countries are taking it now because industry and private sector have relied for too long on what they're used to and thought is something I deal with later. But this later is, becoming now. And if you say, okay, we're going to stick to coal, we don't have any alternatives in this moment, you're just postponing the problem of job losses for another 5 to 10 years, but it's going to come, yeah? And in that term, I mean, the cost of transition for coal workers, is it too high? Yes, I would say it's too high to find a new job tomorrow, but, there needs to be a midterm to long-term strategy. And it's gradually, it's a shift. Everyone needs to be on board, there needs to be participation, but it's unavoidable. Yeah, you can look at international statistic, it is unavoidable. And that should really be clearly the message, always taking into mind what I said, this pragmatic solutions. How can we shift out gradually and not from one day to the other? And I think that also includes a very honest discussion. Not every person that works in a coal mine can become an officer or an engineer in renewable energy. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's just also because normally, if you look at renewable energy plants, they need much less manpower than coal workers, and that is also something that you need to be very realistic about and very honest. But I think one of the opportunities that has not been exploited enough is this issue of local content. Yeah, it's not only the renewable energy plant that you can create a whole industry about it, and how can people find jobs around in the industry, yeah, and transition really in a just way. And yes, that requires money. And then coming back to my slide, and this is what, international just energy transition partnerships should all be about. If you want us to phase out coal and we cannot do it with our own economic means, give us the money. And don't give us concessions, don't give us loans. We really need grants that can help. And then obviously you need to have the government structures in place that really assure that the money is going where it's supposed to be. The issue of corruption was addressed already a couple of times. So this also needs to be taken into consideration. And there's one point that I think is very, very important when we talk about climate change and that I have not addressed before. Climate change cannot be an excuse for everything. And I think one really needs to differentiate between climate change and the impacts that we're seeing of climate change and failure of government for inaction. And this is unfortunately what we see a lot on the African continent. You know, be it extreme weather events, people losing their lives, access to very scarce resources such as water as climate change. It's not true. There is always space for government to act. And, you know, and by providing the right legislation, by providing the right policies, issues can be addressed. Climate change does play an important role, but you cannot sit back and say it's climate change, nothing we can do. And if we go back to the water crisis, is water scarcity. Without mentioning that probably 30% of the water is lost due to bad infrastructure. So, and that needs to be differentiated because you don't do climate change or the issue of climate change a favor if you just use that as a blame for everything else. And that needs to be differentiated. And then obviously it's also the job of the opposition, of civil society to really say, okay, we have this issue here, but where are the early warning systems? How is it possible that we still have landslides that are costing people's life? We have had this issue for years now. Why is it not possible to put an early warning system into place? And I think that is a really crucial point that I think is really, really important. And another point on the issue of water and electricity, and I acknowledge there are different views on privatization, and it might not be the right solution for South Africa, and I don't want to implement that it's the silver bullet that will resolve everything. But in this moment, there's also, I think, the awareness or the perception in some countries, probably also in South Africa, that electricity and water is a service that needs to be provided by the government, and people are not really able to pay anything for that, even not a small amount, because the system is so unreliable, the service provision is poor. So they say, why should we pay in the first place? It's something that the government should provide to us. Yeah. And you can see that in a lot of, manifestos of political parties, not necessarily in South Africa, but people standing there and say, if you vote for me, I will provide free water. Yeah. I will provide free electricity to the poor communities. But that, triggers the perception that is something that the government needs to provide without me paying for it. And that perception also needs to change. It needs to be, of course, affrontable costs. And I know that the margin, again, for poor communities is very, very low. But people need to understand that it is actually a service that they need to pay for and that they need to treat it, as something that cannot be taken for granted. And I'm always surprised, in African countries. For example, in this hotel, you will not find a European hotel where you get electricity in your room if you don't enter the key card. Here, I don't need the key card to access to electricity. So in theory, while we speak now, my room could be full of lights. Yeah, I can have the AC on, and it's just, it's included. Yeah, I don't care. I don't pay for the electricity. And that is something that needs to change. People really need to understand why, is something that cannot be taken for free, even if they don't have to pay directly for it. You go to government, houses and buildings everywhere across the continent, there's no isolation, the windows are open, the AC is running. People don't have this perception that is actually something that is a service, and that really is an issue. Or you have running water taps in public buildings. No one addresses that. Yeah, and this is something really that triggers into the aspect of education, giving it a value. But it's also a bit a hen and egg situation. Government is providing poor services, and then you have this perception: if it's already such a poor service, why should I pay for it in the first place?
Yeah, it's a multi-edged sword, right? There's a lot to be done. You can argue that there's a case to be made for the cost of politics on sustainable livelihoods, and the fact that you actually need a caring government that does think about these things, right? And also the value chain of all of the things you have mentioned. And so, if you think about it, and I mean, I always think about the issue of informal settlements as, you know, how are we going to actually, that transition, you know, if people have been waiting 10 years, over 10 years for services, this transition, you're asking them, you know, the impatience of another 5, 10 years until we resolve the problem. I think we are sitting on a serious time bomb. Ditebo, you had your questions, and then I'm going to ask this last round of questions. I'll come back to the room, and then I think we are in good time to close. I think we have really done very well in terms of touching on all the points in this discussion. Ditebo?
Thank you, Lerato. I'm going to ask Anya to help because I'm not an energy specialist, but I'll attempt to answer that and ask Anya to input. So emissions reduction versus carbon capture and removal or storage. On the emissions reduction side, I think it's putting in place efficiency measures, for instance, in production processes, or measures that reduce the amount of emissions that go out into the air. For instance, if you look at the transport sector, reducing emissions through alternative fuels, through increasing public transport so people don't use individual cars. And if we look at our spatial planning configuration, making spatial integration a key component of addressing emissions by reducing the amount of time that people spend on the roads, etc. And then on the carbon capture side, I think it's looking at manufacturing processes. For instance, I think steel manufacturing, where putting in efficiency measures to reduce the carbon emissions doesn't go far enough. And so the emissions or carbon that's emitted from those processes then gets captured and stored, usually underground. So it's sort of like returning the carbon into the earth. Yes, if you want to add more to that.
Yeah, so carbon capture, an expert on the issue, is basically you extract the emissions from the air and you store them underground. Yeah, and that obviously you know, makes sense. Sorry.
What impact does that have? Does it have a positive impact, negative impact? I mean, to capture the carbon and put it back in the ground.
I mean, so you would reduce, of course, the carbon emissions from the air if you put them underground. But again, this is a very novel technology. You also don't know if that would be sustainable in the long term or if there would be a limit to it. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're basically pumping up the air. There are also technologies where you compress carbon, you know, into materials, like, you know, press it. But both, both, be it the emissions or the storage, you have to understand that, you know, emissions are, or CO2 emissions, are, you know, accounted globally. So that means that, you know, if there are emissions from a coal plant in South Africa, the emissions do not stay in South Africa. They will arrive in Fiji, they will arrive in Europe. And likewise, you know, the emissions I'm taking out, or if I use carbon capture storage, for example, within a mine environment in South Africa, doesn't mean that then in the mining environment, the air becomes cleaner. But, you know, it's a global benefit. But carbon capture storage technology in this moment, as far as I'm aware of, the amount that can be taken from the air is so low. Yeah, is very, very low. So do not think that if you put carbon capture technologies in place in this moment, you can deal with that. I mean, probably in the future, yeah, it can make a significant impact to the emissions. But in this time, you know, the possibilities that are there, technologies can really storage only a fraction, a very, very tiny fraction of the CO2 emissions. And I don't even think that if you would measure globally, you would find any impact on that.
Well, I'm just thinking about the elephant in the room, which is load shedding, and how and how that actually exacerbates the issue. I see that there's a lot of the return to the welcome Dover. Do you remember the welcome Dover stove? You couldn't walk through Soweto at certain times because the smoke was just hanging from every house, burning coal-fired stoves. It looks like we are fast returning to that. I don't know. ActionSA, your answers are going to have to be very potent to be able to deal with this issue. We have Lihle Rulashe coming from the University of Cape Town. Bear with me. And I think this is, students, you're doing your study, you're shortcutting your way to the thesis. But here's a question. The transition to a sustainable and low-carbon economy requires substantial investment in climate-friendly technologies and practices. Whilst government initiatives and international funding play a crucial role, the engagement of the private sector is equally vital. And I think this is to Anya's point. Therefore, what is the potential for private sector engagement and investment in climate-friendly technologies and practices in South Africa and Africa? What incentives, policies, and regulatory frameworks can facilitate such involvement and ensure long-term sustainability? I think you've kind of already answered this question, but I think he needs just a succinct response to that so that he or she can go through. Additionally, as a follow-up to the question, what are the challenges and opportunities associated with climate finance in South Africa and Africa, including the mobilization, effective utilization, and alignment of financial resources with climate change mitigation and adaptation goals? I really do think that this is a class question. And he kind of just copied and pasted it on here so that we can help out. But we are looking for a better. We are a caring government in waiting, and we shall assist in this regard. But please do not give him the answer to his thesis. Just give him pointers as to where to go. I think that's what we should do. Challenges. Yeah. I think that's what we need to do. Otherwise, we are at the University of Cape Town. But Lithe, I hope you are satisfied that we have asked the question on your behalf, and Anya will take it.
So the simple and easy, quick answer is make the business case for climate-friendly technologies. Now, on a global level, I think international investments in climate change mitigation, mostly technologies. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, 80% are already coming into Southern Africa. And then there is some extent Kenya, but these are really the two front runners in sub-Saharan Africa. So from that perspective, it doesn't look too bad. But of course, it's still not enough. And there are various mechanisms that can, of course, help to facilitate the business case. I think cost of capital is the crucial one. So if you look at, a solar plant, for example, in the global north versus a global solar plant in, Zambia, the solar plant in Zambia is 20 to 30% more expensive because it's more expensive to get a credit. Yeah, you have to pay more for risk. So de-risking facilities, for example, is one way out of this. Probably also really look, don't know if this is even feasible, but look at the banking system, and we're talking a lot now about, how banks can become greener, because this is what people are asking for also in, more industrialized countries. But, say, why don't we ask our commercial banks or the development banks, and the development banks is already happening, but to commercial banks that, 20 or 30% of their loans should go into climate-friendly technology, and do companies provide, a climate or environmental impact assessment, and don't make it as a law, but say, this would be your opportunity to present yourself as a green bank, as a bank who really works for sustainability. So shortly said, first of all, capital needs to become cheaper. Then there are, of course, some incentives that work on policies. You could put into place tax levies for, imported material that, is used for mitigation, such as solar panels, creating tax levies, paying subsidies for those companies that work on these issues. I think it's also important to, if you're looking into the dimension of really feeding into grids, to give those companies some kind of guarantees and saying, we can in one way or the other guarantee that if you feed in your tariff, there will be a certain threshold that you can make. Similarly, as it has been done to coal, if I understand correctly, in the past, to power plants. But it's very difficult for me as a developer or a company saying I'm buying a mitigation or a wind park now, which requires much more cost up front, but then will be cost neutral after some time. To understand if I will make a profit at the end of the day, if the tariffs or the subsidies I'm getting are changing all the time. It doesn't give me any guarantee. It doesn't give me long-term stability, and that, of course, disables my wish to invest. So yeah, and I think this all feeds into the business case. What are the challenges on climate finance? Climate finance globally needs to be reformed. That is very clear. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're talking about, when we talk about global climate finance, a lot about the pledge of the $100 million, $100 billion that, industrialized countries promised to pay to developing countries yearly since 2020. So far, this promise has not been realized. I think it's about 83 billion per year, according to OECD. But I'm asking you, if it would be 100 billion, then, would you solve the problem? You certainly wouldn't. And just to give you a comparison, we had a terrible flooding in Germany 2 years ago, which cost the life of over 180 people. The cost for economic recovery and, everything related to that was 40 billion alone. Yeah, and then you say 100 billion yearly, annually will fix the problem. No, so the amount of funding is not enough, for sure. It's very difficult to access funding. The Green Climate Fund, you need basically a master's degree to understand how you have to fill in a contract. Then the amounts that you can apply for are very high, so it doesn't really apply for for local communities or smaller NGOs to hand in a request. So it's very, it's very burdensome, it's very, very cumbersome, and that needs a reform. And that, is obviously a challenge, because when you talk about adaptation and not mitigation, but adaptation, it needs to be done on a local level. So the mechanisms, need to be very easy, straightforward. Probably the amount of funding required is very little, very low, but it's not available in this moment. I understand that it's very, very difficult. So there needs to be, let's say, a global reform. I also think, and we talked about the role of private investment or private sector, that more and more companies, especially from the globalized north, would be happy to invest, if there was a business case, but also if there would be more political will from the government. And I'm citing the example of Namibia again, and I invite every one of you to have a look into this. So Namibia wants to, or is going to build a very large hydrogen plant that produces hydrogen, but also like derivatives such as green ammonia and other derivatives. And, they made it very transparent. And there is a lot of trust in the government, because of this transparency, that, everything will work into place. And, that there, as I said, they have some regulations. They have very high environmental standards. There's so many people interested to invest into this plant. They probably have more interest than they can actually cater for. So there isn't a problem. And that is sometimes, the narrative I'm hearing. There is no money. The money is there. But, the conditions might not be favorable. And in the moment in which there is a strong political will and, the government is able to shape, let's say, that framework that stimulates investments, I think that the investments then will come into place, and then there will also be enough, climate finance flows. But, it's a problem in this moment really on both sides. But political will is really a key that needs to be addressed.
So it's the opportunity cost for lack of political will, right? This is a problem and the challenge we're facing on the continent. I have two questions. Well, I've got one last one, which is a very good one. I'm going to allow you to go through, and then I'm going to come back to you, and then I will ask this last one, just as a mic dropper, because it's a really good question. And then lastly, if we can end off with just best practice examples on the continent. And maybe as an example you've just made now, but perhaps if we can, because oftentimes we look all the way up north, or all the way through to the east, but a lot of the times you say African problems must be solved by Africans, and South Africa believes it's different. It may have worked in Belgium, but it's not going to work here. If we can have some African examples. But Ditebogo, I'm going to give it to you, and I'm going to come back to the room, and then I'm going to end off with this last question.
All right, thanks, Lerato. Just a short suggestion to Lihle for his master's thesis. The National Treasury in 2021, I think, released a discussion paper or a position paper around financing the transition. And it talks about the role of the private sector, the finance sector in financing the transition. Perhaps you can Google that paper and you'll find it. And then a follow-on to that one, there's the taxonomy of climate investment in South Africa. Also looking at standardizing the types of climate mitigation and adaptation projects that the private sector can invest in, and that municipalities and local government can have access to. Yeah, that's it. I'll come back just shortly to the question earlier around formalizing informal waste pickers. And I'd just like to make the distinction between formalizing and integrating. Because there's a big difference there around formalizing and when people don't want to be formalized, but integrating within their context and how they would like to be formalized. I just wanted to make the distinction there that integration is not forced, while formalization becomes like a forced entryway into the waste value chain. Thanks.
Little, I hope you are good. And as you are in academia, please don't plagiarize in your bibliography and references. Do cite the ActionSA policy process, please, there in your credits. Please go ahead. Thank you. Is that working? Not working? Okay, there you go. That's all right.
Thank you. So my question is to Michelle. Yeah. So for people in academia, researchers, and policymakers, we have these roundtables, we have workshops, and other spaces to discuss and be educated about climate change, its impacts, and its importance, and come up with solutions. So on the policy side, it's more effective, policy creation. But then to change that policy into action, we need people on the ground. So my question is, how does ActionSA plan to reach out to people in townships to educate them about climate change, its impact, its importance, and kind of like engage them in brainstorming solutions to climate change? Thank you.
Perhaps let me ask this question while Michelle gathers her thoughts, and I hope this won't. Michelle, I hope you can isolate your hearing so that you are focused on that particular question. But here's the last one online. In light of the potential exacerbation of the climate crisis and increased pressure on nations to address climate change, what is the likelihood of future imposition of international trade restrictions such as carbon tariffs or embargoes on countries, particularly those heavily reliant on coal-based energy generation? How might such measures serve as a mechanism to enforce stricter climate policies and incentivize greenhouse gas emission reductions in these nations? I told you it would be a mic dropper. And obviously, I'm going to leave it to the both of you to please tackle. Shall I read again? but I think you got it right. So yeah, please you may caucus. In politics, we do ask for caucus breaks. So if you need a 2-minute caucus break, we do have. It is 12:32. We are ending at 1 o'clock, or as soon as we finish. So you are allowed a caucus break. Michelle, you ready?
So if I can just capture the question, it was around how does ActionSA plan to reach out to people in informal communities to educate them around climate change and to get their views on policy, right? Yes? Okay. So a part of this policy process will deal with that. So what we're doing as ActionSA right now is taking our policy process to grassroots. So through our branch structures, we are holding meetings at branch level, which is very often in informal communities. And we deal with each of these sets of issues, and one of them is environment and climate. So part of that conversation is talking about environmental questions. What is climate change? What is environment? What does it mean to you? How does it affect you? What is your lived experience of climate change and of environmental issues? And a large component of that discussion is around education and talking about what it means, and then getting people's views around how they would like to see government doing it differently. So we're having that conversation both with our membership, but also with the general public. So trying to reach as many people as possible in as many communities as possible to do exactly that. Yeah.
Does that sufficiently answer your question? Fantastic, Michelle, you hit that right on the spot. And I know actually it is happening. One of the ones happened just last night. So are you ready? Are you ready?
I'll be very brief. I'll take the transport sector as an example. So I understood the question to mean what happens when other countries start restricting countries that have high emitting products from importing or exporting to them. So I think it's already happening. In the EU, there's a directive, I believe, around electric vehicles. So they're saying from a certain date, I'm not sure which year, maybe 2030, that they'll no longer be importing vehicles or high combustion vehicles into the EU, which means all cars that are imported into the EU have to be electric, or at least low carbon in one way or another. So, for instance, South Africa is a big exporter of cars into the EU market. And so if we do not change and apply low carbon technologies and electric vehicle technologies in the cars that we export, by 2030 we won't be able to these European countries. So that's one way that countries are enforcing their own restrictions on other countries that are dependent on that trade between countries. Thanks.
Load shedding with the plugging up of cars, but yeah. Anya, please go ahead.
So yeah, actually, I'm just citing because we are organizing an event as CAS just exactly on that topic in Maputo on the 6th of July, the interlinkage between energy, trade and climate. And I'm just citing here. So in 2022, the World Trade Organization dedicated its annual report to the complex interlinkages between climate change and international trade. Yeah? Finding solutions how international trade and trade rules can contribute to addressing climate change. We have, the EU has actually, it also targets on the export of cars. So, but basically, I think it's 2030 or 2035. I think it's 2020. You cannot have a new car with a combustion engine after 2035 in the European Union, which means you can drive your car, whatever engine it has, until it falls apart, but you cannot buy a new car after 2035 with a combustion engine. And we have seen, a lot of other trade-related acts going into this. There's the G7 Clean Energy Economic Action Plan. There's, of course, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism from the European Union that is supposed to come into force this year in summer. The Clean Competition Act, also known as the Inflation Reduction Act from the US Congress. So a lot of states and groups of states are thinking how they can integrate the aspect of climate into trade. And of course, this is going to have an immense impact on developing countries as well. We have the aspect of climate clubs that are also lobbied by the German government. And I think it all comes from the from the necessity to act, because if you look at the Paris Agreement, the UNFCCC process, this is consensual. It's 97 states that need to find an agreement. It needs to be consensual. So I think it's totally legitimate that some groups of countries say, you know, this is not fast enough. We need to move faster. And then I would say there are two ways to react to that. You can either complain and say, no, we're left out. This creates so much disadvantages for us, or you can take it as an opportunity. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not easy. Yeah, I'm totally aware of that. But you know, a lot of industrialization that has already taken place in the global north is now facing, you know, the challenge how to make that industry still viable without using all this fossil fuels. Yeah? But a lot of the industrialization on the African continent has yet to take place. So if you integrate that in your planning in the first place, you might have an economic advantage in the mid to long term run. So I think it can really be an incentive to make African industries fit for global competition in the future. But, you know, sitting back now and saying, you know, this is such a disadvantage, and, you know, the few industries that we have, they, you know, they're very carbon intensive, so we're not going to be able to bring our products to Europe anymore. We are facing high levies and so on and so forth. It's true, yeah, in the moment, but, you know, use this, you know, as a constructive, as an opportunity for the medium to long-term strategy. And I think, again, it's totally legitimate of some countries to say, okay, what is happening on the Paris Agreement on the UNFCCC level is not going fast enough, and we have to accelerate. And because if we all say, okay, we wait until the last country will be on board, then it's too late. So I think this is also something that we have to take into consideration. And last word on CBAM, because this is very, very important. I think we really need to discuss more. First of all, the developing countries, the global south, should have been included in the discussions at a much earlier stage, looking into the possibilities to measure carbon emissions in industries in South Africa, in southern African countries, but also in sub-Saharan African countries. So who is responsible for these inventories? Do we have the opportunities here on the ground to get like an idea how much CBAM carbon emissions we are producing? What is a credible authority that will be able to measure this? Give a certificate, because this is what it's all about, basically. You import something or you export something to European Union, and then the carbon emissions will be measured, and then you have to pay a tax on that. Is it structurally even possible, from the perspective of developing countries? And this is something that has been ignored for too long, and that needs to be urgently addressed. We can, if you want, also discuss the opportunities or possibilities to exempt certain groups under the WTO agreement for some time, because they might have a disadvantage and might take them longer, but not forever. And this is something, that I would criticize probably also from the European perspective, that very often these ideas, the Green Deal and all of those, they are made taking into consideration realities in Europe, but, and then eventually thinking it will just trigger down to other countries. But that is not true. There needs to be more like a participation from those countries, so they have the opportunity to raise their concerns, address the challenges they might face, and then find, a constructive solution that works for everyone, but not just assume, are we having this great idea now, and it will just, trickle down and everyone will be very happy about it.
Thank you for that. Best practice on the continent?
Yes. So there are some countries, I'm referring a bit from naming them because I might not agree very much on the democratic standards, but is known that they have really, created one-stop solutions for entrepreneurs. And within less than an hour, you are able to open your business, which of course is great, and have really, created this special provisions, tax levies, subsidies for industries in that area. So I want to name another very precise example, also because I think it holds enormous potential for the future. And that is actually an MOU that was just signed between the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, and the United States. And the idea is to create a large factory that will create batteries for vehicles between the border of Zambia and DRC. And it's also the first investment on a larger scale from US and DRC. And, one might think that is not a very favorable country for investments, but it's really, due to the fact that the global energy transition will need a lot of raw materials, minerals and metals from the sub-Saharan African continents. And after what happened 2 years ago with, our Russian support of gas, the next question is, how are we going to be able to realize an energy transition where we basically depend on minerals and metals that are produced and refined in China? And this is, I think, a very good example that shows that, investments and, creating value chains in Africa is possible. Also, larger scale investment is possible, and it's an opportunity that I think also South Africa should take into consideration and saying, we have minerals and metals that are urgently needed for the energy transition elsewhere. So let's work together and see how we can also create more refining capacities on the continent, how we can create at least, some industries that work in that direction. And I think that, could potentially really be a game changer. We have unfortunately not seen it for the first wave of resources that have been transported from Africa, which are like fossil. But I think for the minerals and metals, there's really now a window of opportunity because it's something that is really causing a lot of concern in industrialized countries. How can we secure access to minerals and metals that we will need for the energy transition? So I think this is a good practice, and I hope that we will see more practices in that way in the future.
Fantastic, thank you. Many challenges, many opportunities. Are there any other questions? I can close the session. Fantastic. Thank you to the three of you. Thank you, four of you in absentia, the fourth one. Thank you so much. I'm loving the Womandla Powerhouse presentation. We thank you. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your expertise. We thank you for your participation in this process. It's really important. I always reiterate every time we have these sessions that we are born of a process called the People's Dialogue. And that process was to include, to your point, that we organically create solutions together. It's not just a couple of people in a political party trying to come up with solutions. We want those solutions to come from the ground, going up, so that you can also own the solutions when they come out in the end. So that's the purpose of this process, and we're really proud of it. And we're looking forward to the September engagement. I hope you're going to be there. I'm not sure if it's closed, but if it's not, check yourself into that process. It's going to be important. I want to thank all of those who have joined us online. I don't know who's looking or how I'm supposed to look, but or where I'm supposed to look. But we thank those of you who are online. We thank you for your participation and your questions. We also thank students, who are engaged in this process, students who are watching us from across the country. We want more and more of you to be engaged in this process because you are the future minds and thinkers that are going to help us come up with sustainable solutions towards those sustainable livelihoods that we're looking for. So we really thank each and every one of you for your participation. We will be having the next session at 2 o'clock, I believe. 1:30. 1:30. Those of you who are able to join us online, we will be talking foreign policy. 2 o'clock. I stand corrected. It is 2 o'clock. Foreign policy. Lots to chew on, lots to talk about, lots of contemporary content to dissect and talk about. So please join us at 2 o'clock when we will talk foreign policy. With that said, this session is closed. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, this one does not need to be flighted, but lunch is served to those who are present here.
Okay, will you guys... Okay, good afternoon, everyone. To those in the room and everyone online. For some people, welcome back. For those just joining us for this afternoon, welcome, and we are very glad you could join us. My name is Johan Krieger. I am the Director of Policy at ActionSA. This afternoon marks our fourth expert-led policy roundtable on the very topical issue of foreign policy. We've all seen the news lately of South Africa getting some egg on its face on the international stage again. It feels like that's something that happens quite often nowadays. So yes, today we'll be discussing foreign policy. This morning we had a very fruitful conversation about climate and the environment, and these issues are clearly linked. As we discussed this morning, there's a lot of issues related to climate that really has an impact on our foreign policy, and seeing how South Africa has a role to play as a global citizen in the fight against climate change, and making sure that things happen on our continent as well. So this afternoon we are very privileged to have a very esteemed panel of experts. We are joined today by Mr. Peter Fabricius, who is an independent foreign analyst and a seasoned journalist. We have Dr. Pelani Mthembu from the Institute for Global Dialogue, who's running a bit late and will be joining us later this afternoon. We have Dr. Elizabeth Sideropoulos. I hope I said that correctly. Close.
No doctor.
Okay, sorry, no doctor. That's been pointed out, but you clearly just exude the confidence and the knowledge of a PhD. From the SA Institute for International Affairs, we have Dr. Correct, Heather Tainsa? Yes, this time I've got it right. A political sciences lecturer from the University of Pretoria, and then Arina Murasan also from the Institute for Global Dialogue, that will also be talking us today. So yeah, we are looking forward to a very productive afternoon of discussions. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of convergent views on a lot of things, and we look forward to the engagement online as well. And with that, so we'll start our presentations with Mr. Mashaba, who will be presenting ActionSA's views on our foundational beliefs on foreign policy. But before we get to that, I'm just going to hand over to Mr. Gregor Yekke again to just have a little bit of a word on behalf of our graceful hosts, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Thank you so much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed experts, good afternoon. On behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you. My name is Gregor Yekke, and I'm the resident representative of CAS South Africa. I'm very glad to be here with you this afternoon to discuss the timely topic of foreign policy. Before I share some thoughts on that topic, please allow me a few words about the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. As a think tank closely allied to the German CDU, the former party of Chancellor Angela Merkel, we promote democracy, good governance, human rights, and the rule of law through more than 100 offices worldwide. We foster dialogue between policymakers, actors from the private sector and civil society. And by bringing together those people who embrace their societal responsibility, we promote the establishment of professional networks and the exchange of innovative ideas to tackle current challenges. And today, this afternoon, we delve into the complex web of international relations as we navigate a changing geopolitical landscape. In this multipolar world, new rivalries emerge, shaping our societies, politics, and economies, not only in Africa, but across the globe. We recognize the increasing presence of countries like China, Russia, Turkey, and India on the African continent, exerting their influence both politically and economically. As a representative of a European foundation, I must acknowledge that the world is far more from a simple contrast between authoritarian governments and Western democracies. The realities we face are much more complex, which is why we are privileged to have such distinguished experts in our midst this afternoon. And please allow me a few words on the position of the South African government in regard of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In 1993, Nelson Mandela proclaimed that human rights will be the light that guides our foreign affairs. However, 3 decades later, the South African government shows little evidence of this commitment. Rather than emphasizing respect for human rights, the territorial integrity of Ukraine, or international law, South Africa's government has opted to strengthen military ties with Russia. The recent visit of South Africa's military chief to Moscow for this purpose and the naval exercise involving China and Russia in February raised concerns about South Africa's neutrality and non-alignment. But at the same time, and that's very important for me to emphasize, it is also crucial to highlight that civil society, opposition parties like ActionSA, and the churches in South Africa have made their clear stance against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This fact, unfortunately, remains largely unknown in Europe, but it exemplifies the diversity of perspectives within South Africa. Foreign policy cannot be divorced from economic interests. While Russia is not a significant trading partner of South Africa, the country's diplomatic actions risk damaging relations with its economically significant partners. Allegations of supplying weapons to Russia have already triggered debates on potential economic sanctions, causing considerable uncertainty among investors and further burdening the already weakened South African economy. Exclusion from the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, by the United States, and subsequently possible sanctions by the European Union would mean a severe blow to South African supply chains, business and workers. Lastly, let us consider the potential scenario of a war criminal like Putin attending the BRICS summit in Johannesburg in August. While it is highly unlikely that he would face arrest by South African authorities, his visit, used as a Kremlin propaganda show, would undoubtedly be a diplomatic disaster for South Africa, with far-reaching consequences regarding its relations with the West. In light of these multifaceted challenges, it is our collective responsibility to engage in thoughtful discourse, exchange ideas, and seek innovative solutions. Together, let us explore ways to navigate this complex global landscape, ensuring that our foreign policy upholds the principles of human rights, respects international law, and advances the economic well-being of South Africa. Thank you for your presence here today, and I wish you a fruitful discussion and meaningful insights throughout this policy conference this afternoon. Thank you very much.
This one? Oh, this one here. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, colleagues, for yet another, what I believe is going to be a fruitful engagement, very important subject matter. Sorry I had to miss this morning's one. I had to have a meeting in Pretoria with the chairman and the executive of the traditional leaders in the NCOP. and they had a great engagement, which will result with ActionSA one of these days, spending the full day with them. However, grateful for being here. First of all, Kaz, for making this possible for us and really sharing your words of encouragement and why you believe it's important for these engagements to happen and making it possible. And our panelists greatly appreciate this as ActionSA, because as you are aware, ActionSA developed what we call the vision for our nation. This is what we call the South African dream. ActionSA, South African dream. And this concept, as I indicated last week, it's a concept of an American dream, was coined in a best-selling book in 1931 titled Epic of America. That dream of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement. Essentially, they believe that anyone, regardless of where they were born or what race or class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. And as I say, this is a South African dream. A dream was which we launched beginning of this year at factory where I started a company called Black Like Me back in January of 1985 in a place almost the same size as this room with a 30,000 rands loan. Born and raised in poverty, with my father deciding to die when I was 2 years old. Dying before building my mother a house. So I think for me, I used the independence, my own individual right to actually liberate myself, and that's why today I enjoy actual freedom, and I would not really want to really give this freedom away to anyone without actually fighting very hard for it. An international dream relations dream. Just imagine a South Africa in which our foreign policy is driven by integrity and the best socio-economic interest of our nation, South Africa. In this world, South Africa has taken its rightful place as a champion for human rights on the global stage. And as already indicated by Kaz, what Nelson Mandela said in 1993 already. And integrity, very important, because one of the core values of ActionSA is ethical leadership. We use our presence in international bodies to advance the interest of all mankind, present and future, and utilize diplomatic relations to advance trade and shared prosperity. Not what we see today in our country, where one thing that really got me into politics is to live side by side with poverty in a country as rich as South Africa. The foundations of our international relations dream based on the following factors: human rights, trade relations, the rule of law, global citizenry, and diplomatic excellence. And let me expatiate on each one of them. Okay, there's many more, but obviously because of time, we don't have to be here for 3 days listening to our entire international relations. You guys will share some of them. Human rights. South Africa needs to reestablish itself as a champion for the advancement of human rights. Foreign policy decisions must be driven by the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms and the attainment of the sustainable development goals. As I've indicated to you once more, and I really want to emphasize this, spend more than half of my life under an apartheid system, system where my human rights never existed, and I never thought I would one day see it happen. And it happened by miracle on the 27th of April 1994. I voted for that freedom and that human rights, culminating with it passing of our constitution 2 years later in 1996. And I'm prepared as a human being, as a South African, and I know I'm joined by millions of actioners across the length and breadth of this country to ensure that human rights becomes a fundamental issue of what we stand for in terms of our international relations. In terms of trade relations, our approach to foreign policy must be guided by economic pragmatism. We must utilize our international relations to promote trade that fosters economic prosperity. Foreign policy must be informed by our trade relations, and we must be guided by what is good for our economy and our country. I was saying to the colleagues during lunch that when I do business, and I had an opportunity to do business early stage of my life, I always believe a business relationship, a sustainable business relationship, is based on mutual benefit. I don't really do a business relationship where I'm the only person benefiting or the other person, because that relationship can never be sustained, can never be sustainable. And I think, and I can attribute my success in business because that is my strong belief from a business perspective. Now, I'm a political animal. I'm in the mud of a political battlefield. And I strongly believe the country, government of a country, has to operate on those bases. South Africa has to do business. Our trade relationships must actually be informed by mutual benefit by both countries. We are not going to do business or have trade relations with governments or countries because of our history. We are going to really have relationships on the basis of trade relationships which are mutually beneficial to both parties. And I think that's something that I see happening in my country the last 29 years. That's the reason why we today sit with 44% unemployment, with almost over 60% of youth unemployment, with the meta capital of the world. Because unfortunately, poverty leads to high levels of crime. It's not, it doesn't really happen by accident. When your citizens have got jobs, they've got the education, they're self-reliant, chances of having the kind of violence that we see in this country could not really be there. We're a political party that believes in the rule of law. South Africa has the responsibility to promote the international rule of law. This includes promoting sovereign autonomy and nonviolent conflict resolution. We must respect the international treaties to which we are signatories, including the international arrest warrants. I cannot really, for the life of me, as human beings, be able to enter into a contract and only practice it when, as and when it suits you. I think you've got to really decide. If you become a signatory to any agreement, I think you have a right, you have an obligation, moral and legal, to honor this. And this country has really demonstrated to us, this government actually, not this country, because this government does not represent majority of us, or it does not represent me, if I may call it that way, so that I don't involve you in my personal views. Where the rule of law is like it's something that we are selective when it comes to the rule of law. And one thing that is for sure, I've never seen a country that prosper in an environment of chaos. The rule of law, it's central, it's key for prosperity. And I believe as a country, our foreign policy must be actually be informed by countries that respect the rule of law. Whatever rule of law that they have. But at the end of the day, for us as South Africa, we'd like to really operate with countries that respect the rule of law. Global citizenry. We must acknowledge our responsibility towards pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. South Africa should be a responsible participant in global bodies and utilize these institutions to promote humanity's global interest. We should also serve as a champion for the region, the continent, and the developing world, and work towards a fair global system. And unfortunately, it really and deeply pains me. I remember very well in 1994, I was already an adult when South Africa attained its independence under the icon Nelson Mandela. South Africa was so much, we became the envy of the world. We were respected by the international community. Just to really give an example, before 1994, in the 80s, my wife and I had an opportunity to travel the world during the dark days of our country's history because of our business endeavors. I used to feel ashamed of being a South African. Every time I'm in New York or any place in the world, I would do everything possible to avoid anyone knowing where I came from. Why? Because South Africa was the pariah of the world. Then came 1994. We became the envy of the world. Everyone in the world to really know you from South Africa, you will get such high respect. Everyone wanted to associate with you like you're Nelson Mandela. Today, 29 years into our democracy, I can tell you I still do travel, and obviously because of the business, the kind of business I do, I no longer travel as I used to before. But I can tell you right now, I'm ashamed of being a South African outside my borders. And I love my country. I'm a patriot. There's a reason why I do this job. Why am I ashamed of my country? Because we really lost an opportunity. The entire African continent looked at South Africa to free up the entire African continent. That's why the political leadership since 1994 were in all the international bodies. When we passed our constitution in 1996, our current president went all over the world. They have given an opportunity to address all governments with the miracle of constitution that was adopted by this country. But the very same government, including the current president, have got no shame. We really, as a country, we've lost that opportunity. Is it a lost case? I still believe very strongly there's a reason why we have this political party. That's why we're engaging you as experts to assist us in ensuring that we can reestablish and regain that global citizenry and really respect for our country. We cannot really be a joke of a country. I remember just to give you an example, many years ago, I took my family, my sisters, husbands, everyone. We had a group of over, plus minus 15 or so. We took them to Mauritius, spent 7 days there. One day, we were doing a tour, and some group of people saw us and from Mauritius waving at us, part of the tour. And wanted to know where we were from. And one of my sisters says, from South Africa. You know what they said to us? Oh, from the dancing president. I don't want to be coming from a country that is known for coming from a dancing president. I've got friends all over the world who want to visit South Africa. travel agents actually advise them against coming to South Africa because of our level of crime, the level of poverty and lawlessness, which is really very unfortunate. So South Africa has really lost an opportunity. Diplomatic excellence. South Africa needs to desperately reform our diplomatic institution so that we can be better represented on the international stage. Professionalization and rationalization of diplomatic corps as a priority, including the revision of our international footprint. Strategic refresh required for fruitful relations. I'm sure all of you in this room and those who are listening from home, they know very well, for the last 15 years, this government, current government, has used our diplomatic relations, our diplomatic missions as a hiding place of criminals. You commit a crime here, steal from people. The next day you are posted to Poland, or you posted to Czech Republic, or you posted to Congo. And we think the international community is not aware about this. You look at South Africa, small as we are, desperate financially as we are. The other day, I think I was, if my facts are right, I was talking to someone that South Africa is second to the United States with a number of diplomatic missions we have all over the world. A country that's got what? Over 4 trillion rands worth of debt. A country with 44% unemployment. What are we doing with all these diplomats? And I can tell you, over the last 10 years, 15 years actually, long before I even became stupid to go into politics, I stopped visiting South African embassies because every time in the New South Africa, at the birth of New South Africa, every time I would travel as a businessman, I would always make sure that I let the embassy know to go and have a dinner or whatever, or tea. The embarrassment I used to meet, drunkards, known by the community that our ambassadors are drunkards. The community, our host country, will know that South African ambassadors are an embarrassment to South Africa. Is this still continuing? I don't know, because I've stopped. I actually refuse. I remember a few years ago, our mission in the United States complained about me white not reporting. And you can imagine, even when I was the mayor of the city of Johannesburg on a private visit to the United States, I would not want to waste my time associating with such characters. And these are people you can imagine the cost to this country. What I'm saying is that we need diplomatic excellence. We need to be represented by people who understand what their actions actually do or do not do to this country. When you send you on a diplomatic mission to be a representative of our country, you have to really be someone of ethical compass, someone who obviously understands your reason for this job that you are doing. So that's something that I believe as a country we need to do. In conclusion, ActionSA views South Africa's fundamental responsibility as promoting universal human rights and freedoms. We must use our presence on the international stage to promote South Africa, Southern Africa, Africa, and the developing world's socio-economic interest. South Africa is unique. It's in a unique position due to our recent history. We must use that to punch above our weight in international relations like we used to do during Nelson Mandela's era. But we must also be pragmatic about our focus. We cannot fix the problems of the world while we are dealing with mountainous challenges at home. And that's something that I really want you as experts to really understand, because sometimes it baffles me when I listen to professional people talking about the rule of law, which has got to really be, we only really practice it when it really suits us. One issue that I think it's of concern to us as ActionSA, it's the issue of illegal immigration. South Africa is a sovereign country. You know, this country, I think, let me just remind you, for some of you might not really know the history of this country. This country, for the last 300-400 years, built at the back of migrants. And when there's something for this country to prosper, we need to continue inviting people of the world to come to South Africa. But people must come here legally, and when they're in our country, please respect our laws. It's in our constitution, and it's in the constitution of any self-respecting nation. But I cannot understand when you raise this particular matter in a legal way, what our constitution says. Then you have experts and professors said, no, you cannot really articulate this. But then why? So, because for some reason, I don't know what interest such people have on illegal immigration. And I always tell them, you know what? If you think the rule of law does not apply, for you, illegal immigration is not an issue to you. Someone else might not have an issue with rape. That is why you'll end up with ministers. When women are raped, they says this one was lucky, was only raped by one man. Because for him, that's not an issue. Or a murderer says, but he did not really murder this particular individual brutally. Let us be sympathetic. I always actually make it clear to South Africans when I engage them, and I know a majority of South Africans agree with me. We're a nation, to some extent, that for me it appears a bit confused with this concept of Ubuntu. We want to put Ubuntu ahead of the rule of law. We cannot really practice, I believe if you are serious about Ubuntu, you must respect the rule of law. There's no way you can really tell me I must apply Ubuntu ahead of the rule of law. If you've violated and breached our laws, there has to really be consequences. Please don't tell me about Ubuntu. If you want Ubuntu, and I believe very strongly in social justice, if you want Ubuntu, then please don't break our laws. Respect the rule of law. And that's really what we as ActionSA believe would want our foreign policy to really be based on these few items that I've raised with you. And I really look forward to hearing from the rest of you. I'm quite confident we are going to have an excellent, productive, enriching engagement. Thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much to Mashaba, to ActionSA, and to Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for inviting me to speak to you today. It's a great honor. So this is some kind of random thoughts designed to be a bit provocative, I guess. South Africa's foreign policy at the moment, of course, is dominated by the continuing saga over Pretoria's position on Russia's war against Ukraine, needless to say. The war in Europe is reshaping the global political landscape and is also in the process subjecting South Africa's foreign policy to an extremely exacting stress test, which it may or may not yet pass. We're in the company of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and so it might be appropriate just to take a glance in that direction. For a bit of context, as the war loomed last January, Chancellor Olaf Scholz's Social Democrat coalition government, its mind still locked in Germany's post-war pacifism and its economy heavily dependent on Russian energy, offered Ukraine 5,000 helmets to fend off the Russians. This gesture inspired a wealth of unflattering memes. However, within days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022, Chancellor Scholz announced a Zeitenwende, as he called it, an historic turning point in Germany's relations with Russia and the world. Now it has cut ties with Russia and is providing Ukraine with Leopard tanks and other heavy armaments and weapons, and doubling its defense budget. Much the same is happening throughout Europe. Are we seeing anything like an equivalent Zeitenwende in South Africa, also provoked by Russia's war against Ukraine, but in the opposite direction, as suspected by many in the West? It is perhaps too early to say, but what is evident so far is that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is polarizing the geopolitical order and is stretching South Africa's ostensible non-aligned policy to breaking point on the rack. Whether South Africa was ever truly non-aligned is a question that I think is coming under scrutiny over the last year. Pretoria has been constantly brandishing this policy over the past 16 months as its justification for abstaining from every single United Nations General Assembly a resolution condemning Russia's invasion. Yet Word searched South Africa's most recent white policy paper on foreign policy, admittedly published as far back as 2011, and non-aligned and non-alignment don't come up once. A search of the national interest paper of last year reveals just one indirect reference: South Africa's membership of the non-aligned movement. The ANC International Relations Policy document of 2017 similarly states it should remain our priority to strengthen the non-aligned movement and Group of 77 to continue to play their vanguard role in an international system that is skewed in favor of the West. So even their non-alignment per se, outside the context of the non-aligned movement, is nowhere to be found in baseline foreign policy documents before 24th February 2022, apart from the NAM, as I say, which is not quite the same thing. In any case, it is not an organization, rhetoric aside, that South Africa actually devotes all that much time to. And the last paragraph of the ANC policy document suggests the party regards the NAM not as a group of nations standing aloof from big power contestation, as one might think the term implies, but rather as a coalition of countries organized to counter the presumed dominance of the West. Is that truly non-aligned? It was only after Russia invaded Ukraine and the West came to Ukraine's defense that non-alignment really entered the vocabulary very prominently as a policy. The ANC's 2022 international relations document, for example, stated that since the invasion, quote, powerful Western forces and their proxies in South Africa push for the country to shift from non-alignment to support Ukraine, unquote. And Clayson Mandela, head of public diplomacy, wrote in October 2022, our non-aligned position in the Russia-Ukraine conflict mirrors that of the global South and developing countries. South Africa pursues an independent foreign policy, as do members of NAM, and as a collective we refuse to be bullied into taking sides in battles of geopolitical contestation. Yet it has become apparent over the past 16 months that the more Pretoria protestive its non-alignment, the more its actions suggest it is drifting into Russia's camp. The instances of this include, as we've heard many times before, Defense Minister Thandi Modisa's participation in the high-level Moscow Security Conference last August, the participation of ANC Youth League officials as observers of Russia's sham referenda to justify its annexation of the Ukrainian provinces, the dispatch of an ANC delegation to meet Putin's United Russia Party, the visit of the military chief, which Gregor mentioned, to South Africa's military chief to Moscow to meet his counterpart. And of course, on the first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the conduct of joint military maritime exercises with Russia and China. And most controversially, the docking of the US-sanctioned Russian ship Lady R and Simonstown Naval Base in December. Of course, the jury's still out on that, but as we know, a US Ambassador, Ruben Brigitte, cited in the media briefing in May that most of these episodes that are mentioned are evidence of what he saw as South Africa abandoning its non-aligned position, and then in particular the bombshell he dropped when he said he would bet his life that the weapons and ammunition were bound for Russia had been loaded on board the Lady R. As we know from that, and Gregor mentioned this, the potential fallout from this are being removed from AGOA. Other possibility, if weapons are discovered to have been loaded on that ship bound for Russia, the possibility of secondary sanctions. And we know also that even our own Reserve Bank has warned that the impact on our economy of secondary US sanctions could be, in their expression, catastrophic. So if we, just briefly to touch again on the notion of non-alignment, I know this is controversial, but apart from the actions that are cited by Ambassador Brigitte and others, if you look at the ANC's policy documents of December 2022, January 2023, you remember the conference stretched beyond Christmas, or resumed. There was also this passage which also annoyed Ambassador Brigitte, where he said, this can no longer, quoting the ANC, this can no longer be described simply as a Russia-Ukraine war. It is primarily a conflict between the US and US-led NATO and Russia in pursuit of the objectives of the so-called Wolfowitz Doctrine. According to this doctrine, the US should not allow that any country in the world should have the possibility in the post-Cold War period to challenge US interests, especially its hegemony. In this regard, US geopolitical strategy has identified Russia and China as the two powers that must be contained according to the Wolfowitz Doctrine, which undergirds US foreign policy. This is why the US provoked the war with Russia over Ukraine, hoping to put Russia in its place. And then it goes on about, Western imperialist dominance, etc., etc., through these so-called expansionist, US-led expansionist military strategies. Of course, it doesn't occur to them, but maybe there's a hidden message here that Wolfowitz left the US administration some 20 years ago. But yeah, I guess from the ANC's perspective, that neocon philosophy is still dominant. So I think that so Brigitte found these remarks, of course, to be outrageous, patently false and incorrect. Whatever one may think of them, though, it is clear that even if the actions that I've enumerated here, and which Brigitte and others have also found as strong evidence of a departure from a non-alignment, that position, as stated by the ANC in that paper, is clearly non-aligned. Is clearly aligned. That is a position which stipulates very clearly that, the great Satan in the world is the United States, and therefore that is who one must oppose. It clearly blames the US entirely for the war in Ukraine, rather than the more obvious aggressor, Russia, to which it attaches no blame at all. Blaming the US for starting the war allows the ANC to avoid criticizing Russia for its blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, and as ISS researcher Priyal Singh observed in a recent ISS Today, those values of respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and so on, are clearly, in principle, fundamental to the ANC's foreign policy posture, rooted as it supposedly is in repugnance of the historical abuses of colonialism and so on. But Priyal suggests that the ANC's view that Russia's apparent invasion of Ukraine is really, in fact, the US and NATO's proxy war against Russia is a diplomatic conjuring trick. The ANC's approach has been, in short, quote, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it has got to be an American turkey mischievously masquerading as a duck. For many years, especially when it served on the UN Security Council, it was often hard to discern whether South Africa was really motivated by the ideology of non-alignment as it professed, when it abstained from resolutions, which it was doing long before the Ukraine war, by the way, or was it in fact motivated above all by a determination never to criticize Russia in particular, and also China? Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine is becoming very hard not to reach the conclusion that South Africa simply cannot bring itself to criticize Russia. This became clearer in April when the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for closer cooperation between the UN and the Council of Europe. The resolution on its face was quite innocuous. It had nothing to do with Russia in its thrust, but it mentioned, in passing, the unprecedented challenges now facing the Council Europe following the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. And as a result, it would appear, South Africa abstained, even though its fellow BRICS members, China particularly, and of course and India and Brazil all voted for that resolution. The first time that China certainly had voted for any resolution at the UN General Assembly on mentioning Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but presumably Chinese, if one assumes that they read the resolution, did not think it was the reference to Russia was substantive. I'm asking a question here: is South Africa undergoing its own Zeitenwende in the opposite direction from Germany's? Is it shifting from mildly pro-Russian position to a more active alignment with Moscow, as Western countries now mostly seem to suspect? At the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Pretoria's position was that it could remain ostensibly non-aligned, as it interpreted the term, and yet can still continue to be courted by the West. It offered as evidence for this the fact that Ramaphosa had been invited to the G7 summit hosted by Germany in June 2022, US President Joe Biden's invitation to Ramaphosa to meet him at the White House, US Secretary of State Blinken's choice of South Africa as the venue for delivering the Biden administration's sub-Saharan African policy, and King Charles hosting of Ramaphosa on the first state visit to the UK since he succeeded to the throne. They need us as much as we need them, was the unspoken but implied conclusion Pretoria implicitly drew from this courtship. And there was some truth in that. Western governments were concerned that they were too critical of Pretoria, that could push it further into the Russian and Chinese camps. Then the accumulation of events that we've described began to shift Western thinking, and a view began to emerge that if South Africa was going to drift into the Russian camp anyway, then perhaps what was needed was more stick and less carrot. And so that's when we began to see these actions by the US Congress calling for the administration to begin to review its policies and the threat of being removed from AGOA. As you know, the AGOA forum had already been moved from the original date of September until sometime in November because of concerns that congressional leaders and others might not attend if it were held immediately after the BRICS summit at the end of August, and especially not if Putin had just attended that summit in defiance of an International Criminal Court warrant. These threats clearly have jolted Pretoria, however. As I mentioned, when the Reserve statement, that alarming report which calculated that the consequences would be catastrophic on South Africa of losing its AGOA status and other secondary US sanctions. Then we saw Ramaphosa dispatching his national security advisor, Sidney Mathimadi, to the US, Pandor to the G7 governments as special envoy, to be followed by Finance Minister, Trade Ministry Minister Ibrahim Patel, etc., to try and explain the African peace mission to Ukraine and Russia, but also clearly to try to talk the West down from any possible sanctions. And the two, of course, related. I mean, the African peace mission, fine, one can never object to a peace mission, but somewhat cynically, one can't help suspecting that it has a slightly ulterior motive, at least for Ramaphosa, in that it shows him as being statesman-like, neutral on the conflict, unable really to be criticized any longer for not condemning Russia because South Africa has to remain as a neutral mediator in the conflict. So what Pretoria embarked on, as one Western ambassador put it to me, was a course correction. And there's some evidence of that. We've seen South Africa now, it seems, trying to persuade Putin not to come to South Africa for the BRICS summit. In fact, when in his press conference with Zelensky and the other African leaders on Friday, Ramaphosa was asked about that, and he said he would have a bilateral with Putin in St. Petersburg the next day and bring that up. That didn't happen, very strangely enough. And it's not quite clear why. I just heard there'd been a change of program, but one begins to wonder whether that's something they're going to find very easy to do, to persuade Putin not to come. And also, there was a suggestion also perhaps of asking China to host the summit, but maybe China is not all that enthusiastic because that notion seems to have slid off the radar screen. One also senses, of course, that the feelings within the ANC are very deeply divided over this issue, and that for many pro-Russian hardliners, the notion of kowtowing to Western pressure by, as they would see it, by refusing to allow Putin to visit, would be extremely inimical to South Africa's foreign policy, the independence of South Africa's foreign policy. Has Ramaphosa managed to suppress that kind of opposition? It seems like it, to the extent that he seems to be asking Putin not to come, but one doesn't really know. And is there going to be a backlash to that within the ANC? It's also not clear. And even after the BRICS summit, let us say that they cannot, and they realize they cannot amend our own law, ICC Implementation Act, or secure a waiver from the ICC to allow Putin to attend, that they have said that they're going to put the amendment of the ICC Implementation Act on the table in Parliament. And will we see post-BRICS, whatever happens there, South Africa then, the ANC government then asserting much more openly a strong pro-Russian position? I'll leave it there at that. I had a lot more, but this is going on forever, so we can discuss that in question time if necessary. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter, for that great insights. Irina, I think, would you mind coming up next so we can address your so we get the presentation.
Sorry? No, not at all. This is fine. Okay, so in coming here today, I mean, I think it was a bit of a tall order to look at, BRICS, Continental Free Trade Area, trade. But I think what I wanted to do was just simplify it and focus on what advances South African interests through its international relations, and just zooming in on trade as a vehicle. So next slide, please. This presentation is mostly focused at just giving you an overview on the complexity matrix, looking at what the matrix of trade looks like in South Africa, then just a brief overview about trade and its barriers in South Africa, the degrees of integration you can expect, the kind of agreements that are in existence, South African priorities in this respect, and potential key issues. I say key issues, but it's really key issue that I want to discuss. And asking the question, will IR feature in voters' interests in 2024? No problem. So this one is just 2021 exports, looking at what kind of products are there on the books, as well as the kind of partners. you see there is a high, engagement with China, the US, Germany, the UK, Japan is up there as well, India is up there as well. Next slide, please. Also, it's imports. The idea with this was just to give you a brief picture. What's happening? And looking at, trade openness in South Africa, it appears to track with GDP growth. So there is an argument to be made, in terms of trade liberalization and how, over the years we're starting to see, a consistent, how GDP growth and trade are actually starting to slip a bit, especially in terms of exports. So it's likely that this kind of causal relationship is happening both ways. And export expansion, right, is contributing to a GDP, but it's also contributing to a faster economic demand for more imports, which is very normal. South Africa's relative export performance has also deteriorated over the last decade, and this is between 2010 and 2019. Which is normal in terms of what the world is going through over this time. South Africa's export growth is also decreasing by more than half in this period. So exports clearly show that there is a strong part to play in raising South African overall growth performance. And when we come to, the bigger expectations of what, for example, your organizations like your WTO, you can go to the next slide, please. It served as a very influential external force for reform. It sets the quantitative standards and it mitigates conflicts, essentially. And South Africa is committed to and has implemented a significant reduction and simplification of tariff rates, or taxes in this case, and the removal of all quantitative restrictions on imports. Not all, but removal of restrictions on imports. So South Africa is a very strong supporter of this. And in this, South Africa has made significant progress in reducing its tariffs and also simplifying tariff structures, especially through, in the period from 1993 to 2001. But you see industries like textiles suffering severely. So the bigger fight is, of course, South African tariffs on primary products are significantly lower than those on manufactured goods. Again, with currency depreciation, this would make goods produced in South Africa cheaper. And so it's likely to assume, well, doesn't this boost the demand? Unfortunately, in comparison to trading partners, this didn't necessarily happen. And so in an ideal world, you're assuming that production needs aren't necessarily impacted, but then they are starting to be impacted. When you look at the barriers to trade, we spoke about, or I started mentioning, the tariffs specifically, which are essentially, a protection or a tax that impact directly, but the ones that are more significant for me, are the non-tariff barriers. And those are things like degrees of impact by the international structural conditions, in addition to that, it's port congestion, your infrastructure, the quality of your infrastructure, technical standards, customs valuations, etc., highlighted there. What I do want to highlight is that there is a bit of a misconception that government drives trade. It's actually government facilitating a business engagement. And so government creates this kind of facility. It creates the institutions and the structures, but businesses justify furthering the engagements. So there needs to be a business case for engaging. Next slide, please. In terms of degrees of integration, and this is what we are going to just quickly go through, because in the slides I've just provided what the DTIC highlights in terms of all of the signed agreements. And that is something you can all go through in your own time, and we can focus on the Continental Free Trade Area in more depth. But the idea is a lot of South Africa's trade engagements are at preferential trade agreement, free trade agreement level, as well as the level before that. And those are the degrees of integration you can expect. Then you get unilateral assistance measures that we have. That's where you see your AGOAs, and then your economic partnership agreement, which is with the European Union. And so there is a hope that with each or with different partnerships, you're going to move through the ranks of the kinds of integration that you would hope to see. So for example, South Africa has a customs union, the SACU, the Southern African Customs Union. It is part of, there is a common market type of agreement to further that. There's an economic union type of agreement, and then you go to political union. Each of these really is defined by what a third party to the agreement. So if I am party to the agreement, you are party to the agreement, but someone is not, what are they excluded from? That is the point of it. What are they excluded from? And so the hope of the continental free trade area is to one day hopefully move to a political union where you can find common grounds for a common government. This is pie in the sky thinking, but it is kind of the philosophy floated around in terms of Pan-Africanism, in terms of African integration as well. But more realistically, the hope of becoming an economic union, again, very long term, and achieving something, akin to what the European Union has, is moving towards some kind of economic union. Next slide, please. So here's just an overview of the kind of agreements in place. DTIC is just hyperlinked there. Please go for it and read to your heart's content. The idea was just to highlight what each of the main objectives and terms and the type of agreements that are in existence. As you can see, SACU is a custom union. The hope is that, with any kind of bilateral, you gain some kind of preferential access, which is the first prize of trade. And bilaterally, it removes tariffs and usually incorporates a kind of binding protocols, agreements, and enhances trade and cooperation, removing obstacles to current trade and including mechanisms for dealing with disagreements, that sort of thing. And the US has made a list of what does and does not harm their economy in this particular case. And this does maintain a kind of structural dynamic, which allows certain industries to flourish, but also political, relationships are then weaponized, as we see, with a bit of a carrot and stick situation. And while we like to talk about carrots and sticks, I like to say that economics is your gun, but politics is your trigger. So that's just something I hope sticks with you. It is a strategy, to create market dependencies and then weaponize it. It's not just a goer. You find this across. This is pragmatism, unfortunately, in action. Next slide, please. Okay, so this doesn't mean that, if USA decides to pull or go away or whatnot, that South Africa cannot trade with the USA at all. It will just become more expensive. And it can still trade according to WTO rules, unless the USA decides to implement other types of sanctions. Next slide, please. This is the European Union agreement. Next slide, please. Again, other types of agreements. And what's interesting is to see how your economic partnership, for example, is noted higher than your basic tariff reductions, because it's supposed to go further and include development agreements. Ideally speaking, these are the kinds of engagements you should be looking to further, because it has an added extra of what is skills development, what kind of conditionalities do you want to engage in as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I think let's just get to next one. There we go. Continental Free Trade Area. No problem. Great. So what's interesting about the Continental Free Trade Area, and I'm not going to focus on where the Continental Free Trade Area is at the moment right now, because that is something that is being covered a lot. But what I do want to talk about is definitely, your cross-border trader adds up significantly, and perhaps make an economic case for the Continental Free Trade Area and how South Africa needs to be pursuing it pragmatically. We've been speaking a lot about what kind of non-tariff barriers, how they are impacting, for example, on South African foreign policy, or rather its economic and commercial diplomacy as tools to achieve national objectives. And if you think about your infrastructure as a non-tariff barrier, these are older statistics, and they haven't been updated as yet, but approximately 63% of freight traffic in South Africa takes place via road. And so only a portion of rail is suitable for freight. Rail still holds the most competitive potential to unlock South African trade, especially because it can unlock, large volumes of minerals to be transported by rail. And so this is it's also much more sustainable in terms of carbon emission, time saving, less road deterioration, fewer heavy vehicles, less accidents, etc., less loss of life, less stress. But a major critique of South Africa's infrastructure landscape is because of the slow pace at which is developing. And while this is due to the need to have an integrated spatial vision, that creates conditions for business, but also brings formerly disadvantaged communities together, connecting and integrating spaces that were initially and also intentionally marginalized during the apartheid era, this kind of sustainable policy solution that allows South Africa to pursue excellence, essentially, which is what the current policy looks at, and physically link its domestic environment to the world, is lagging. And so if you look at how South Africa is able to access the rest of the world, it hosts 1.22% of dry bulk cargo globally and 0.3% of liquid bulk cargo, 0.45% of containers. So it has direct access to North and South America, Asian shipping routes, etc. Airport-wise, or Tambo handles about 90% of the shipping, Cape Town International over 3%, King Shaka just over 2%. And so you're starting to see these kinds of dynamics. Coming back to roads and land borders, I want to focus more on Limpopo and consider that juxtaposed to the Continental Free Trade Area. And you have Beitbridge, where 24% of exports, this is something, I think it's 2022 statistics, we have 24% of exports passing, through that, 7% at Grobler's Bridge, and this is a 31% share of South African imports into Africa via land borders. This is actually a considerable amount, and then you see also a higher traffic volume towards Messina as well. And ironically, I don't want to say ironically, but Limpopo only contributes 7% to the South African GDP. So there is also a higher percentage. I mean, the official unemployment rate in Limpopo is 31%, but if you include discouraged job seekers, etc., it can increase to 49%. So there was an improvement in job creation, but there's also a high decline of learners in Limpopo accessing, basic education. And participation in education among young children is often linked to the socioeconomic status of the household. So, considering this broader, very domestic, very immediate impact, and how international relations and your trade picture is really supposed to be catalyzing growth, how is the Continental Free Trade Area actually going to facilitate this? And when you think about how it's actually been set up, it's at the moment allowing very formalized trade very established trade that knows how to access, for example, SARS, that has the information on the Continental Free Trade Area, how to get registered as a supplier or as a trader. But it doesn't really allow for small-scale informal trade. And so this, which is not frequently recorded by customs officers as well. So here you have this major loss of revenue as well. And African countries, exporting to one another are facing high tariffs averaging something like 6.1%. And if African countries are able to reduce these kinds of tariffs, then they're supposed to stimulate more African imports. And when you're able to stimulate more African imports at lower tariffs, the thinking is, okay, then we have a little bit more money to circulate back into social spending and hopefully the kind of infrastructure, non-tariff barrier infrastructure we need in order to boost Continental Free Trade Area. The Continental Free Trade Area, I'm going to call it business for lack of a better word. And this doesn't mean, that, well, some assume that with the Continental Free Trade Area, what happens with the regional economic communities? They don't fall away. They don't become obsolete. And it's important because each is allowed to exist simultaneously, parallel. And what is interesting is that while the Continental Free Trade Area creates this kind of multilateral system or for engagement, it really promotes the framework for bilateral negotiations to start reducing tariffs between each other systematically. So it's a bilateral system running parallel to your REX and the AFCFTA as a multilateral system as well. So what's been very interesting is how many embassies want to engage us in terms of, well, how can we get a piece of this Continental Free Trade Area? How can we get in there to get a preferential trade agreement with Africa before it's even had the chance to engage itself in a kind of free trade area? This is completely obscene, and it really speaks to the kind of privilege they come from in terms of what kind of access they think they should have to African markets. What we usually have to tell others wanting to find out more about this is that, number one, at the moment there is no kind of opportunity to engage as a third party with the AFCFTA. And in this, it's really important to understand that rules of origin are going to start to be tightened. So previous access to African markets is going to be tightened. It's going to be a lot more streamlined, and the institutions are going to be a lot better in terms of this kind of functioning in the long term. And at the time of looking at this specifically, I don't know how many agreements South Africa has been able to negotiate yet, but it's previously negotiated with Egypt and Sao Tome and Principe in order to reduce a number of tariffs to zero tariff on a couple of product lines. Now, if each member country adopts a similar process, then you're going to look at a very long time of actually implementing the Continental Free Trade Area, because product lines were negotiated one by one. So are we going to seek a kind of intervention where we need to start taking a bulk approach, or how much is this going to impact the rate of negotiating tariffs? Because again, remember, it is, as much as it's a multilateral framework, it is a bilateral engagement strategy. And so the DTIC, the master plans in sectors such as auto, steel, poultry, sugar, agro-processing, clothing, machineries, this is key product orientations that will be expanded, and they will include small, medium enterprises and black-owned industry development, but the reliance on export champions to bridge and support SMMEs and black industrials for trade is not guaranteed within the AfCFTA framework. And in these discussions, you know, the Department of Small Business Development mentions the Continental Free Trade Area, the AU Agenda 2063, with its broad goals, but is very little to show, you know, how directly it's able to integrate for a Continental Free Trade Area production. What do South Africans want from a Continental Free Trade Area? And I mean, when we looked at July 2021 with the riots in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, you know, this was very much a manifestation of public dissatisfaction and disappointment with the system that is not able to provide sustainable livelihoods for many South Africans. And it was evident before COVID. And so I suppose we can go to the next slide, actually. And so at this point, if you do not own a business, it's anticipated that other businesses may grow and therefore employ more people in manufacturing sectors. That's the idea. How do you actually include poor South Africans to find roles as active citizens in the Continental Free Trade Area? And access to resources for South Africans is still vital in terms of becoming producers. Second. In this case, you know, engage, or rather describing how close do South Africans feel to the global trade environment. A lot of the times, they don't necessarily realize that their material aspirations and the global trade environment are actually so close to each other. They are looking each other in the face, in the mirror. And this is something that public education really needs to engage on. Where do next slide, please. Where do South Africans' priorities lie, and what do people think of international relations? Next slide, please. I just wanted to look at a 2013 survey. It was a national survey done by HSRC, looking at South African attitudes and what they wanted to see from a foreign policy. And what's interesting to see is that in 2013, 2015, well, sorry, the 2015 article is related to the 2013 data. But protecting South African jobs, promoting economic growth, and then controlling and reducing illegal immigration, this is how South Africans started to tier what their interests look like. What's very interesting to see is how far down the line promoting and defending human rights in other countries is. That's not to say South Africans do not believe in human rights, but that is to say this is the kind of perspective they are viewing it from. In addition to that, building a superior military power in Africa falls down by the wayside, and also strengthening the United Nations. Again, this is not to say that this is not important, but rather from their purview. This is the tier of how they interpret information, of how they engage the South Africa in the world as they see it. Next slide, please. In terms of their relationship to Africa, they believe that giving other Africans assistance was incredibly important, but again, closing the borders to immigrants and refugees started to resonate very strongly. Most wanted to take a tougher approach to the political situation in Zimbabwe, and then sending soldiers to keep peace in other countries was also less important. But then, what's interesting to see that trade with other countries who abuse their human rights of their citizens started to decrease as well. So in this kind of relationship where you're starting to ask, how important is the question of human rights in my country, is not necessarily equated or the same to the question of human rights in other countries. Is that the kind of perception that South Africans hold today? We're not sure, because this is 2013 data. Next slide, please. Looking at a more recent poll, this is done by Social Research Foundation. I'm sure you must have come across some of their documents so far. Again, jobs and unemployment resonating incredibly high with voters specifically. Now, I'm not going to compare the data because the different methodologies not necessarily speaking to each other. And so jobs and unemployment incredibly important, But now what we're starting to see is the issue of crime and insecurity, corruption, and then illegal immigration actually starting to fall down on that kind of scale. Next slide, please. In understanding South African priorities, what's interesting to see is how thinly South Africans are stretched with their kinds of incomes and what they need to spend their incomes on. Now, this is dependent on 2014, 2015 stats, and the new income and expenditure survey is currently underway. But when you start to understand the international economic picture, bringing it home to what is actually staring you right in the face, right in the mirror, and how close you are to achieving your material aspirations, these things are very much under pressure. And to reflect a bit on what is under pressure, how are you accessing the continental free trade area, and what kind of pressures, small businesses and poorer South Africans accessing, the market as producers. Informal businesses in South Africa are particularly vulnerable. And they don't have registration. These businesses don't have access to fair finance or credit, which acts as a safety net in times of economic downturn. And even though they have a complex intertwining with the formal sector, they're not separated geographically. And this is very little incentive for them to formalize, very little incentive for them to even become part of this continental free trade area, which has been sold to many as a panacea for African interests. So here, the interest to create an understanding for what the onus of business is to push new environments, to become pragmatic, becomes incredibly important. The continental free trade area does have the potential to improve GDP, it does. But it is still concentrated in pockets of excellence. And please do not discount existing pockets of excellence, no matter how far you think you cannot see them. I mean, they do exist in government. Let us not ignore that. And so, sorry, I lost my note there, but it does exclude, a population that needs urgent access to sustainable work opportunities. And it's very hard to actually see your productive capacity potential when you're under so much pressure. And while this continental free trade area should eventually lead to freedom of movement, this element may allow, Africa's booming informal sectors the most opportunity in learning from micro business experiences. So, however, this opens up, a challenge, which South Africa is not ready for in terms of, other kinds of barriers. Next slide, please. Sorry? 4 minutes. That's plenty of time, thanks. Okay, so public debt as a key issue. So far we've spoken about trade. We haven't really glossed over the impact of exchange rate fluctuating, etc., but the impact that it will have on debt is actually quite staggering as well. So what we're looking at when debt repayment starts to stabilize in 2025, 2026, it's going to be 73.6% of GDP. Is production capacity ready to allow South Africans, not South Africa, to flourish? It's yet to be seen, because what debt does to a country is that there is actually less public spending. Yes, it stabilizes the economy, for example, in times of economic downturn, but there's less public spending and public infrastructure and less human development and increasing the standard of living in that sense, which you need in order to boost your productive capacities. You have more spending in school fees for the public, there's no additional subsidies for teaching staff, and then your credit ratings also increase the cost of borrowing, and it impacts on the deteriorating asset values. So the South African feels this kind of pressure acutely. And again, at a macro level, your debt is the power over the South Africans' ability to exercise their agency and their choices. Next slide, please. This is where I want to just touch on the debt that was taken during COVID-19. There was debt taken from World Bank, IMF, which, while IMF sent a very detailed letter of intent, World Bank actually imposed conditions. And so when you contrast it with the potential of a new development bank, which does come with different kinds of consequences, it was a different kind of tool to access finance. So fast forward to your JET IP. How is this actually, what are the lessons that we're going to take from the COVID period specifically? And what we saw was that there was very little civil society engagement of how the debt was going to impact them, whether they thought that the debt was an appropriate action or not, and a very strong kind of narrative to talking to natural allies in terms of the governance structure for what you want for your JET IP. And this in itself is problematic because we know already they are the kind of partners that are hedged to use economic diplomacy as a coercive tool, fine, but this also implies that your interests and the way you understand values are static. Next slide, please. Last slide. So, will international relations feature in voters' interest in 2024? We've seen already how much more interest there has been in terms or because of the war in Ukraine. And it is a catalyst for engagement, especially in public engagement. And perhaps we're not going to see an accurate picture in 2024, but in 2029, you're going to see a different kind of voting demographic. So how is this going to really hedge your 2029 elections? Now, foreign policy is usually left up to the elites. In terms, even if there is a movement towards a coalition government, it's still likely to be a constitutional foreign policy, but is it going to be a democratic foreign policy? That is yet to be seen. Democratic foreign policy in a sense that it has mass public engagement. Now, what I want to ask is, in this kind of understanding of a pragmatic foreign policy, it's important to, have degrees of protection because it is about quid pro quo for the world. The world engages pragmatically. And in terms of your interests, my question to you would be, are we going to see an elevation of foreign policy in the election manifesto, as a driver or factor for your voters? Are you going to then equate foreign policy failures to domestic failures in governance? Are you going to use foreign policy as an election tool, but as a moral failure for transformation? And then, in terms of, sorry, I phrased that poorly, but in looking at what the world is experiencing and how transformation as a microcosm of South Africa's own fragility and in a political and economic transition is projected, how is the international system suffering from the same kind of dilemma? Is it interacting with these kinds of values that are now being termed in a very static way? So, in looking to natural allies, is that an inherent contradiction of the actual system and how it exists currently? What I would like to leave you with is, what are the opportunities to build consensus for a national interest? And even in a coalition government, which is likely to get easily derailed by international interests, especially if there is no Team South Africa approach. So what happens in this kind of situation? Thank you so much for your time. I've really appreciated your attention and the invitation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
This is mine.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Irina. I think that was extremely insightful and I think put a lot of detail to this conversation. I really appreciate that. Our agenda does say for a little bit of break now, but we've not been dictated to by the agenda. So let's, maybe by consensus, do we feel like we want to go ahead and then we can finish our presentation or talks and then we can do our round of table, open discussions after the break. Okay, great.
I think 5 minutes, yeah. Is it 5? How much time?
No, we're going ahead.
Oh, we're going ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh. Who's next?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you for the invitation. Whoops.
You okay?
And perhaps I'll start by just reflecting a little bit on what Mr. Mashaba showed right at the beginning, which is those 5 pillars of South African of what ActionSA sees as South African foreign policy, which is human rights, trade relations, rule of law, global citizenry, and diplomatic excellence. And I think one can't go wrong in highlighting those as key sort of tenets of the way in which we structure foreign policy. Of course, the difficulty and the challenge is always in the execution. It's always in the kinds of trade-offs that have to take place. Because we also know that foreign policy is not just about laws and rules, but it's also about very real and sometimes very narrow national interests. It's about realpolitik. So I think the framing, works really well, and the challenge always is when you get into government, you've got to implement. How do you manage that? And that's just a general remark, not for any particular sort of organization or party. So I'm going to start off. I'll put this there. I'm going to start off with a statement that is that I was using this morning in another conversation, which is the way in which our foreign policy has played out over the last few months highlights foreign policy as an economic risk. I think previously foreign policy probably wasn't an economic risk. It is now very much an economic risk. And both Gregor and Peter have spoken quite a bit about why that is shaping to become that. And I think the biggest issue we have to really think about as South Africa in this very changed geopolitical landscape, and it's changed it didn't change in the last year, it's been evolving, but I think this Zeitenwende has accelerated this, is how do we navigate as a mid-sized economy, an important player on the African continent, but nevertheless a mid-sized economy, a mid-sized country in the world. How do we navigate geopolitical rivalries? Because it's not really in our interests at the end of the day, as things are now, for us to be aligning with one or another. We want to be able to play the field, to use another term. Obviously within certain frameworks, but we want to be able to trade with whomever we think we can get most advantage out of, whether it's on technology, whether it's on manufacturing or whatever, and I would say particularly the economic dimension is very important. So navigating these geopolitical rivalries, I think, is going to become increasingly difficult, and it's not going to be easy to make the calls. And so I think we need to think about that. We also need to move out of sort of thinking of the world in a very binary way, or in a way that almost reflects the world of, say, 50 years ago. The world is both much more complex now, certainly in terms of its challenges, but it's also in terms of its countries. But we've also moved on from the 1970s, and I would argue there that in terms of how we work with other countries in the world and other actors, needs to be quite fluid and flexible to reflect the different types of issues that we need to handle and to work together. And I'll come to some specifics there a little later. And I think one of the things we have to think about when we're talking about alignment and realignment and so on is whether, apart from our interests, we need to also give some thought to our values or to historical solidarity. And that then brings me to the national interest. The national interest is never an easy thing. We all think that, there is a sort of neutral space where, people from different backgrounds and different parties can arrive at a national interest. We all agree on the national interest. And I would argue the national interest is quite a complex thing to arrive at a consensus on, because my national interest maybe reflects my particular background, my particular understanding of the world, my particular interpretation of the problems the country faces, which may not be the same as Johan or as Nancy or whatever. And so the national interest is a fluid thing. But certainly I think, in terms of the way I would see it, recognizing the importance of it being able to advance our economic interests is critical, because of our high unemployment, because of our poverty, because we are the most unequal country in the world. We don't have an option here. And we have to move beyond saying, economics and economic diplomacy is important, to actually testing how we can realize more trade, more manufacturing trade, how we can attract more investment, and so on and so forth. So that's one element of national interest. And I would argue the other element of national interest is, what are our principles, our values, our norms, that as a mid-sized country, we not only want to practice domestically because also of our history, but that we want to help shape the world, a fairer world that we want to create. Okay? We talk a lot about the fact that the current rules-based international order is not fair at every level, that particularly countries in the developing world are unfairly affected by some of the rules. And we want to change that. But we don't want to change it to the worse, right? We want to change it in a way that is inclusive, is democratic, and is just or more just. Nothing is ever perfectly just, I think. It's very difficult to get a pH balance on justice. And that for us values underpin that. Okay, for small and medium-sized countries, multilateralism and what the values and principles that underpin multilateralism must be critical, because we are not major powers that can throw our weight around and get things done because we are major powers. So that's the first sort of set of issues I want to put out there. The second set of issues, or second observation, is that foreign policy, for the most part, there are always exceptions, cannot be successful in the absence of a successful domestic policy or domestic polity. And we have seen that over the 9 lost years, where the reputation of South Africa took a dive, not necessarily because we engaged less on African affairs, or we didn't attend our G20 meetings, or and didn't make important contributions in that and those fora or in the UN General Assembly or whatever. But our credibility declined, particularly, both in the continent and elsewhere, because of what was happening domestically. And so reputation, credibility, belief that you can deliver, that you have integrity, depends also on how you behave internally, and how you, and if we think back to I think the point that Mr. Mashaba made, the fact that South Africa was able to make that democratic transformation in 1994 in a peaceful way, in a way that tried to build an inclusive society, was critical to us punching above our weight at the time. We needed a vision, and we had a vision. We had a vision both, I think, under President Mandela and President Mbeki. But so the vision was important, but so too was the way in which the world viewed us. And the fact that when South Africa spoke, many listened. We just need to think about our role in some of the big disarmament conferences. Specifically, we think of the landmine ban convention, or we think of the role that we played in the review, the NPT review in the late 1990s. Those were very important. Or if we think of the way in which the APRM, the AU, NEPAD were developed and built with important African leadership there. So that South African leadership. So that's important. And when it seems like you have unaccountable and corrupt government that doesn't look after its own house, people turn to you and say, "Well, why are you telling me what to do? Okay, go and fix your own house." And in fact, sometimes that was said to us. So that's the second point I want to make. The third point I want to make relates to, so I've said there's a link between foreign policy and domestic, but I would argue there is a link between the ability to execute domestically and the global superstructure, and that's where foreign policy comes in as well, and I think Irina certainly alluded to that too, that if we cannot sort of say, well, we're going to look at the domestic, we're going to have bilateral relations, and we're going to look after our region, and really we don't have the time to focus on global governance, to look at making, input into reforming the WTO or the WHO or the UN or whatever it is, because those impact on us very, very directly. Whether we're talking about intellectual property right and vaccines, I know a sore point in many quarters, or we're talking about the existence of an appellate division, it was not called the appellate division, in the WTO, the appellate court. Those all impact on South Africa and other countries. And the way in which those rules are made determine whether when you take it to these bodies you will come out the victor or not. And so we need to play a role in shaping the global superstructure, because that impacts on how and what we can do domestically, but it also then affects the way in which our foreign policy plays out. And I think that is why, because we often talk in the last year about why Ukraine has absorbed so much of the oxygen in the foreign policy debate. People say, and quite rightly, hell, we've got many more significant, serious conflicts on the continent that we are battling to deal with, whether we're talking about what's happening currently in Sudan, more broadly in the Horn of Africa, if we're looking at what's happening in northern Mozambique, indeed the challenges that our neighbor Zimbabwe has been facing for now 20 years. But the difference here is not so much that we are driven by the rhetoric of the North and the narrative of the North on Ukraine. The fact is that Ukraine is a tipping point in terms of some of the fundamental principles of the world order post-1945. It is not the first time that a country has invaded another country in the post-1944 era. And it's not the first time where we are probably, I don't know, I shouldn't put this on, it's being recorded, but I don't know whether we're going to end up in a frozen conflict. I mean, we've had these situations. But Ukraine is a fairly big country in the context of Europe. It certainly is a key food producer. Now everybody knows where Ukraine is and where a lot of your food or your grain comes from. And the fact that there was a conventional invasion by a great power, member of the Security Council, and I know people will use Iraq as an example, but I think there are differences there. And by the way, Iraq was also unconscionable. There are differences, though, and has expressly annexed parts of this territory, of this country, of the sovereign state, which in 1994, in the Budapest Memorandum, it certainly guaranteed its security, is, I think, what is creating this sort of significant urgency about what the implications of Ukraine are. And in that sense, I think the important position that South Africa should be thinking about is not just, quite rightly, to point out the double standards of the West, but I think equally that shouldn't be the overarching narrative and justification. It should be saying we need, as developing countries, as global South, but not major powers, we need to be thinking about what are the values that we want and the principles that we want to define, that should define this post-Ukraine order. Okay? Because if this is an opportunity now really to get traction on reform, what does that reform look like? And particularly around values and principles. It's no surprise that both the US and France and other countries in the G20 have been keen to see the AU now this year. We've been talking about this for some years, but they've been keen to bring the AU into the G20. So this is a real opportunity, but the opportunity we must, if we're talking about African agency, a South African agency, we really need to be opening up the conversation. And I think South Africa and South African political parties must play a critical role in that. But what kind of values do we feel need to be thrown out because they don't work for us? And what values do we think need to be retained because they are important and they speak fundamentally to what it means to be South African? Let me move on. I think in that context, in those broader geopolitical shifts, we also need to reflect, and I alluded to that right at the beginning, around the groupings that we form and what purpose we want, or what we want to get out of these groupings. You know, I think BRICS is an important forum to be in and to participate, because a lot of the conversations about global order are going to be happening there, and we certainly don't want to be not part of those conversations. But at the same time, there might be other arrangements which would help us, depending on the issues, whether it's on climate, whether it is on UN Security Council reform, whether it is reform of intellectual property rights, where we've been working together with India in the WTO. We need to be thinking about flexible groupings and coalitions that go beyond what we have at the moment to drive our particular national interests, and hopefully also the global good. And then my last point, and then I'm just going to throw out some ideas for you guys to think about, is, you know, Mr. Mashaba talked about diplomatic excellence, I think. We clearly need to look at the capacities we have to execute our foreign policy and the strategy we have to execute our foreign policy. So what are the types of knowledge that we need to have in a 21st century Department of International Relations and Cooperation, where DIRCO is having to deal not just with traditional diplomacy, diplomatic issues, political and so on, but is also dealing with climate issues, dealing with trade. I mean, there are the specific departments, but DIRCO is also a key actor there. Whether it's on food security and agriculture and health I think I've mentioned climate or technology. What are the kinds of skills that our diplomats need to have? How do we mobilize an effective digital diplomacy dimension to our foreign policy? Do we have the right balance between career diplomats and political appointments. Every country has political appointments. So, that is not an issue. The question is to have the right balance, and that when you make political appointments, there's also nothing wrong with political appointments that are capable. Okay, that's what you want. And there have been cases when there have been capable political appointments, but they need to be capable. And then lastly, the fact that every single department and province and local government has an international relations department and does international relations, I think is great. But we need to be able to coordinate it. And so what role there for DIRCO to act as a hub, if that's the correct word? DIRCO should not be the one that sort of vetoes, but certainly needs to be the one that communicates a sense of what the overall strategy is and how different actors fit into it. And then some bullet points, and then I'll sit down. I think I'll need another cup. I need another cup of coffee. I think, what do we need? I think, we need a proper strategy that is a little bit more specific than we have sort of put to paper in the last few years. And as Peter said, the last white paper was in 2011. We've got the national interest of last year, but I think there's much more. There needs to be much more specificity and prioritization. We have much more limited resources today than we had 30 years ago. Okay? And the dollar is much stronger now than the rand, so all our foreign missions cost us much more. In fact, they cost us much more between April and June. So prioritization is important in how we allocate resources. We need a more coordinated IR and security approach. I think there is sometimes a disconnect there. If we think about Ukraine, I think you will find many of the examples that Peter used were examples of the security cluster sort of doing things, not necessarily DIRCO. We need to think about the trade-offs that we may have to undertake between values and realpolitik. It's not always easy, but I think we need to go into many of our conversations about human rights and democracy with recognizing the trade-offs. Geographically, I think one of the priorities has to be stability in our region and building up our regional economy, and it really speaks directly then to what Arena did. I think the building up of regional value chains is going to be critical for building up a regional economy and contributing to the African continental free trade area, because we need to have stuff to trade. We don't have, as I said, if I have copper and you have copper, there's no need to trade, right? And then lastly, how do we create a more multi-partisan foreign policy? In the US they call it bipartisan because they have two parties. Here we have many. So how do we all arrive at a South Africa Inc. in the way in which we conduct our foreign policy? And I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. No pressure. I know, I'm the last, always.
Afterwards we go for drinks.
We're going to need to, trust me. As long as she's paying. So, thanks very much again to Cass and also to ActionSA for inviting me to come through today. It's very interesting because I am not a foreign policy person. I'm not even an international relations person. I'm a political scientist. So in many ways, I'm the fly in the ointment here. And while these guys have given you the most eloquent understanding of foreign policy, I know nothing of that. So I'm going to probably try and bring it back down to just something that is core. And it's mentioned a little bit by Liz, by Arena, and also by Peter, and certainly by Mr. Mashaba when he started off this afternoon rather. You are heading into an election year in 2024, and this is where I sort of cut my teeth. I am a campaign person, a campaign advisor, so while I sit down and I listen to foreign policy and I work with a lot of people who are paid attention to foreign policy, I realize that a lot of the language we use is economic. A lot of the language you use is technical. okay? None of it is human. And ironically, and this is where, you know, both Irina and Liz stepped on and mentioned, we have to have a synergy between democracy, yeah, that too, but a domestic policy as well as an international. And because we're saying so much about the economic and we're saying so much about trade and all the rest of it, it's almost as if we're floating above what 90% of the electorate actually cares about. They don't care about foreign policy. Your 2013 statistics are absolutely correct. They don't care. Foreign policy is not going to win you the next election, okay? But it does, and we can all agree on that, but it does have an impact. It does affect things. What we do need to do is we need to look at these principles that Peter has outlined, the history, and also Liz and Irina have mentioned. Look at how those things affect voters specifically, okay? The human, me. How am I going to use this approach, this technical jargon, if you will, to a degree? How am I going to use this to put food on the table, to put money in my pocket, and to make me feel good about the place that I live in? We haven't really done well in South Africa on any of those. So now we need to try and figure out how that is. So if a party is going to take the challenge that Liz has put out and said, what is a multi-party answer to this question? You have to be able to answer those three things, because humans are fundamental. And we're talking probably to the 1% of people who care about politics and about international relations. For the most part, other people don't. So I have, in that case, I have probably two things that I want to say, and I didn't realize what they were until about 2 minutes ago. Firstly, to quote a former Speaker of the House in the U.S., not my party, but still very, very important principle, all politics is local. Whether it's international politics, domestic politics, it still comes home at some point. So we have to remember that. And the second thing, and this might be a pun, and may work, it may not work, but actions do speak louder than words, okay? And when I wrote that down, I was like, oh, that's great. And then I looked and I realized we're ActionSA. So yeah, that might be your next campaign slogan. But actions do speak louder. And Peter gave you a whole long list of where we're looking at things that are not, they're not marrying. The local part is not marrying with the international. Human rights at a local level does not marry with what we're trying to push internationally. It's what the great superpowers have been blamed for many, many years, and rightly so, because they do not act in, okay, it's called load shedding, right?
And right on time.
You've got a very good one, but do you mind if I continue? Yeah. That's all right, okay. It'll come back, all right, good. Okay, super, okay. There's a generator, so I should wait?
Yeah, because there's also people online, I think.
We got on the online, we've got a UPS there, it's still running.
Okay.
We're just waiting for the projector and the speakers to come back.
Okay, so I can just project, right? Okay, I'm a teacher, so it's all right.
Yeah, we still got the audio online because we got a UPS there. Okay.
Great, okay, cool, all right. So what I wanted to say is foreign policy in this discussion is almost geared towards different target markets. And in a traditional setup, this kind of technical and economic expertise is pitched towards donors, because donors are the people who are going to give you money. And so it makes absolute sense with how we've been couching and how we've been talking about foreign policy. But in terms of what we are dealing with on the ground and what ActionSA as a political party going into a political campaign, that does not resonate with voters. So we have to try and have a look and see how we marry the two things. And what I want to give you an example of is All Politics is Local, is a study I've just recently finished on the illegal wildlife trade, which is asking me about illegal wildlife trade is really probably not your best bet, because it doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling, but it was very revealing on that side. And it pretty much bears out what you mentioned, Irina, on from a trade perspective, but from an illegal trade. It is it's probably the third largest trade in the world, next to human trafficking and arms. Sorry, probably fourth, because drugs have to come in there somewhere as well. They use the same routes, so these are things that people should care about. We think when we say illegal wildlife trade, we have a nice little picture of a elephant or a pangolin or a rhino, but actually it's the plants that we have to look at. We have to look at specifically orchids and how those are traded illegally. So those are things that we sit down, we don't look at. And it doesn't get mentioned really in foreign policy, and probably rightly so, but it's something that you have to continue, you have to understand the linkage to. It links to the broader question of environment and of conservation. And I was with a political party recently who turned around and said, governments are sitting down and they're creating, the environment is important, et cetera, because the West says the environment is important. And they create these large swaths of land that are now peace parks so that they can also protect the animals and the plants and all. But nobody asked how the people who are living on that land are going to make a living. So it's natural then, if I'm not allowed to farm this land or use this land for what it's worth, I am going to end up trying to turn around and say, well, what's the next best thing? I still have to feed my family at the end of the day. I still have to be able to have some pride in myself, and I have to have a kind of a house, be able to afford the niceties that everybody else shows for. So the easiest way to do that is through illegal poaching, because it's going to be easier, it's going to be cheaper, I'm going to make a lot of money out of it. The bigger thing is, we all say that, international policy is not there, and political will, et cetera, but Irina just showed you there are layers upon layers upon layers of policies and that support trade, legal trade. In my research, there are also, I think we calculated almost 103 policies, from the international, the regional, to the national, and even to the provincial trade, that exist, but are just not being implemented. And why aren't they being implemented? And this is where we come back to the point that Liz makes. If you're not doing stuff here, at home, how are you going to be able to do stuff anywhere else? If you're not able to implement policies that regulate international or illegal wildlife trade here, how can you go and shout about it at the rooftops at, UNESCO and CITES, et cetera, et cetera? So there are these interesting conundrums that a political party will have to navigate going forward. But I think what is interesting is that we come back to this human and the human element. And in my research, I realized that what fails is that individual on the ground who has to implement. It's that police officer, that customs officer, that game warden. Those are the people that we are ignoring completely as part of policy, and those are the people that we rely on to enforce it. So a policy can be great academically, but on the ground it doesn't mean anything at all. And so that's why I say all politics is local. When we start talking about actions, we start talking about how do we enforce these laws? How do we maintain these laws? How do we execute a pragmatic foreign policy? And my thing is, we have to focus on how we are related to it. We have to sit down and say, but this is a political aspect regardless. How do we contribute to the greater good? How does Heather, who sits down, who works, who is a teacher, does my job work to create a greater vision for South Africa, work to create a more pride within South Africa? That old adage, I think John F. Kennedy said it, it's not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? And it's almost like we have to throw that back. Because if we're going to sit here and wait for somebody to give us the answer, you're going to be waiting a long time. So we need to kind of figure out and to empower that individual. But to do that, we have to have a vision. And a vision doesn't mean just, pie in the sky, that type of thing. But it needs to have some kind of solidity. We need to know what it means to be a South African. I ask this of my kids, my students. I say, what does it mean to be American? They can tell immediately, land of the free, home of the brave. Okay, great. What does it mean to be a South African? Don't know. So we need to build that identity, that national identity. That identity comes back to values. That's what Liz was talking about. What are our values? What does it mean to be accountable? What does it mean to be responsible? Does it mean to be constructive, to develop solutions? I know your current logo is to fix South Africa. Is that what it means? Does it mean to be constructive, or does it mean to be let's beat somebody over the head because we're looking for justice? Not necessarily social justice, but we're just looking for justice. Okay? So those kinds of things we have to be more concerned about. And so I'm going to bring it back down. I'm going to say we have to empower the individual on that. And so my question to you is, what does it mean to be South African, according to ActionSA? And also, what are the values? What are we looking at? Are we looking at accountability, responsibility, a combination of the two, integrity? Patriotism obviously is up there, but the key one is probably compassion. Do we care about each other enough? I don't know. So that's another thing. Okay, that's me and my political science view. Thank you very much. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much to all the speakers. We will break now. Let's say, are we happy to be back by 4:25, which gives us 17 minutes for a break? Too long. 20. Let's make it 20 past. 20 past. 20 past for a cup of coffee, bathroom break. Back here for the discussion.
the president will work backwards, and ICE will work backwards from the president's proclamation and gazette. Because then a timetable has to set up. Because then from the proclamation, we have to do the voter's roll has to go, has to be assessed.
So that's why it has to be 6 months. It can't be sort of 60 or 90 days.
All right, back to foreign policy. Oh my gosh, okay. Perhaps let's hang 10. I think HM is coming back. Let's maybe just wait for that. Is that cool?
Because the first question is for the experts.
Okay.
We are live online, so let's
All right, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to have you here. My name is Lerato Ngubeni. I serve as the national spokesperson of ActionSA. Okay, so there we go. So the Q&A is going to be, again, free-flowing. You can ask each other questions. We will ask you questions. We've got questions coming through online. We've got viewers who are on our social media channels on Facebook and on YouTube. And so we will ask questions accordingly. I think to kick us off, let me allow my colleague Johan to kick us off with the first set of questions.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you so much for the very enlightening presentations on this, what is an extremely multi-layered and complex issue of foreign policy. I think my question might be a little bit philosophical, but I think we talked a lot about values and integrity and how we incorporate those things in our foreign policy. So I think my question is broadly around, I'm taking it a little bit back to my experiences working in international organizations. I've worked as a consultant for the World Bank, and then I've worked with an international feminist organization that works in sexual health and reproductive rights. And one of my experiences with the World Bank is that I worked on the Doing Business Index, which then turned out the data was being manipulated by China to favor their ranking, right? And it was eventually scrapped. So that showed an indication of how economic power translates into political power and how that really plays into into the international stage. And then with Force Feminista, the other organization that I work, they are very specifically, one of their strategic goals is to challenge this kind of global North dominance over world politics. So, and then we have the same questions of economic pragmatism and how we use our role in the global stage to promote the interest of countries like ours and fight kind of the global dominance by superpowers. So I guess my question then is like, what is the balance that we can achieve there to still promote our own interests, promote the values of human rights, but balance that with making sure that we're not dictated towards in terms of foreign policy? Because I think it is important that we stand on our own feet and promote the interests of people like us. And I think one of the things that came up today is because of our history, we have been punching a little bit above our weight. We're a country of now about 60 million people, and we are seen often as the representative of Africa and quite often of the developing nations. So yeah, if we can just reflect on that and how that relates to our values as a nation and how we kind of make sure that that's reflected in international affairs. And I think if I might tie in one last thing with this question is just, we talked about foreign policy and how that doesn't relate to the voter, but the negative story about international relations has been quite capitalized on in a good way. I think someone like Trump and Boris Johnson has been quite successful in creating the picture of the global danger, right? And I know a lot of people are concerned about the impact of the IMF and the World Economic Forum and stuff like that. So how do we maintain those beneficial relationships without allowing the existing global power dynamics to continue and maintain the unfair global situation? Thanks. No, it's an open question to anyone that feels like they want to take a stab at it. See, no one is super interested.
No, I have to confess, I sort of lost for a momentary couple of your sentences, so I'm not quite sure I'm going to ask them this question. So maybe let me start this way. What was very interesting, if we think back 15 or so years ago, maybe a little bit more, when there used to be a joke about President Mbeki, who used to travel a lot overseas. And, when he was back in the country, people used to say, oh, he's on a state visit to South Africa. And I think that sort of shows you that disconnect that citizens perceive and perceived about foreign policy and domestic. And when Jacob Zuma came into power, there was a sense in foreign affairs that it was important to recalibrate, to really make the case very strongly about why foreign policy is important, and that the focus there needed to be on economic diplomacy. But equally importantly, it was important to go out outside of the urban areas and engage with people on why foreign policy was important. And it was about jobs, it was about sort of helping to address poverty and so on. And that relatedly, the way in which we carried out our economic diplomacy had to be the priority in our foreign policy. I would argue, and of course, it was also hampered by the global financial crisis of 2008, 2009. I would argue that we weren't able to make that to make that case in practical terms. But I think the idea about connecting with people and actually explaining how in very real ways building relations with countries around the world and trying to build up an economic relationship can have an impact on the number of jobs that are created. If we just think, for example, of the number of companies, that European Union companies that are present in South Africa and the number of jobs that they provide, or the same that can be said for American companies and so on. I think in the case of European companies, these figures are probably old, but I think they employ about 300,000 people or something like that. And if you factor in the dependency ratio, you know how many people's lives are actually impacted and affected by these jobs. These jobs sustain many people. So I'm doing a little bit of what academics do, which is, on the one hand and on the other hand. But I suppose one of the challenges that all countries, and I would argue here both the US, because you used the US as an example, as well as the UK in terms of Brexit, have made, and particularly democracies, is particularly in the wake of the global financial crisis, which really brought to the fore globally the fact that when we talk about poverty and inequality and being left behind, we're not just talking about the developing world. That there are many in the developed world that feel they have lost out on what globalization was supposed to provide. Is that and they had lost out. Inequalities in the global north had grown over time. For the first time, the children of people who were in the workplace were going to likely be worse off. The lives of those, the level of the standard of living was going to be worse off than the standard of living of their parents. And governments failed to address those who were left behind. And by extension, then, it became easy to blame the external environment, that it was globalization, which to some extent it was, absolutely, and it's about the superstructure, and to blame the fact that companies have taken their plants and manufacturing their factories elsewhere, and so on. And the only way we can sort this out is by bringing it all back. So that's been the dominant narrative in many parts of the world, and it speaks directly to both the failure to execute to make the case for how we engage externally, but also how we take our policies and make them and actually implement them. And we know one of the challenges is that we have a real weakness in implementing in implementing policies on the ground and making the difference.
Thanks so much. I'm back. There's a question which I think can kick us off quite nicely, and I'm not sure who will take this one. But it's one that's very key to a lot of sort of the nation building, democratization of South Africa, being a multi-layered, multiracial society. We're not homogeneous by any stretch of the imagination, and there's a sense in which those nations that seem to be homogenic tend to be more unified. Who spoke about South Africa Inc.? I think it was yourself who spoke about South Africa Inc. Now, Gerhile Lesame, this is a question online, asks, the point on values and South African identity is very important and has been missing, is a statement she's making. How do you forge this identity in a multiracial country where people don't share the same heritage? And I think this is the, which way do we go? Left, right? That's great. It's a good question. There's a mic. It's one I wanted to ask, but yeah, she took the words right out of my mouth. Please carry on.
So just to start off the conversation, I'm anticipating it's going to go down this way. But in this particular case, I really want to recommend it looking at case studies and looking at how nations are able to compete at the same time. And relating to the first question, if we look at India, we see quite a united front against, the world, if we were to put it in such terms. But it is not homogeneous. It has several political parties which definitely do not see eye to eye, but they are able to get to a discussion and say on particular points. On particular points.
You see, this question is an earth-shattering question.
Yeah. And so they're able to come to a kind of discussion where multiple political parties are invited to international events, and they're able to present a Team India front. They're able to say, well, these points here do not align with Indian values. And that does feed into the nation-building kind of discussion that South Africa is yet to have. When you kind of give it a blanket rainbow nation Ubuntu kind of everything is fixed now with the TRC and everything, we have now begun to heal where much of the nation is still grieving. The nation building element has not yet taken place, essentially. And you do not need homogeneity. You're taking the example of India to have unity in terms of what it means in this case to be Indian. And perhaps this links to their nation building in terms of a meta-narrative and a culture, which South Africa isn't necessarily able to relate to well enough or understand well enough. What is a South African meta-narrative? What is a South African culture? It can't just be about Brian, for example. And okay, well, food unites people. A meal unites people. Ironically, when you define what constitutes a household in terms of a South African sense, how many people eat from the same pot? Essentially, that's how you would term a household when you speak with people in terms of engaging on surveys. And it's interesting looking at India and how it's then able to be incredibly non-homogeneous, incredibly united, but also maintain favorable relationships, where you look at its competition with with China. So it's able to engage as a competitor and still have a strategic partnership with China, even though China consistently pushes the boundaries of India's foreign policy interests and how India engages, its immediate backyard in terms of Pakistan. So yeah.
So are we saying that the Constitution doesn't carry enough in terms of uniting South African on a values-based?
The Constitution is a legal tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily a living, breathing organism that people can necessarily relate to. So whether it's, well...
No, I mean, it's an important question. We don't have to answer it now. But the sense that there isn't South African uniting values, I think it's broad, because they are carried in a document, a living document. Perhaps that document does not find itself, translated enough on the ground. And maybe that's something we're going to talk about at a later stage. But this question kind of preempts that interrogation, right? So please carry on.
Okay, thanks, and thanks for bringing the lead in for this. That's great, wonderful. Thanks, Irina. Absolutely, I think if we use the Indian example, and this is where I was saying that we have to develop a broader vision of South Africa. Yeah. India decided that it wanted to win the Davis Cup, tennis, many years ago. But in order to do that, in order to be a successful tennis-playing nation, award-winning tennis-playing nation, they had to develop the capacity for tennis players. So they developed things like the Indian Premier League for tennis, or whatever that was called, and a variety of other tournaments that attract large, big-name players, and they scale it up. So they invigorate people around an idea, look, we're going to win the Davis Cup, and so we need more Indian tennis players. A lot of them play cricket, so now we have to try and bring them over to tennis. And this is something that South Africa could also use, is sit down and find what is the common issue that crosses the racial, gender, everything divide, economic divide. We had one, the Outer, the e-toll experience in Johannesburg, that managed to gloss over everybody because it galvanized people around an issue. So maybe that's what political parties need to do, is find one issue that sits down and says, all right, how can we be constructive about how we tackle this issue? Unemployment cuts across. It's not just a white issue or a black issue or a colored issue or whatever. It cuts. So how do we tackle that? And a political party that comes with a constructive answer that harnesses the absolute innovation that exists in this country and on this continent, that can be unleashed in the Africa Free Trade Agreement or any of the other tools, that's something that people can get behind, because that's something that, again, as I said, it puts money in people's pockets, et cetera, et cetera. But then it galvanizes people around a creative, constructive idea. And so that would be my answer. Peter, do you want to?
Not much. I think you're on the mark where, I mean, whatever one thinks about the level of abstraction, if you like, of the Constitution, clearly that does have to be something we have to try to unite the country around. And I mean, there are varieties of values and things which have been tested actually by the Constitution, and and the Constitution has sort of come through, not always sailed through, but it has come through. And so if you're looking at international relations, for example, I mean, I think there are quite divergent views in this country on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and I think we know more or less how they fall. But we do have to emphasize which are the ones that are the ones closest to the Constitution. There are other things, of course. I'm thinking right now, you're talking about sport. I mean, that very famous moment when Mandela put on the green jersey and the number 6, and maybe we need more of that. Maybe we need that to cross both sides. We don't probably get enough of it going the other way. We probably don't get enough, people putting on the soccer number 10 or whatever, to cross that kind of sporting divide as well.
I think symbolism is important, but I think also tangible. Never underestimate the importance of symbolism and sort of getting that emotional feel, sentiment about being proudly South African. Yeah. But I think it has to obviously be matched with change. I think part of the issue in the South African context is that our history has been one of such division because of apartheid, that it's going to take some time and a lot of effort, concerted effort, And it speaks not only to recognizing that healing is not just through a technical process of, well, it wasn't just a technical process, but the TRC, but it was an incomplete process. Maybe incomplete process is more correct. But it's also about how we deal with the economic disadvantage and the economic deprivation, which we haven't been able to manage. And then to focus, and this is a responsibility of political parties and people out there in, you know, the people who are making statements, the public intelligentsia, so to speak, about what unites, not what divides. A lot of the narrative over the last several years has been about what divides. And it's very easy to identify and to whip up. And we've seen it across the world over the last, even after, you know, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, whipping up emotion about what divides and forgetting that, you know, we need to cultivate a sentiment about how we can come together as a nation. Not just symbolically, because I think everybody has to do their bit. Yeah. But there is a responsibility incumbent on political parties to do that.
All right, I have a few more questions. I'm going to try and wrap them up. It is 4:45. Here's one. What should our position be on conflict, wars, and how far our defense force should be assisting countries involved in conflict, the position on the UN, and friendly relationships with other countries? What should it be? It's a normative question. Do you want? No. So? Do you want to maybe take a few questions? Yeah, there's more questions. Hold on.
Then we can pick and choose.
Okay. So let me ask. Oh, and then there's another one here on BRICS. The question is the abandonment of BRICS not swapping one master for another? Either or is a question.
The abandonment.
Whether if we stay with BRICS or if we leave BRICS, I think that's what the person's trying to ask. But I think if I were to just summate, is to say the adoption of BRICS or the continuation with BRICS is how I'm understanding it. Is that not swapping one master for another? I'm trying to represent the people who are online. Here's one from a journalist. What do the experts think of the AGOA preferential trade agreement between the US and South Africa? This is as opposed to it being a normal trade agreement that is binding, like the other trade agreements, example, the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement between South Africa and the US. Must South Africa stay in AGOA? And she elaborates and further goes that the question is related to the recent pronouncements in the media that said AGOA is at risk due to South Africa's cozy relationship with Russia. I think, do you have a question? Absolutely, you have a question. There goes your mic. I think it is, yeah.
Okay. Okay, firstly, I'll do a follow-up question on the AGOA one. So the talks about SA being removed from AGOA, is it another US strategy to push SA to pick a side and move away from neutrality as it has tried and failed numerous times? Now it is using something that is important and will directly and heavily affect SA's trade, as SA will be trade will be expensive. I'm saying this because AGOA expires in 2 years, but the administration hasn't said anything about signs to renew it or change its requirements for renewal. And then the second question is to ActionSA. So my question is SA's foreign policy and economy caught up between the power politics of the most powerful countries, the US, China, and Russia, due to the high dependency on trade to grow its economy with those countries? If so, what is ActionSA's plan to develop SA's economy and maintain its foreign policy without the high dependency on foreign trade and investment? Because if we can sustain ourselves domestically, we wouldn't be as impacted by global issues as we are now, and wouldn't be the center of global debates and all that.
Just I think also just lastly, I don't know if this is a mic dropper, but it's simple enough. It just asks. I usually drop mics at the end of. This one says, "If not BRICS, then who?" That's the mic dropper. So any one of you take a stab at any one of those questions. Who wants to go first?
If I may. Yeah, look, I think that's a reasonable question about are we giving up one master for another? Because I think it depends on how our relationship with BRICS evolves in a way. But I mean, my sense of our membership of BRICS so far is that it's kind of sucked us to some degree into major sort of geopolitical politics and geopolitical conflict in a way, because I mean, right from the beginning, little South Africa bashing on the door, as I remember the minister at the time, Mata, used to say, and eventually they let us in, and here we are with these big guys, in particular Russia and China, huge guys actually, not only big economically, which has its advantages, but having their own global ambitions, which do not necessarily coincide with ours, and which could I mean, the next big issue is going to be when China invades Taiwan, and we're going to be sucked into the same kind of terrible dilemma about what do we do? Do we condemn this? Do we go along with it? Well, it's always been part of China. Doesn't matter that they've just obliterated another country, and the question is, if not BRICS, then who? The other day I was talking to an ambassador of a MICTA country. Just out of the blue. MICTA, as you may or may not know, means Mexico, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, and Australia. And this is a group of countries no one ever hears about because it's just very small, unpretentious, doesn't engage in major wars against anybody. And it's kind of countries of a roughly similar kind of size and I suppose stature in the world, and that seems to help them to be together because there aren't these huge imbalances which create tensions and problems for any members.
I can. I mean, another acronym that I'd like to throw into the mix is IBSA. India, Brazil, South Africa. I think, it started before the BRICS, certainly at a summit level in 2003. I think it brings together 3 developing economies with, significant socioeconomic challenges and democracies, albeit, flawed, but democracies that are not sitting in the UN Security Council. And so probably have, not on everything, but on many issues, a similar interpretation and approach, also to global governance, but also a lot to share in terms of experiences and dealing with some of the domestic challenges and the way they see the world. So that's just one thing. The other thing in terms of so MICTA sort of, do we see ourselves as a BRICS or as a MICTA? MICTA see themselves as middle powers, and I think in many ways I think we fulfill that category as well. But IBSA, IBSA is another one. I think on BRICS, it depends what your strategy is for many of these groupings, and it doesn't always mean you can get, if you're the smallest guy, it doesn't always mean you can get your way, but it certainly means you can use that platform to advocate and to push and to perhaps influence. Just one thing I want to say, and this really applies to India particularly. India and China have border issues, and serious border issues. But it doesn't stop them from sort of engaging on areas where they can cooperate. So they have significant differences, but they also cooperate in other areas. And I think sometimes we need to look at groupings in that way, that sort of disagreeing on some issues doesn't mean that you can't cooperate on others. I mean, very quickly, or maybe I'll take the question on war. Our position on war should always be that war is not the way to solve disputes of whatever nature, that there has to be peaceful settlement, but we all realize we don't live in that kind of world. I think pushing for peaceful settlement, like the African Peace Initiative now is supposed to do, is not something to be laughed at. I think it is important. We have to also, I think, think a little bit about how we engage in situations such as Ukraine, because each situation is different, and I think we need to reflect a little bit on our conflict resolution model and how we've engaged on the continent over the last 30 years, and what has worked, what hasn't worked, what are the lessons, because the conflicts have also changed. So I think that's important. But our defense force, I think, needs some investment, and I say that bearing in mind that we're living in a very constrained fiscal space with significant socioeconomic challenges. But if our defense force is going to play a supportive role, particularly on the continent in terms of peacekeeping and that kind of thing, certainly there needs to probably be some more investment in that area. And then just a point about AGOA, and I know you'll also talk a little about it. Of course, AGOA is a unilateral. It's not a trade agreement like the Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU. It's a unilateral set of trade preferences that America has given to a number of countries. There are also a number of political conditionalities in that agreement, in that act, because it's not an agreement with South Africa per se or with any other country. It's unilateral. It does expire in 2025, and part of the thinking at the time was that the US would then engage in bilateral trade trade agreements would succeed AGOA, which was unilateral, and it began with Kenya. It's stonewalled with Kenya now, but one of the things that we should be thinking about is, and the government has always been very hesitant about sort of taking on negotiations with the Americans on trade, but the world is fragmenting around trade agreements, and I think we need to think about how we preserve market access to important countries. And so what does that mean for us in terms of beyond 2025, whether they decide to rescind or not?
I'm going to take your response, Mr. Mashaba's response, and then there's two more questions here. Okay.
Thanks. So to start with AGOA, I'm not going to rehash those points, but at the moment, AGOA gives South African business access to its market, and that's important. It's not something that should just be shirked off as saying, oh, it's just the West being a bully or the US being a bully. South Africa is allowed to put up quotas and protect, domestic industries, and that is important. But at the same time, it's important for business to understand the context of AGOA and to also see, as Elizabeth pointed out, that there are degrees of political conditionalities, and there have been instances where, for example, Guinea was excluded for a period, not from the whole of AGOA, but because it was deemed that it had not made enough constitutional progress in terms of inserting rule of law, that sort of thing. But that was a temporary thing. Is that then becoming a situation where it could be a temporary thing, where South Africa is included, but in the event of China invading Taiwan, for example, in that kind of event, and South Africa falling within this geopolitical conundrum, taking a Chinese side, knowing the US position on China, US then excluding China, this is a potential scenario that could, play out. But does this not mean that South African business has time to understand different markets better and protect itself from this kind of risk? This is what South African businesses should be doing. And perhaps they're not aware of this enough because there is very little appetite to engage business in countries that are not supporting Anglophone systems, that are very traditional with their kind of trade space as well. So this is something that South African business needs to learn from, and really, be more aware of what is happening in the world. And perhaps this is part of what political parties need to point out as well. That this is a common South African approach, in protecting South African jobs and protecting South African livelihoods. Just to touch on this idea of clubs, because that's what we're talking about essentially. BRICS is a club, MICTA is a club, BASIC is another club, specifically on climate issues. But there is a stronger trend to look at clubs, and clubs are essentially, you know, there's no permanent secretariat, there's no real institutional secretariat binding it as well. So this means agreements and engagements are a lot more flexible, okay? So there's a lot more economic emphasis, a lot more pragmatic policy space shaping, and there's actually nothing stopping South Africa from starting its own clubs, according to its own pragmatic interests. So that's why people often ask, why BRICS? Why not BRICS, but why not other things as well? So yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Seems like we've been playing it safe. We're closing now, except the question was asked around, will you answer it in the closing remarks? Okay, fantastic. That's great. Let's ask the last two questions. Is there another question? Just one. Is it succinct? Proper? Okay, good. Let's ask this one. We'll come to that one, and then I'm going to close it off.
Okay, Peter, this is for you. It's from Professor Basso. He just had to leave. He has another meeting. So he says, are you denying the dominance of the West or US as a category? Doesn't the threat of sanctions and the undiplomatic way Ambassador Brichetti conducted himself not lend itself as evidence of US dominance? And while there may be domestic disagreements about our foreign policy, shouldn't those be up to us to resolve without external prodding? Then he says to the panel or ActionSA, is there not an inherent trade-off between human rights and the pragmatic paths put forth? In this regard, for example, what is ActionSA's position vis-a-vis such tricky situations as Israel, China, and Cuba, where there are clear commercial political interests flying in the face of human rights practices and vice versa? Aren't you bound to violate your own standard?
All right, that will be covered in the closing remarks. And I think that follows on from another question that came through that says, if in fact ours is to uphold or take a human rights stance in terms of how we formulate foreign policy, whose human rights shall be prioritized?
So I was just wondering about, as much as this is a foreign policy discussion and taking the fact that there's an election, and I was very struck by the fact that one of the highest things that we saw there was a stronger stance on the Zimbabwean government, for example. And a lot of discussion around how do we clean up our own backyard in terms of SADC and those other sorts of countries. And I just wonder if there's not space for linking our trade process here in South Africa as we try to build up SACU and SADC and that sort of thing with a human rights agenda as well, because there's lots of countries in SADC that could be excluded from something like a SACU trade pact or something like that until they got their democratic norms and standards up for scratch. And I think it would probably be a very popular political positioning if we linked our economic dominance in the region to better human rights in the region as well. And I'm just wondering if that's not a practical policy outcome for our neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's take the first question. I'm going to close with Mr. Mashaba, so don't worry about that one. Oh, Peter, it's yours.
Yeah, how does one answer that question? I mean, part of the answer to that question is to be clear about our own values. You know, so it is true, obviously, that that the West is putting a lot of pressure on us, and the line that has emerged, I've noticed from the US side, is you know, you talk about your own sovereign right. We also have our own sovereign policy, and we believe that your stance on Russia is harming our security interests and foreign policy interests, and one may very readily sort of disagree with that, but it's their, I guess it's their prerogative, you know. And if you don't want to go along with it, well, AGOA is their, you know, it's their concession in a way. It's not a unilateral trade agreement, and you can either choose to belong to it or not, depending on whether you comply with the eligibility requirements. So yeah, I mean, I think that has emerged in the Ukraine conflict is, and we even saw President Ramaphosa reflecting it in his conversation with Putin, well, his statement to Putin about the need to uphold the UN Charter and territorial integrity and sovereignty of nations, which was quite interesting actually, because I don't think it went down very well with Putin. But those are values which we ought to be upholding in any case, regardless of what kind of pressure comes from anywhere else in the world.
These are difficult questions. I mean, on the human rights versus realpolitik, I mean, there are invariably trade-offs, and I think it's always very difficult to sort of a priori sort of set out what it might be in any particular circumstance. I mean, clearly, it's always much easier to take a human rights stance where you have very few political and economic interests. Doesn't cost you much, and that's the reality. I mean, that's the reality. We know that every country that has highlighted human rights as their beacon, and not just South Africa, but many others have. I mean, I just think of Robin Cook. I think it was an ethical foreign policy in the 1990s, and the Labour government in the UK. It's really very difficult. We have, and we know that you're not. We all have. Our economic interests, our basic needs sometimes take over the sort of principled position, and that has to be sort of aggregated on the basis of each set of circumstances, and that's the sad reality on it about it. I mean, I think you can on the issue of how would you respond to partners of yours in a club sort of engaging in human rights violations or violations of the UN Charter. I mean, I think it's certainly very interesting to see how other countries have engaged on the issue of Russia and Ukraine, taking a non-aligned stance, but at the same time, I mean, I think Turkey is an interesting country in this regard. I really think Turkey is an interesting country. It's a member of NATO. It hasn't imposed sanctions on Russia. I think in the UN, I don't know if it was in all the votes, but certainly in most of the votes, it voted in favor of the resolutions. But at the same time, it's played a really important role in the Black Sea Grain Initiative, in engaging with Putin, engaging with Ukraine. I think Turkey's selling drones to Ukraine, right? I mean, really interesting. And it speaks to both sides. So I think there are some interesting lessons from certain countries. And I would highlight Turkey particularly in terms of how you play that balancing act without necessarily sort of saying, well, we're not going to call it what it is. So that's the one point. On can we link our trade with human rights agenda? I'm probably not answering all questions, but I think where better governance and democracy and human rights as a condition have worked sustainably, I think is probably to some extent in the European Union, where the European Union is all about the treaties. And it's sort of, 80,000 pages of acquis communautaire, where you have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops, not only sort of enacting legislation, but also being able to actually implement it and so on and so forth. I mean, it's an interesting study to see to what extent, for example, have some of the political conditionalities, both in the EU around some of the EPAs and the Cotonou Agreement at the time, as well as AGOA, actually improved democracy or human rights in particular countries. And I think it takes much more than an agreement to affect that. And I think we, yeah, let me leave it there. I can read that cue.
No, thank you. I'm going to open now for Mr. Mashawa's closing remarks. I'm very good at that, by the way.
Sometimes we realize, but we ignore.
Let me first of all begin by deeply expressing our gratitude to the experts who participated in this very complex subject matter. This is not 1 + 1 is 2. This is a very complex matter, and no one in the history of mankind has ever had a solution to this. And I can assure you, 2,000 years' time, no one is going to have a solution to this. Because the evolvement, as human beings evolve, the problems we are facing today are going to be different to the problems we are going to face tomorrow. What are those problems that we are going to face tomorrow? Nobody knows. But one thing guaranteed is that we are going to be facing problems. But what no one is actually a prophet. I wish our Sangomas can assist us in this regard so that we can pre-manage these issues. But unfortunately, they're going to be hitting us from time to time. We would have expected Russia to have taken the stance like they did with Ukraine. I mean, war like that, barbaric war like that, in Europe for that matter, not in Africa, because us Africans, unfortunately, we're always regarded as people who are barbaric, always fighting. But if you look at the first 2 wars were barbaric wars fought in Europe, not in Africa. And I mean, in this century, to really look at what's happening, disrupting millions of people in this fashion, I mean, it is unimaginable. And it, as I say, it's not happening in Africa. My advice to our team as we really look at our foreign policy based on the issues I've raised, the human rights, rule of law, and so forth and so forth. We need to really be very careful to not really look for a perfect world, because a perfect world does not exist, and it will never exist. What we have to say, we've got to really weigh the extent of these problems. I think the issue with Ukraine and Russia, this one, it's really so obvious, it's so blatant that I think we can't ignore it, because it's really directly impacting on us. But at the same time, yes, ActionSA says our foreign policy is going to be informed by human rights, for respect for human rights. But I can tell you, I can take you guys within 20 radius of where we're sitting right now, going to show you human rights violation by our own government. Serious human rights violations. Some of them which have actually driven me to be in politics, doing this job that I hate, this brutal job, because of the human rights violation. Let me give you an example, just a few examples, 1 or 2. 5th of February, 2016, 3 of our fellow South Africans went down at Lily Mine. So 7 years later, are we hearing South Africans screaming about it? 7 years later, the families of the 3 victims, they decided to camp 2 years later. They've been camping for roughly 5 years. if you look at living conditions, and they are not really prepared to live until that container is retrieved. But the South Africans, we're concerned about issues happening in other parts of the world. The place where I was born and raised, going to school some days, not having any money to buy even a slice of bread, I would survive the entire day with water from the tap, Amanskral. For the last 19 years, people of Amanskral have not had drinkable water. And we're carrying on, we're complaining about Ukraine, talking about Israel, Palestine, we're talking about Cuba. I think our foreign policy position and the actions emanating from that, they have to really be informed by the extent of the challenge. Should not really be informed by over concerning ourselves directly with, for an example, the Middle East issue. The Middle East issue, which has been going on for more than 2,000 years. And for me, personally, I believe people who expect to find a resolution there or taking sides, actually, as far as I'm concerned, you are fueling the situation there. Because both sides, they've got issues. Both sides. And for any country or anyone to take a position, I believe as ActionSA is to really ask and pray for the Palestinians and the Jewish people to find peace amongst themselves, between themselves, and one day find a long-lasting solution. I hope that one day there'll be leaders coming from both sides, not to foil the violence. Because as soon as you take a position towards one, I can tell you foiling one. So as ActionSA, our position has got to really be to really ask leaders of these two nations to find each other, because there's no way that you can find a solution in that part of the world if you're going to take sides. It's impossible. It has proven over the last 2,000 years that you will just be fueling the violence. But can we compare it with the brutality that's happening in our own country, firstly, where people are deliberately deprived of good education for them to really be able to support themselves and their families. People live in conditions, I always tell people, I grew up in a township, in a village where families had pigs. If you look at this squatter camps called informal settlements, not far from here, where people don't have toilets. Do we really can compare the situation with that? So I think we are not in a perfect world. And as ActionSA, believe and request our colleagues with your professional advice that I think our policy position, but especially when it comes to foreign policy, has to be judged on each case by case basis, because it can't just be a blanket situation that human rights is an issue. Because if you are saying human rights is an issue, I can tell you we'll never do business with China. And one thing for sure, South Africa cannot afford not to do business with China. I mean, it'll be suicidal. It'll be irresponsible. It'll be stupid. because human rights culture in China is that one would work and you go and live in China deliberately. So I think it's a question of really case by case basis, because obviously we've got to respect the sovereignty of countries as well. As much as we are saying we would prefer the rule of law, we prefer whatever, you know. But at the end of the day, it has to be on a case-by-case basis. There was a question around BRICS. Is it one, do we want to replace one for the other? No. I think if you listen to my presentation, I made it clear that as a country, we need to do what is in the best interest of South Africa, not in the best interest of America or Russia or whatever. Our policy have got to be informed by what is in the best interest of South Africa, not in the interest of United States or Britain or China or Russia. They've got to be in the best interest of South Africa. That's really how we must run our affairs. I gave examples of business and not how I carry out business, how every businessman anywhere in the world does their business. And I think Arena mentioned something around business has got to really be informed about geopolitical developments. I think, yes, business has got that responsibility, but government has got a role to create an enabling environment for business to operate, because business does not formulate the country's policies. Policies are passed by politicians in parliament. To give an example, as business in this country, if you look at what are called draconian labor laws, no businessman in this country is happy with the laws, with the labor laws, because they're making it really very difficult for business to do business. And now what happens? It is resulting with millions of South Africans with opportunity to work, because no businessman is going to operate in an environment where there's no conducive environment, including obviously international relations. So it is the government's responsibility to create that enabling environment for us or business people to do business. But you might obviously have an idea that if it's not BRICS, it is the Western world. What happens if we have a fallout with both of them? So it is the government's responsibilities, policymakers, some of us who are now politicians wanting to formulate policies, to give you an idea that we are going to really have foreign policy that is going to be in the best interest of South Africa. We are not going to be a member of BRICS if BRICS is not benefiting South Africa. We will only be a member of BRICS if BRICS benefits South Africa, not really benefit the other members. It's got to be a two-way stream. If it is not like right now, as far as I'm concerned, I cannot really see any benefit for South Africa to be a member of BRICS as compared to AGOA, this preferential treatment that we're getting from the United States, because the US can drop us tomorrow. And we carry on. It's our problem. If it's up to us as South Africa, if we believe we don't care about the cancellation of AGOA, it's our problem. It's not America's problem, because we are the ones who are benefiting out of this preferential treatment. And they are giving us this preferential treatment for us to take advantage of. And I know of so many businesses, I can tell you, if AGOA is gone, last Friday or Thursday, I was in a meeting with one big pharma business person, group. I can tell you if we lose AGOA, between 30 and 40%, they employ about 350 people, one business. If South Africa loses on AGOA, 20 to 30% of the employees are going to lose jobs. It's a fact because of preferential treatment that South Africa is part of this. So, do they get anything out of BRICS? I'm not aware of any business in this country that benefits out of the BRICS relationship. I'm not aware. Perhaps they are. Maybe I've not really done my homework. But one thing I know, the mining sector, with businesses, with countries that we do business with in South Africa, actually, I don't know, find the right, decent word I can use than to say, I see my country's mineral resources being raped, you know. And instead of we close down our beneficiation capacity, we now, the trucks, we destroying our roads every day. Mining happens illegally, so. I'm sure you guys have heard of this Jagersfontein mine where people lost their homes. One person is still missing, few died. That mining company is mining without their license, even up to today. Even up to today, they don't have mining license to mine. Trucks are taking minerals out of this country. As I'm saying, is our beneficiation, our smelters are closing one after the other. If we carry on like this, we allow this BRICS relationship, by 2029, South Africa will have no beneficiation capacity. And I'm sure you guys are aware the beneficiation projects to set them up takes years, a lot of not just money, the expertise which South Africa is actually losing. So my view right now, sitting here, I'm saying no. I think ActionSA must do business on a case-by-case basis. If we form a club, it must be a club like we've got a golfing guys who go and play golf and share some ideas. But it must not really be anything that binds us on a long-term basis with people who tomorrow they threaten our relationship with others. I want, it's my wish for South Africa to do business with China, with Russia, with the United States, with Mexico, with Argentina, without having any country actually dictating to us who we must do businesses with and who we must not. And us, as a country, we take decisions as soon as you go and attack another country like Russia did, take a firm position with the entire world and United Nations to really condemn this, not to stand on the fence. Because I think for me, that's really how I view our position as a country going forward. But at the end of the day, let's create a conducive environment to attract investments. South Africa today, as I indicated, is sitting with over the trillion factories. Babelegi, Muhwasi, everywhere, Bochabelo, where I was 2 weeks ago. I can tell you, for us to reopen those factories like they used to run in the 70s, South Africa was one of the big manufacturing countries in the world. Today, we are consumers. But we're sitting with factories owned by us taxpayers, because those factories are owned by us. Instead of actually going to the world to say, please come and reopen these factories at your own cost. We'll give you tax rebates depending how much you're going to invest, how many people you're going to employ, and so forth. That's really what we need to do. We make sure that we make it easy for them to employ our people, more especially with the skills, because if you look at the kind of labor laws that South Africa has adopted, it has been responsible for investments, climate in South Africa. South Africa today, as we speak, is not an investment destination. It is far from being one. And the thing is, we have this thing in our minds that people, the investment community must come and invest here in South Africa. No one is going to. There are so many destinations. This world is so big. There's 7 billion people the world over. The minerals in other countries. It's up to us as South Africa to create a conducive, attractive investments for the world to come and invest, because foreign policies must inform creation of prosperity for us as a nation. It's not just to really have friends, because I always tell my colleagues that I'm not in this business to be Lerato's friend or be Andre. I'm not interested in their friendship, but I value friendship. I strongly believe in friendship, and I value it. But I'm not in this business for friendship. The very same thing with our foreign policy. It's not just to make friends. It must be because there are benefits, the benefits that are going to be benefit people of this country so that they can prosper. I mean, I think there was one question where we're saying, can we do it without foreign direct investments? We've got to be mad to even think about that. I remember some years ago when I was the chairman of the Free Market Foundation, it actually was disappointing for me, where I was debating on a SAFM with a professor from VETS, saying no, South Africa does not need foreign direct investments. We can put our own money into mining. And I said, my goodness, I feel sorry for students being taught by this professor. Honestly, I really mean, if our kids at university are being taught by such professors, I feel sorry for them, because you know, mining is such an expensive long-term investment. And no country in the world, including the United States themselves, or the Australians or the Canadians, can do it with their own money. That's why they need investments. Mining companies, you list so that you can attract investments, because to get these raw materials down there, it requires a lot of money, which no country in the world can have. So absolutely, we can't really reignite the economic prosperity of South Africa until such time that we can attract foreign direct investments. Yes, we have to, ourselves as South Africa, start the process. But at the end of the day, foreign direct investments is what is going to ensure that my grandchildren can live in a better, prosperous country than the one that I currently live in. So thank you so much to everyone, and sorry for taking so long to really deal with these issues, but at the same time being direct, because I believe in really being direct with issues. I'm too scared to stand on a fence, because I don't want to fall. So let me rather just really make sure that I avoid standing on a fence and really be direct in how I deal with issues. Some people would think I'm stubborn or I'm a dictator. But I think if it means being scared to fall by standing on a fence, I would rather take the abuse and the insults, because I don't really want to fall standing on a fence. Is too dangerous for me. Thank you so much, and deeply really appreciate your contribution. The team, Johan, Andre, Lerato, Sam, thank you so much, guys, and we look forward to more engagements on other subject matters, because as we build up towards September, and we hope we're going to see you there. And I think why I know you're doing this, because you love this country as much as we do. So we really deeply appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. I do want to thank our sponsors, though I think we can't thank them enough, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, for their support in this process. They've been an incredible partner in this process. So we want to thank them in absentia. I'm sure they'll get it somehow. Oh, stay. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Please relay our thanks and our gratitude. Thank you for your indulgence. Good night.
Recording stopped.